A very warm welcome to Sunday morning at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Good to have your company for day 2 of a brand new event. It is Le Mans Classic Legend, the first of this particular iteration of the Le Mans Classic. Now a yearly and annual event. A little bit overcast this morning. It was beautiful at 6 o'clock when we were up and around, and around about 7 when we came in after parking our cars next to the airport and wandering in. Fabulous sunrise over the top of the Module Sportif. 8.5 miles, 13.6 kilometers around the circuit that is historically known, of course, for the Le Mans 24 hours. It's Bruce Jones, Andrew Marriott and John Hindhaugh in the broadcast centre for you today. Running a little bit behind time, which is good news actually, because it means we get the start of plateau number 8. This race was meant to start about 15 minutes ago, but haven't really caught up on a couple of problems from the overnights, and we'll take you through some of the results as well in between the races. This is the final race of 45 minutes for plateau number 8, one of 4 brand new plateaus that makes up the part of the Le Mans Classic Legends race. On pole position, the Panos LMP1 Roadster S from 1999. It is chassis number 8. It was here a couple of years ago as a closed-top roadster. It's been put back to its original configuration. One of 2 cars that raced around the car park of the RFK Robert Kennedy Stadium in Washington in the old ELMS in the red colours of originally the red racing colours of America, of course, and notched up a win. One of those 2 chassis. I'm not sure whether this is the winning chassis or not. Couldn't quite find that out. Should have asked Jan Magnussen to have a look at it, actually. Andrew Marriott, good morning. Racing has gone on during the night, and we have got a couple of results because there is a couple of plateaus that have actually finished their racing for the weekend.
Certainly, John. We'll look at those in a moment. Let's just catch up on this because this is the 3rd of the 3 races. It's aggregate of all 3, so we better set the scene. So in the first one, which was yesterday evening, the Dutch father and son pair of Hazelmans in their Lotus, they led the race but then had a pit stop problem. Gallant, who is obviously on the pole here in the Panos, he won that race, and the Hazelmans car broke a drive shaft or constant velocity joint, and they haven't got a spare, so they're gone. So he won that race from Emanuele Collard in the Lark McLaren. You can't miss it in the bright orange colours.
In this one.
Yeah, no, the Russian one has gone.
Right.
We don't know what happened to that. It didn't even finish the first race. Xavier Micheron, the Ascot Collection car dealer, he finished 3rd, and Mark Sumter, the Sussex Porsche dealer, had a great GT win. He finished 4th. The second race, which was much earlier this morning, Gallant won that from Collard and Sumter, and Xavier Micheron ran out of fuel on the last lap and didn't finish. And another great performance has come from Cor Oiser and his famous Marcus. That's another orange car, orange and green. You see it in your picture right there. He finished 4th overall. So really, Gallant has got a relatively easy job here, assuming the Panos behave themselves with a big Ford Elan prepared motor in the front. Now there's a story with the chief mechanic of that car, John.
Yeah, who was working on it in period. And as I mentioned yesterday, very good football player as well, turned out for that. Laurent, very great to see him. He's never changed. He's never changed a bit. Saw him in the paddock earlier this weekend. They're starting as they finished the last race. So it is Panos McLaren on the front row. The McLaren is due to be... actually, that was a rebuilt car because it had an accident and has been rebuilt. It is due to be road registered here in France, actually.
The Micheron car, which ran out of fuel, was the 13, and the white and red Porsche. That's Mark Sumter, who's got a Porsche dealer just south of Tunbridge Wells, Paragon Porsche. good place to go and buy your latest car from.
45 minutes on the clock as we start our Sunday coverage. The green flag is on and the big V8 rumble means that the Olivier Galland driven LMP1 Roadster S from 1999 has the advantage, but it's not much, and the Lark Collard McLaren with the BMW engine behind him is challenging straight away, and Cor Oysen goes across the Dunlop chicane side by side, and the Lark McLaren, fabulous colours on that car, diving down into the S's at the bottom of the hill. Good morning to Bruce Jones. This is fantastic. A little bit overcast, so a lot cooler than yesterday. 20 degrees in the air, 22 on the track, and the tyre engineers will be a lot happy about that.
They would. Yesterday they had 2.5 times that, 50 degrees track temperature. It was not hideous, but it was certainly interesting. Manu Collard, he's lost none of his skill. He may be a novice here at Le Mans. Hold on, adjust my notes. He knows his stuff. What I was looking for at the start, you can just see that blue prototype. That was Xavier Micheron, who ran out of fuel on the last lap yesterday and has tumbled down the order. He nearly got taken out just before they got to the Goodyear bridge, so he's had to be very careful, but he's got plenty of time in this race and he'll work his way up. But the Paynos driver, not leading the way, Olivier Galland, he's got a margin of over 2 minutes on aggregate in his pocket, so doesn't have to take any risk as he plays with Manu Collard out of the first chicane. And then over the rise, it's an undulating run, John, from between the two chicanes, something that often gets lost, but with this camera angle, it's great. And in the GT battle, well, it's not Mark Sumter, he's back in 4th place. It's Cor Oysen, the 65-year-old Dutch racer, so enthusiastic. He's run that car forever and a day, that mighty Marcos, but lovely little scraps. Diversity in sports car racing.
Yeah, got a big Chevrolet engine in that Marcos.
The monster.
Yeah, had raced it successfully in the
Chevrolets
UK as well, but yes, that's Corvette.
That's Ben Monet's car. Looks great, but I prefer to see it on the move, I must say.
Yeah, it's not sounding right at the moment because it was quiet.
Cor Oysen has a co-driver who will take over in the second half of the race. In the night, he did the whole race. He's got Don Yount with him. You know Don Yount?
Yeah.
ALMS days and going back through and WeatherTech. Very experienced American driver.
So down out of the Mulsanne corner, and these two pulling away very quickly indeed from the rest of the pack. Sounding absolutely superb. The two very different engine notes. The BMW in behind the driver, Emmanuel Collard, just getting better and better. Long time driving and racing partnership with the owner of this car, who is the French oil man. He's got some lovely cars, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. But interestingly, we've got a Japanese run, or originally sponsored McLaren in the lead of this race, and of course a Japanese sponsored McLaren won this race way back when?
Back in 1995.
Yeah,
and the biggest, oh dear, we've had a little rotation, had a few of those over the course this weekend. That's the Pascal Duhamel Porsche, and plenty of noise coming from the cars on the track. So a little bit of a spill there, all on his own, but up front it's still Olivier Galland, not in second. He's now got ahead. He was waiting for his moment. He's been suitably cautious. He's got that 2 minutes. He's aggregated an extra a minute lead in the first race and the second race. He's made his move to the front of the field. And let's have a look how it happened. Around the outside he goes. Well, that's bold. It's almost as though Manu Collard thought wasn't fully awake to that one. Very unusual for Manu.
I have got it written down. How many Le Mans has Manu done? 25.
25 is the figure that rings a bell. We could be up or down one or two.
No, I'm sure it's 25. And of course, most recently for the Penske team, only 4 years ago, when they were running that LMP2 car.
In preparation for them doing the 963 Porsche.
He's one of those drivers whose out-of-car character belies the sort of steely spine. He's a very softly spoken individual, lovely, very thoughtful. But, you know, a lot of drivers could be a little bit bouncy and like Tigger from Winnie the Pooh when they're out of the car. But Manu's much more introspective. But, you know, look at his history. That tells you all you need to know.
Got close to Formula One.
He did.
Manu, he had a Tyrrell test, I think, and probably could have got the drive if he had enough money.
Well, the big issue there, though, Andrew, it was the time that they passed the Evan law in France, no tobacco advertising. And they'd come up, a whole host of them. Him, Olivier Panis, all together, and 2 or 3 other drivers, Christophe Bouchou. You know, there was cigarette money washing around. And France looked so was going to dominate Formula One, but the rug was pulled from under their feet, and effectively only really Panis of that gang got through.
Yeah,
the early 1990s.
But I think he might have tested for Ligier as well, Collard, but it's this huge career which has never stopped. And then, of course, he had the most recently his program with Francois Perraudot, the very rich oil man, who's a great racer, actually. And Collard really trained him well and had a lot of success in the GT cars or GT Ferraris.
Well, Francois is a very, very good gentleman driver, raced up to WEC level.
Yeah, well,
won the most popular man in the paddock title a couple of times. He is always very smiling.
Yeah.
Very similar in character to Manu, actually. Quite quietly spoken when you speak to him. Last time I saw him, he was standing outside the steward's office at Spa, waiting to have his hand slapped, and I sort of looked at him and he went, my fault. Shook his hand, my fault entirely, absolutely made a mistake.
Well, we're looking at the section of the track where there was a mistake a handful of years ago involving him, and he immediately went to apologise. He does have the money to replace any damaged goods, but more than that, he's got the heart to do so and the manners. He's a fabulous gentleman. Right, what we're seeing is Xavier Micheron has started to finally pick off the cars that got ahead of him at the start. He's going to be cautious, and he'll still be rueing the fact that he ran out of fuel in his Courage last night. What could have been a good result? He should be coming in the background of the shot.
Yeah.
We got running in third place the Marcos. There it is. You cannot miss it in terms of oral or visual stimulation. And then in behind Jörg Eberhardt. And at the moment, Mark Sumter isn't having his best race, but maybe he's already got those 2 class wins in GT under his belt. He's back in 6th place. A little bit of flame out there.
I mean, came up through Porsche racing in the UK, sort of Porsche Club champion and all that sort of stuff. Been around for a long time as Mark, and as I said, has the dealership down in, I think it's called Crossing Hands. I'll pass it quite regularly on the Kent Sussex border.
Le Mans is a circuit that really suits this Marcos. The long straights where all that horsepower can be unleashed. And Core, he has so many cars that he's run for a long time. Do you remember, for years and years, he'd always entered the Dubai 24 Hours with the selection of his Lotuses, but this Marcos has been his trademark car since he moved away from single seat.
Has he's had that chassis all the way through?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he and this chassis are joined at the hip, I think.
I suppose we should describe what a Marcos is, really. I mean, there were many iterations of Marcoses, and they did race a lot at Le Mans, and founded by a guy called Jem Marsh, and his son Chris carried on that car company, and it's a bit like a TVR, isn't it? It's a similar, one of those small British sports car manufacturers. They were down in Wiltshire, and they built some very interesting cars. The very early cars were actually made out of marine plywood.
Exactly so. That was the frame, and don't forget one particular person who owns a lot of circuits in the UK. His career was started in those, and that was Jonathan Palmer. He used to race mod sports, sort of not the approach you take to Formula One now, but when you're a junior doctor. These days, junior doctors get paid rather nicely, but in those days they didn't. They did loads of training.
0.5% pay rise.
Yeah, and Jackie Oliver, another person, started in a Marcos, but they were a bit different to this. They had Volvo engines in most of them.
That's right. In the early days, then they sort of went to Ford power, then they went to whatever gave them the most bang for the bucks, and Chevy was could get put on board.
But it's great to see this car go well, because it doesn't always finish. Here's Mark with this ex-Freisinger Porsche, which he purchased a couple of years ago. And we see him regularly racing in the Le Mans Classic Series. And we should explain, this is the big event run by the Peter Auto organisation, but they have a whole series wrapped around this race meeting. And we're lucky to televise those meetings. We've already been to Barcelona and Spa and Dijon.
And Dijon. We've got plenty more, 3 more to come later this year. Port Ricard, Estoril and Imola. What great circuits. That Sumpter car, it's ex-Sébastien Bourdais, Pierre de Toisy and Jumper Jarrier when they would have raced together in the late 90s.
And it's got the Fat Express sponsorship on it, which John explained fully yesterday.
Yeah, if you weren't with us, originally a transport company looking after logistics for fashion brands around Europe, basically, and their sponsorship in motor racing was their express overnight delivery, FAT Express, and revived recently by Ferdy Porsche, who brought that classic design back into the World Endurance Championship 2 seasons ago on a 963 prototype Porsche run by Christian Reid's Proton organisation. That car not eligible for the WEC this year because Porsche aren't running any factory cars. And if there's no factory cars in the WEC, you can't run a privateer car because of the homologation requirements. But that car still exists. There is some talk still about that car possibly popping up in the Asian Le Mans Series when hypercars are allowed there. It's an interesting one, that, actually, because they're going to allow bronze drivers to drive in the Asian Le Mans Series. But I'm not sure how that affects whether they would get an entry for Le Mans, because bronze drivers aren't allowed to drive the hypercars in Le Mans, and particularly in the Porsche one, they wouldn't be allowed to enter because they're not homologated for Le Mans without the factory cars. So I'm not really sure how all that works. Got to get my head around that one in the closed season, or as we head towards the Asian Le Mans Series, wherever those races take place, most likely in Europe, I think.
Talking of Porsches, one we would have expected to see right up there, battling, well, near the front would have been the Bleekemolen Pappas car, which was in earlier races, hasn't started. I think we've had quite a lot of problems with that car this weekend.
It started, did one lap, and then stopped somewhere on the circuit.
Yeah.
Luckily for Tim and for Jeroen, they have other cars with which to play, and Tim certainly brings some amazing Porsches over from the States. This is a good little battle. This is not at the front end of the field at all. This is a little bit further back, over ninth position. Giancarlo Tanzi starting to make a move in the Red Bull car, ex-Dieter Quester car. Oh, sharing with a certain person called Dieter Quester. And Dieter, of course, been very close with Red Bull for a long time, Austrian driver of long standing. Quite rare to see him in anything that wasn't a BMW, of course. He's part of that whole setup, but he just made a move and moved ahead. That car with Giancarlo Tanzi has just moved ahead in its little battle with Charlie Falk. That's the battle of a 996 GT3 RSRs, backbone of so much of racing for that period as we went into the 21st century. Again, the sort of fried egg headlights, as John would describe them, the flatter body shape. But it was a move that's been coming for quite a while, and braking and out-braking is always part of motor racing, and getting it wrong into the first chicane doesn't help your cause, because the corners come at you thick and fast when you've gone in too deep. Just a little bit of a hang on there. That was by Pascal Duhamel, the driver we saw have a rotation early in the race.
Dieter Quester is an octogenarian.
He is, and he's
managed to say that. And he was instrumental in Red Bull coming into motor racing right at the very beginning. He was the first person that knocked on Dieter Mateschitsch's door.
And at the very first Dubai 24 hours, Dieter Quester in a BMW won that race, and one of his co-drivers was Toto Wolff. And Toto Wolff was one of the original investors in the European version of Red Bull. It's where he made most of his money, actually, and moved on from there to be part owner of the Petronas Mercedes-Benz team.
John, I don't know if you ever listened to a BBC programme called Billionaire Family. Well, Toto Wolff has been featured in that. And you can find it on the internet. Very interesting.
BBC Sounds, I think you'll find that on.
Yeah, it is on BBC Sounds, exactly. I think it's on the World Service show sometimes. When you can't sleep at night, the World Service provides good entertainment.
Like Jörg Eberhardt's having a cracking scrap at the moment for third place. It looked as though the Marcos had things under control for Kohreuser, but the car that the Porsche 993 GT2 Evo from 1999 that Jörg shares with Remy Terai, ex-Freisinger car, going very nicely indeed.
And I wonder if Sumter's got a problem because he's dropped back, hasn't he?
I don't know if he's just thinking, I only have to do so much. I've won the class in the first race, the second race, this is the third race, but it's not a typical Mark performance, is it?
No, I mean, it was up with the Oyster earlier on.
Well, sort of, he was already dropping back. Right, but Xavier Micheron just hasn't made the progress I expected. I don't know if he's got car problems. His car is the prototype in the background of the shot, so third place is the Marcos. Fourth place is Jörg Eberhardt in his Porsche. And Xavier Micheron, his best lap is 20 seconds down on the best lap set by a race leader, Olivier Gallon. But Gallon is 18 seconds clear. He's just so much faster than everyone else. He was a little bit cautious getting past the GT class McLaren F1 GTR of Manu Collard, but since then he's just settled in and chipping away at his best times. But for Micheron, it's just not really happening.
This is the third race, so sadly quite a few interesting competitors have dropped away. There were two of the rare Lucchini
Yeah.
sports cars from Italy entered. They got a nice little presentation in the paddock, but neither of them started.
And also the Kyler, a car that was based on a Chevron B71 that never really did anything much in period. He did a handful of it, mainly in the States, but he's been in Europe the last couple of seasons, but that hasn't got to start this race.
Battle for third is carrying on. It's very rare that you think a Porsche 993 looks big on a circuit. Sitting behind the very low-slung Marcos Mantara LM600, absolutely built to the nth degree at the maximum width of the car.
It looks like it's been inflated, like an overinflated football, and it's the seams are there, but there's a lot of material outside.
It's an annoyed pufferfish of GT racing, isn't it?
Behind his pit, Cora's got a list of all his achievements, and one of them, he's raced at 110 different circuits, and there was a list of how many races he's won and how many he competed in and so on.
The Freising
has gone pop.
3.8 twin turbo engine in its ultimate form, over 600 horsepower, but it looks like there's a problem there. Interestingly, of course, the car originally, the 993, was never termed by Porsche GT2. It was built for GT2 regulations. It was just called the GT. Became known as GT2.
Okay, Micheron's gone past, so he was about 6 seconds clear, but that's a shame. There's no external sign. There's a slight smoking. Sumpter goes past as well, so Sumpter's now up to 5th. That was a shame. That was a really good run from Jörg Eberhardt. I wonder if he had the needles bending over the right-hand side of the dials. I don't know.
Middle of the dials on a 911.
Pedant is spelled P-E-D-A-N-T. Just saying.
Another interesting Porsche in this race, a bit further down, it's the ex-Skye racing car.
Yeah.
That Johnny Molan raced a lot. And I think raced...
Rowan Skye. Australian.
And it's got an Australian owner, that car. Interesting.
Another interesting character, Rowan.
Yes.
Massive. Competed a little bit in America, did some American Le Mans Series races and some cup races over there.
As a team owner, yes.
No, as a driver.
Oh.
He drove in the States as well, and supported a lot of people through. Had some... he's a lawyer by trade, and spent some time away from the outside world, shall we say. Bought some land that was meant to be a vineyard, I seem to remember, and took some grants for that.
I remember Dave Pruitt ran the car. Do you remember the Super?
Dave.
Very much involved in Le Mans many years as a team
Here's the
manager.
Courage.
Dave Pruitt was the Fitzpatrick team manager.
Yes.
He went on to run that car.
So Xavier Micheron not coming through. Now here's the Lark car again. This is Francois Perraudot's car with Emmanuel Collard. This car was the GT500 champion in 1996.
Yep.
John Nielsen and David Brabham beat their sister car, 6.1 litre V12 BMW, down tuned from the road car version.
Yeah. Interesting, of course, Gordon Murray design, and Gordon Murray has been honoured here.
Gordon Murray and Peter Stevens, working together.
Yeah, and Gordon's got several Gordon's called Brabhams, and I think De Cadenet, and of course his latest road car, supercars in the paddock.
And 3 seats across the front, and unlike the Matrimony Arena, where the drivers still sat on the left-hand side and had 2 seats alongside them, this one has a central driving position.
Which is great until you come to one of the tolls on the French route. These days, of course, John's got a clever device which just clicks off the money from his credit card. But when that car was due, he didn't have that system, and you had to climb out of it. It was very annoying. Not that I've ever driven one or been in one, but so I'm told. Somebody else said about it, why would you want to have a car like that? Of course, you can have your wife on one side and your mistress on the other.
That's a winner. I just want to point out that I won a national car design competition when I was 7, sponsored by a Lollipop company, and mine was a 3-seater.
Nicely, well
just
done.
like that.
Unfortunately,
I've been living off the spoils ever since.
well done.
Right, driver changes coming up. Just spotted David Harrison. We were in the pits waiting to take over from Charlie Falk in the Skye Racing Porsche, which mentioned there it is. So
Yeah, we gave him the plug and it's coming. There's Falk. He's British. And
much cooler temperatures for the drivers. It's been very hot so far through the course of this meeting, so they'll be welcoming A, the cooler track temperatures, B, the cooler conditions in the cars. Obviously, when you're racing through the night, your night race, which is one of your three, is one that is the coolest of the lot. But today it seems absolutely fine, but it's been busy down in the pits because it's pit stop time. And let's go down and hear the latest interview from Vincent Franssen.
Ravi de vous retrouver depuis la pit lane de ce circuit des 24 heures avec cette Porsche 993 GT3, GT2 Evo, la numéro 59 ex-Freisinger Motorsport, Rémi Terrail à nos côtés. Rémi, c'était un chouette meeting, on a vu cette voiture totalement à son avantage. Malheureusement, elle ne va pas au bout de la course 3.
Oui, on avait déjà eu quelques problèmes de pompe à essence pendant les essais. Et puis là, manifestement, le moteur a rendu l'âme. Donc voilà.
Voiture particulièrement performante, Rémi, sur le circuit des 24 heures du Mans. On imagine combien c'est plaisant, ça.
Absolument, c'est une voiture très puissante qui est bien adaptée à ce circuit rapide. Voilà. Elle a d'ailleurs fait le Mans en 2000, mais déjà à l'époque, elle n'avait pas terminé, malheureusement.
Some reliability problems for this car, number 59. This car won't be at the finish of Le Mans Classic Legend 2026.
Thanks,
John, I think he said he had a fuel pump problem, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And that is going to be terminal, I'm afraid. If you're not getting the gore juice, there's no gore, there's no bang, there's no forward motion.
A lot of forward motion though from the Paynos, now 19.2 seconds ahead of Manuel Collard. Oisa is running third. Xavier Bichon has moved up to fourth. Mark Sumpter is fifth. In the GT2 class, he leads, and then it's Cole Piquet. Now, interestingly, that has nothing to do with Nelson Piquet, but was it 4 years ago here, 5 years ago, Nelson Piquet came to this meeting and drove with some Brazilians. I got a very nice interview with him. He was in the middle of, he was in an interesting situation. He said something that was misinterpreted because people didn't understand Portuguese properly, but he was drummed out of the BRDC for it. But anyway, Nelson was there and he enjoyed racing with some Brazilian friends. Nobody knew he was coming. He was a late one on the entry list, John.
Mark Sumter in the pits with the Labra FAT car, and he's staying in that car. The 993 with the much more upright windscreen. He'll get ready to go on time. Not hurried pit stops here. If you weren't with us yesterday, we'll say again, we are not trying to do the 3-second pit stops here. No tyres, no fuel. There may be a driver change, but the idea is that there's enough time to get outgoing driver out and incoming driver in. Oh, I do like the auto flashy lights on the Paynos. Vistion on the side of that car. That was a Ford component manufacturer. Had a big plant down in South Wales at one stage.
John, we haven't really talked much about this car and Dom Paynos in particular, and the fact it's got an engine in the front, and it did in the American Le Mans Series on a few occasions beat the Audi R8s.
Yeah, including at that RFK event in DC, and got ran right throughout a number of seasons. Don was captivated by Le Mans, and hence the American Le Mans Series and Petit Le Mans. Petit Le Mans first in 1998, the small Le Mans 1,000 miles, or 10 hours, 10-hour race now, of course. But he was captivated by this place, and he went away, not used to people telling him no. American sports car racing was in all kinds of a state at that time. Different factions pulling it in different directions. Don went back to Brazelton in Georgia and basically hatched a plan to pull it all together. He did it. He then came and knocked on the ACO's door and said to them, I want to start a series in the US. The success of Petit Le Mans in 1998 was incredible. It was my first time to the States. Huge entry. Ultimately became the de facto world championship. There wasn't a world sports car championship then. I think about 54 cars started that first Petit Le Mans. Handed over, I think it was 10 million US to the ACO to have the rights into the Le Mans name in the US, and that not only cemented what was happening in the US with sports cars, but it fundamentally changed what was happening here in Europe and how the ACO then moved forward. I wouldn't have my career without other people who would say the same. But I don't think it's too big a statement to make that he certainly saved American sports car racing, and he fundamentally changed world sports car racing for the better and set us up on the trajectory that we are right now.
But how was he able to do this? Because he fundamentally changed the way that medicines, the slow release mechanism.
Yes, absolutely.
For medicines, and I believe he invented the tobacco patch.
Well,
it's extraordinary. Well, he was involved with.
Well, what he did was he invented the technology that became the tobacco patch, which as a chain smoker was highly ironic, and he always thought that was funny.
But not only that, he bought circuits. Sebring was a mess when he bought it.
Yeah, as was Road Atlanta.
He built brand new pits. He built a wonderful hotel there.
Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
Took over that. Took over the Road Atlanta, as we said. An all-round good guy, and loved to drink in a bar with an audience with some of his jokes, some of which we definitely couldn't tell on this show.
Many times I've shared a glass of red wine with him and just talked about motor racing. I miss him dearly. One thing that never gets talked about Dr. Don Payne is in everything we talk about motor racing, what a lot of people don't know is how much of a benefactor he was for young people who had ideas, some of which were long before things like Dragon's Den and all of that sort of thing. He was a wealthy man, but he never forgot the human touch and people around him. Sometimes his investments bore fruit, sometimes they didn't, but nobody ever talks about that. And he was super down to earth. His wife Nancy was lovely as well. Two of the nicest people in the world. Bruce.
This is the battle for third place, because Xavier Micheron in that car raced in period 1999, came sixth at Le Mans with 3 former Italian F1 drivers on board. Not all at the same time, obviously, but that's the move over the Marcos as it comes out of the pits. That's the battle for third. Remember, Xavier Micheron started sixth. He should have really started on the front row. He ran out of fuel. Marcos
is not up to speed, Bruce.
No, it's not, is it? But just remember, he's got a different driver on board. It's Colroy's are out, Don Yount in. So the American driver's settling in, but he's already lost one place. It looks as though Mark Sumter coming up behind will pass him as well.
Yeah, down the hill.
So
love that dark blue colour on there.
One of the drivers of that was Schiattarella.
Mimo.
I thought it was a fantastic name for a racing driver.
I think he should have used his full name, Domenico. But Mimo.
Yes, Schiattarella.
And Alex Caffey, and the third was Andrea Montermini, one of the world's most entertaining people in and out of a car.
Something side by side with Don Yount, and as he comes through, they're still side by side. Two very different GT cars. Again, they were battling beforehand, and the Porsche 993 GT2 goes through into the braking area of the Daytona chicane. Does he hold on to it? Yes, he does. Don Yount follows him through. So change for the third position.
Just going back to Don Paynos, fantastic thing to do.
Fourth position. My apologies.
So John, so he set up the ALMS, and then of course the France organisation really set up another series in opposition to him in the Grand Am, didn't they? And fortunately, ultimately they merged. But it was an interesting time in American sports car racing.
But what happened with that, which was really sensible, was all of it didn't come from the top. Mr. Franssen and Dr. Paynos were not rivals at all, and in some ways cut from a similar cloth. And all the ridiculous rivalry that was built up by fans of one side or the other was getting a bit tedious, to be honest. And eventually Dr. Paynos and Mr. Franz sat down and worked out a deal, and we had what became the Junior United Sports Car Championship in 13 or 14 was that, which has grown back into IMSA and what is now the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and has gone from strength to strength, and it was a coming together of the best of both worlds, and it ultimately has borne through. And let's not forget the partnership with the ACO and with Le Mans has continued and has given us the bringing together of the two sets of regulations. Let's head down to the pit lane. I've got a race suit like the next one we're going to see.
In the pits with the driver of this spectacular Marcos Montara LM600, car number 33, Mr. Corruzer. Cor, how was it, those 3 races?
Well, last night was very good. We had a good speed. In the first race, Don had a problem with the gear lever, which broke. So he has to stop after 8 laps. Now we have another problem with the gear lever. The top part broke off, so we have a very short stick and no more power shift, but we still can drive it, so we would get it to the end.
How is it on the circuit of the 24 hours with this Marcos Montara?
Well, it's fantastic, of course. The top speed is so high. The car has still some downforce. Yeah, it's wonderful, you know, after 28 years to be back here with this car. It's amazing, you know.
Thank you very much, Cor. 28 ans plus tard, ils sont de retour avec cette Marcos Montara LM600 sur le circuit du Mans, avec un petit problème de sélecteur de vitesse et surtout l'absence de direction assistée qui rend la chose un peu compliquée. Il est un peu blessé au niveau de la main droite. Corruzer.
That car always a race suit, but without the orange, just the red, white and blue. That was the ELMS race suit that we had in 1999, that exact swirly colourway. And I've still got it somewhere. Unlike Johnny Herbert, who reckons he still can get into his 1991 race suit from Mazda, I cannot get into my 1999 one. Hangs on me.
Yeah, former Grand Prix driver and Can-Am champion Jackie Oliver, who is probably an octogenarian. He also says he can get in his race suit.
I tell you one person who definitely can, but he can get into his original bike leathers, Stuart Graham.
Oh, yeah.
Winner. He still probably only weighs about 9 stone, but he is as trim as can be, as fit as a fiddle, but leather's a little less forgiving than getting into a race suit, a bit more give, but it always used to make me laugh, and he's gone now, but some of his cars have certainly graced the circuit here at South. Started one season when Tom Walkinshaw was still racing in the European Touring Car Championship. He was ripping someone off a strip because they made his race suit too small. But it's the larger size than last year, Tom. You're growing. He was a big, hefty man, wasn't he?
If you want to drop us a line wherever you are in the world, at RSL_studio on X. Thanks to all of you for your kind comments from yesterday. Big team effort for yesterday. Hello to Richard Kelly. He's just finished session 1 on YouTube. Really enjoyed the commentary, including the in-between stuff, more like a supercar Porsche history podcast, but with pictures. Very kind of you, Richard. Thank you for that. I hope we are conveying some of the atmosphere here, because that is very, very special. Spoke to a few people last night in text form, at least, who are around here at the moment. There's a good atmosphere here. Paddock's not too busy. There's plenty of things to see and do, plenty of shops, plenty of places to tempt you to buy model cars and various bits of memorabilia. And Bruce Jones has not bought anything yet, not a single book.
It's a record.
Purchased.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places to buy stuff like that. Yeah, do come. It's great listening to us here doing this on the stream, but you can't beat coming here. I've had a few friends drop into the box. I've had the local pet shop owner from Muswell Hill come and visit me, and also 2 guys from my walking group in Tunbridge Wells have paid me visits.
And I like the fact that one of them started coming here in 1971.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Just phenomenal.
You've been to more than I have, or even John Hindhaugh. So there's that lovely McLaren, just the right lines. As you said, I name-checked Gordon Murray, but let's not forget Peter Stevens had a lot to do with this car. What a good, Pete's a great guy as well. Involved very much in the Decadene effort a long time ago, and Richard Lloyd's efforts here.
One thing I only discovered 2 or 3 years ago is that in Peter Stevens' family background there's a certain Dennis Jenkinson.
Yeah.
Not connected by name, but obviously a lot of Peter's early stuff was influenced by the great man when he was actually in the country, rather than just driving around Europe from Grand Prix to Grand Prix.
You know, I used to go to races in James's E-Type years ago, but yes, it's his nephew. And talking about nephews, I believe that Mark Sumter's nephew is Billy Monger.
Oh, really? Sorry, can I just do something? I've just done that awful thing that elderly commentators do. Just dropped a name in. Dennis Jenkinson, if you're younger, and if you're older, bear with me. He was the man about Europe with the beard and the selection of fabulous cars for motorsport. Finding his comment, I did once pretend it was my father because his initials were the same as my father's, DSJ. I'm BSJ. But he most famously, of course, won the Mille Miglia with Sterling Moss, 1955. Dennis on the notes, Jenks on the notes, and Sterling delivering over 100 mile an hour average over the 1,000 miles in the centre of Italy. Astonishing.
He was a brave guy because he was also the world sidecar champion passenger with a guy called Eric Oliver.
It's fair to say that he might not have invented modern pace notes, but certainly that role that he had and his tulips was certainly the very beginnings of what we now recognise as rally pace notes.
Right, let's just stop you there. Describe what a tulip is, because if someone's thinking you've moved into sort of horticulture, it's wrong.
It's next to the rhododendrons and just up from the tulips are the little marks that you make as a rally co-driver. Andrew's done this, I've done it as well, where you're not reading from a map. What you have is a distance between two important points that you're going to tell your driver, and then you put a little arrow, and the arrow pointing one way or the other, like a tulip leaning to the left or the right or the straight on. Some of them have little branches coming out of them so that you can tell that it's not the first right, it's the second right, and they became known as tulips. And Dennis Jenkinson, DSJ, was instrumental in bringing him. He realised that sitting next to his driver, he could give him more than just being an 80-kilo sack of potatoes.
Indulge me, if you will, for a second. I just had an article in Motorsport magazine 3 months ago about that Jenks report, because they had written that Jenks had not delivered it in the way that it was actually delivered. That was it. Actually, a chap called Michael T brought the report home. But prior to that, at the Monaco Grand Prix, Jenks hadn't actually written the report yet, and he hadn't had the debrief with Sterling Moss. So they went to a hotel and they did the debrief, and Michael T was there with a stopwatch, and they sat in two chairs and they reenacted stuff that had happened. So they reenacted a puncture
of the route.
Reenacted one particular bit. A Ferrari came by, I think it was Castellotti, and then had a puncture. They were worried about a puncture, so they stopped to check their tyres, and Moss got out, ran around the car and looked at it all, and then got back in. And they reenacted this in this hotel room
with two chairs together,
with Michael T timing
Excellent.
it. I think it was 3 months ago, Motorsport magazine. Actually, it was that Michael T brought. The story that Motorsport had put was that Jenks had posted the report, and it wasn't true. Michael T had brought it home. But anyway, Jenks, the best ever motor racing journalist, very, very descriptive. And really understood the drivers and understood how they raced. Let's get back to this.
Right, Oliver Piquet in a very striking orange and white 993 Porsche, another one of the GT2. This is one of the 1999 Evo cars.
But John, you know so much about Porsches. In the rear wing, what's that?
That is
the orifice.
Well, let's remind ourselves, this car doesn't have a water pump because it's not cooled by water. The engine, the flat 6 3.8 twin turbo engine, he loops it up. Well, they were known for that. The road cars were the original Widowmaker because the back end could easily break traction long before the days of traction control. And the two turbos spinning up give you a real big boost of power. But those ducts in the rear wing are ducting air. The Porsche engines have up to the 993 type. 993 was the project number, basically. And all Porsches have an internal number. So when we talk about Type 993s, it's a 911, but it's a 993 in the type. And they were, people call them Luftgekühlt, so air-cooled engines. They're actually an oil and air-cooled engine because the oil, as well as being a lubricant, is very much cooling down the flat 6, which is why you've got to be so careful with your oil levels on the early cars. Actually, it's just as bad to overfill them as underfill them. And they have 3 oil gauges. They have an oil pressure gauge, they have an oil temperature gauge, which you might expect, they also have an oil level gauge on the road cars. So that is ducting extra air into the intercoolers, into the radiators to get the cars, because what you've done with that aero kit is effectively closed off a lot of the opportunity to duct air onto the top of the engine and cool the engine down. Still a very, very clever design.
While you were describing that, John, we saw the Courage go very wide, kick up a lot of dust, and Michelin really pushing on in the 1999 C52.
Yeah, he's running in third place overall after that slow start and starting sixth on the grid and not making progress. But Mark Sumpter got to within about half a second of him. You know, naturally the Courage is a little bit quicker, but Mark Sumpter's really turning up the wick and getting closer and closer. I think that's what nearly unseated Xavier, suddenly thinking, oh, I'm not safe in third place. And in fact, the order at the end of the first race was 1, which is Olivier Galland, 61 in second place, which is Manu Collard, Xavier Michelin in third, and Mark Sumpter in fourth. That's exactly the order they're running in this race. Again, Galland and Collard have been lapping almost for about half a dozen laps either side the pit stop with about an 18-19 second margin. Here we go, another lap about to be completed by the Pénos of Olivier Galland, who scores wins for fun in this game, going on to the final lap. By this, actually, maybe not. He'll have to back it off because his last lap was 3 minutes 59, and he went across the line with, and his fastest lap is 3 minutes 51. He went across the line with, 3 minutes 53 on the clock.
Yeah, I think this will be the last lap. I remember talking to David Brabham about driving these cars. Front engine cars, as we mentioned, and I mentioned how Dr. Pénos was hopeless romantic when it came to this race, piled a whole load of money into motor racing. He remembered the races in the 1960s. He was a little older than me, and he remembered the last front engined win, which was Ferrari, of course, in 1962 with Phil Hill, who was the reigning F1 world champion at the time. Olivier Gendebien, his co-driver.
Let's face it, in 62, Phil needed something to smile about. The Formula One wasn't going so well after his title-winning year.
Absolutely right. So, front engine car, but when we say front engine, if you take the bodywork off that car, the engine is pushed so far back, it really is front mid-engine car. We talk about that in some GT cars, but even as the car comes towards you, look at where the two air intakes are on the nose of the car and how far that back. There's still quite a bit of intake before it gets to the top of the... Originally, it was a Ford Roush engine. Then it became the Elan engine, which was Don's own engine company. That meant the driver was sitting a long way back. And Brabs told me about how difficult that was to get used to, because you were sitting pretty much on the back axle. Yeah. And when the car started to move, you were getting completely different feeling, because you were way further back on the pendulum, and the polar moment of inertia was different for what the driver was feeling.
Almost the opposite of the Porsche 917 driving position.
Yes, which was right at the front. Yeah. But you could have probably got the engine in between where the Porsche 917 driver was sitting and where the Pénos driver was sitting if you put them together.
And it was incredibly hot in those cars.
Oh yes, it was. Massive. Loads of heat sink coming back, particularly for the coupes.
Yeah, quite a lot of people race those cars, didn't they? But obviously we talked about Brabs and Magnussen were the best known, but Johnny O'Connell was another guy.
Johnny O'Connell did a lot of work for Dr. Don, still speaks very highly about it.
Eric Bernard, people like that.
There was a great set of drivers, fabulous camaraderie in '99 for the first year of the American Le Mans Series. It was, I was wide-eyed every time we went to a new track in the States, and I'm very fortunate to have covered American sports car racing and sports car racing ever since then. Just great times.
But Don also started road car.
Hold on, why is the Pénos going slowly?
Stop it, it's running out of fuel.
Running out of fuel. It's another fuel issue halfway around the last lap. Oh, this is Frank Bieler and the Velox Audi.
Right, his lead
car all over again.
Yeah, his lead had dropped to 16 seconds. He lost 3 seconds to the chasing. Manu Collard's now in front by 16 seconds. He's already gone past. I beg your pardon. I thought 19 had become 16. It has. But that's a 35-second swing already. And for Olivier Galland, my fault. I said he wins for fun. And there's the overtaking manoeuvre.
There's Collard going through into the lead. Well, he'd been scored in the lead already.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what confused me. That's why I said the lead's come down. Well, we've seen visually with our eyes, we've seen the McLaren going past, so that's the clarification I really needed, and you need when watching. But for Olivier Gallon, who's just won so many races across the last 2 years, well, that's hugely disappointing. But just remember, as long as he can limp it to the end, he has a 2-minute margin that he's built up in each of the first 1 minute in each of the first 2 races. But
he's just got to keep the revs down and get it into as high a gear as possible. Now, this has been called as the final lap. Well, that's a shame for Collard. If it had been one more lap, he would have gone on to win at the canter, and that might have changed the final standings. He's going to cross the line now. Now the clock starts.
Penos is still running, though. It's still found a little dribble of fuel at the bottom of the tank, and is he going to come through?
They're waiting.
They're smiling.
Well, they're still waiting. He's got a ways to go yet. He's 26 seconds back at the last timing sector. He's going to be very, very close indeed.
He might have to push it.
He'll get there to the end. The question is, what is the time? He's just about got across. 32.5 seconds across the line.
He's fine, John. He's fine. He's won it overall.
That was far too close for comfort.
Right, I tell you what, this may not be only excitement towards the end of the race, because Mark Sumpter is now catching Xavier Micheron. In fact, he's scored as having just, as I said, that moved ahead into 3rd place overall. So a slow burner for Mark Sumpter, but he's taken the GT class in all 3 of the races now. Well, hasn't done in this one yet, but he's very near to the end.
So the overall, taking all 3 races, will be Gallant from Collard, from Sumpter, and I haven't quite worked out 4th. It's definitely going to be called.
Well, and those are the 3 class winners, 3 of the 4 class winners as well. The Mantara, I'm sure, will win its class in GT1 as well. Dan Yount has kept that car going despite the gear selection issues with the gear lever.
Chopping and changing, Micheron has gone back ahead of Mark Sumpter on this final lap. 3rd becomes 4th, 4th becomes 3rd, and then swap all around again.
In the overall, it
doesn't matter.
Because Micheron didn't finish one of the races, ran out of fuel, as we heard earlier. So I think he will probably be classified 5th though.
Here we go. Micheron in 3rd place overall in this race, but not by much. What can Mark Sumpter do? Going through Arnage, not much of a distance left to go, but what little slipstream you can get off that lower Courage, Sumpter is hunting. Tansi's car is just in front, and that could maybe obscure the issue with it.
Which side is your fuel pickup on? Because that could be Appesite here as they're coming through to the Porsche curves, putting a lap on the very lovely 996. The Porsche number 251 of Giancarlo Tanzi, the 2000 car in the GT, what was then called the GT3 RS. 964 coming across the line now. That's the Carrera RSR from 1995 of Marcus Obermeier. And that's the number 49 car, 10th position and 4th in GT2 in this race. Sumpter goes across the line and immediately lifts off. And he's got ahead of Micheron again. Now, that's not how it's scored on the screen. Am I seeing it as Micheron? There, it's just reset itself. I was just about to say, am I saying aggregate timing there for a moment? But no, I'm not. So, yeah, Micheron's been scored ahead of Sumpter there.
Well, Sumpter was in the background of the shot, just coming through now.
Right, sorry.
The line.
Red and white Porsche.
I tell you what, Don Yount had a good run towards the finish. He really started closing in.
I bet he's got blisters on his gear change.
Yeah. Certainly won't be playing squash for a day or two.
The garages, interestingly, were called Cougars when they first started. Yves Courage, before he sold the business ultimately to Oak, built cars for this race for 15 years or so. And people like Mario Andretti raced them.
Indeed, very nearly 1 in 1, of course.
Indeed.
The mid-1990s. But anyhow, what a masterclass from Manu Collard to keep the quicker Penos in his sights, and then he pounced when it ran out of fuel. But, these things happen. Ask Xavier Micheron. But overall, across the 3 races, a first by a minute, and then second, losing 32 seconds to Manu Collard is enough, surely, for Olivier Gallon, bar any penalties that seem unexpected at the moment to take the outright victory in plateau number 8.
Well, there we go. That's plateau number 8. And that is their third and final run here this weekend at Le Mans Classic Legend. Third and final race for grid number 8. And a bit of drama right at the end. The cars running a little faster, I think, and a lap longer than they had done previously in the relatively temperate conditions this morning. Air temperature staying around 21 degrees, still with a little bit of overcast here. Track temperature staying down at 25 Celsius. And nowhere near what we saw yesterday, well over 50 Celsius yesterday on the track at its best. At its highest, should I say. And I should think the spectators as well as the drivers will be actually quite happy, Bruce, to see a little bit of that overcast, because it was absolutely steaming yesterday by mid-afternoon, around about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting pretty steaming. I think it got up to about 34 yesterday in the air.
Yeah, I think an awful lot of people probably came here planning a one-stop strategy, had to go to about 4 or 5. You had to find shade. There are plenty of places.
Hydration break, sir.
Indeed, very much the sort of words of the moment, of course, with the Football World Cup, so I understand. But yeah, a little bit of cloud. It burnt off pretty quickly, as you can see now, shadowed from the pit building across the start-finish straight, but warm but not as hot as it was yesterday. Mind you, we have been told that tomorrow, Monday, for those driving home, wherever they're going across Europe or to other continents, it's supposed to be 37 degrees. We've done the heat bubble. Can we please go back to more clement conditions?
Yeah, absolutely right. If you're staying overnight tonight around the circuit, I know many of you tuned in around the circuit. Actually, rain. I've been told by our team at the Nürburgring that it's raining at the Nürburgring in the Eifel Mountains. Whether that is coming this way, I'm not entirely certain. We move now to the second race of the weekend for the HSR NASCAR Classic, bringing 40 cars that spreads a huge range, across a huge range of NASCAR stock car history. 50 years ago this year, the France family sent 2 stock cars to compete in the Le Mans 24 Hours. We celebrated that a few years ago with the Garage 56 Chevrolet Camaro that was entered in the main race as the Garage 56 entry, and that car was a massive crowd favourite. HSR now part of IMSA and therefore under the Daytona and NASCAR umbrella, going from strength to strength, and a couple of seasons ago brought in a classic NASCAR category. 8 cars, I think, from memory raced at VIR in that first race on an IMSA weekend. It was great fun, and it has grown and grown. And with the assistance of Goodyear, 40 cars have come across the Atlantic to give us what yesterday was an exceptionally entertaining race in so many different ways, with I think a dozen or 15 cars running short of fuel. They ran very, very quickly, and the leading car, which was Andrew Jordan, was so quick at the front of the field. They did one more lap than I think was being expected. We did a little bit of back of an envelope in the head. It's kind of workings out as we were walking back to the BMW M5 Touring last night, and just using Daytona as the 2.5 mile oval course as a flat out blast, worked out that they were going about 10 miles too far yesterday, and it's an 8.5 mile lap, so you can do that for yourself. Now, however, some people were obviously more soft of foot than others, because JC France, in the livery of the car that raced here at the 100th year anniversary of this race, came through to take the victory.
He did. The cars were falling around him. Andrew Jordan had it in the bag. I think he was about 15 seconds clear at the front of the field. And then suddenly, no, we'd already had cars running out of fuel. And then, no, surely not the race leader. But JC France, well, here he is in France, and he picked it off. But expect more of the same, or maybe a little lighter on the pedal. We've got to check if the race distance. No, it's already the clock is running.
Ticking. Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday they started with 35 minutes on the clock from the track. We can hear them just behind us. We're just on the end of the Bugatti circuit, and they're looping around. Big noise.
They're going to start behind a safety car, so I suspect they get the same time, the 35 minutes, but what they're going to do is run the first lap behind the safety car.
I've just been down on the grid with them, and basically they hadn't done themselves right.
Yeah, well,
because of exactly what you described. So they've forgotten about the warm-up.
Yeah.
It's like walking into South Carolina down on that grid.
Yeah.
Because there's so many Americans around.
I thought you were going to tell me there was a pit barbecue that had been built. I'd have been out there like a shot.
Just to confirm that Front Row Joe definitely had a puncture. That's what we saw.
Yeah, we saw that one.
Yeah. And I had a very quick word with him. He hadn't even got his crash helmet on 2 minutes ago. And had a little wave at John Doonan as well.
Ricky Doonan, as he is this weekend.
Yeah, and Andrew Jordan's already got his crash helmet on. They knew it was a bit marginal.
So Andrew Jordan's going to give us plenty of excitement, because he's going to have to start at the back, isn't he?
No, he's not at the back.
Oh, is he?
He's about 9th.
Oh, he's 9th, yeah.
I think that this is a separate race, not like the plateaus we've seen.
There were two qualifying sessions.
You've got it. Yeah.
Except the grid order is as per the finishing position.
Yes.
Yesterday.
So is the third race.
So JC France ahead of Nigel Armstrong and Ryan Gemmell.
Yeah, and because Andrew Jordan was the second to last car on the lead lap, wasn't he?
Yes.
Jeff McKee was the last car on the lead lap yesterday.
Yeah. Armstrong, I think,
yeah, you said that yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't manage to catch up with him.
Nigel. Yeah. So cars, Bruce, you worked out yesterday, spreading an inordinate historical
50 years. 50 years back to the Plymouth Belvedere. Alex Elbrough, we think, is another British driver who's driving that. It's pale blue. Before Richard Petty got his STP backing, which seems something you always thought was nailed on forever and a day.
Yes.
Yeah, and Alex had built that car himself. It's quite interesting stuff on the internet about it and how he's done it. True enthusiast, not a guy with a lot of money, just loves it.
So just to underline what's happening here is the race clock has started. So basically we're doing the formation lap behind a safety car that is taking the cars around the lap at the sort of speed they would have been doing as a formation lap, but this is now part of the race.
Correct.
So 8.5 miles off the race distance, and there is the sky blue 43.
Plymouth Belvedere. By the way, we started yesterday's race with 35 cars. We've lost 4 of those today, so still 31 cars, and it was such an entertaining race. A couple of the trucks in there as well.
One of the trucks, actually.
Oh, one.
Sam Lecomte's truck, which is the older of the 2 Chevy Silverados in there, that hasn't made it to the start. Yep. Carlos de Quesada, who had a spin early yesterday in his 2012 Impala, he's not there. Sadly, the Oldsmobile Cutlass, that was involved in an accident yesterday at the final corner for Robin Haas. And the other car that was involved in that, I think, was Gary Moore in the 1994 Ford Thunderbird. Those 2 cars came together at the final chicane, and neither of those have started. So just the 4 not starting, still 31 cars.
But it's such a surreal sight to be looking at what we know as a place where sports cars race, but just reiterates, 50 years ago, a Gran Torino and a Dodge Charger came to play here. It was a toe in the water. Everyone thought it would be a one-off. They were a fish out of water, or 2 fishes out of water, but one of those cars is even still in this event. Yeah. It's the white Dodge Charger with the gold roof, and it provides a huge amount of entertainment.
Tom Aaron, son of a very good friend of ours, and who would have loved this, by the way. Tom Aaron is well known for running simulations and posting little clips on his socials of bizarre races at the wrong circuit. And somebody did actually tweet, hang on, is this one of Tom's that he's posted? It looks wrong but right, you know what I mean?
No, it's not a Tom one. There'll be a double-decker in the background.
Yes, of
a bit
course.
of a joke.
And a Reliant Robin.
And certainly a Capri or 2.
Oh, yeah, always.
It was the most entertaining race yesterday. Before we had people running out of fuel, and of course Front Row Joe, the former Bush champion, having his big problem. It was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, loved it. Absolutely. And looking at the comments when we got back to base last night, absolutely people want to see these cars again. Well, you can at the HSR meetings in the States, and if you search for IMSA HSR and NASCAR Classic, you'll find the next meetings that these cars are running in the States. Not always covered online, but if you get yourself to them, they look great, and they're running, generally speaking, they are running on road circuits, natural terrain road course. I've just noticed, by the way, and I thought I saw this yesterday, but the things were moving too quickly. At the start of where the slow zones are and the end of where the slow zones are, there's a speed indicator at the marshal's post, like you would get on the péage going into a 90 zone for roadworks. That's a brilliant idea.
Well, I saw them yesterday, and I thought they were red, indicating a red flag.
Yes,
but
so
it's
did
a
I.
red light. Sometimes you're seen from too far away to actually pick out the numbers. But yeah, it's an interesting feature.
Yeah, very good. Like that idea.
What's going to be cracking about this, of course, is seeing the really quick guys coming through from Bush, of course. It's coming through from about 18th place. And we know he's one of the fastest guys, and Andrew Jordan will be coming up from 8th.
Well, just remember at the start of the race yesterday, David Roberts was in the mix as well. He's starting down in 17th. We had effectively a 7-car breakaway. That gradually became a 5-car, then a 4-car, but it was nip and tuck. And it took a lot of overtaking for Andrew Jordan to get to the front.
It wasn't David Roberts in the car yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
It was Mike Skeen.
Mike Skeen, yes.
Dave is driving today, though. was the idea.
So, Carl Busch coming through that one.
No pit stop, by the way, we should say.
No pit stop, no.
Yeah.
And
next year, I think, next time we have these, I think you should have to have a pit crew do at least 2 sides, at least 2 times.
yeah.
With the jack. That
the aluminium jacks and the
yeah, with the quick lift, with the quick lifter, sliding in with the
on the knee pads. Yeah,
absolutely. Five studs.
Well, just remember when Lotus went to try and crack the Indianapolis 500, they got a NASCAR crew to effect their pit stops for them. It was the Wood Brothers, I think it was.
Wood Brothers, yeah.
And you know, so many times, back in the 1990s when Formula One pit stops were becoming really quick, a lot of people from the RAF would come and take a look at it, and just to understand the processes of how you can speed up an activity you have to do as fast as possible. When
we started NASCAR at Rockingham, quite a lot in the UK, yes, Rockingham near Corbin in North Hampshire, still my local circuit. I've actually moved closer to it when I work there, and the home of Nielsen Racing as well, racing in the ELMS this week. Quite a lot of the big crews who came to work, we did it on the American model, which was they weren't part of the team necessarily, but they came from Mildenhall and the USAF bases because they knew what they were doing.
I can claim to have been to both Rockinghams.
And you?
Because when the Rockingham circuit was being built with Christopher Tate involved, we were filming the genesis of the circuit, and we went to the other Rockingham.
Yeah, of course you
saw a NASCAR race there, yeah. And I remember we went to a Hooters.
Of course you did.
I've been to a Hooters before, and I got a T-shirt signed by the girls.
They used to have an airline as well.
Yeah.
Somebody said the other day, really missed out on not doing a delivery service from Hooters called Knockers, which I thought was a great idea.
Well, the Hooters, of course, have also been a big sponsor.
Oh yeah, massive.
I mean, we talked yesterday, didn't we, about all the well-known brands, everything from Spam through to
everything.
M&M's.
Yeah, M&M's.
But the Perrier,
Kellogg's.
Perrier, there's a story about that, John, and that wasn't a sponsor in real racing, it was a sponsor in a film.
So there are 2 cars here that reflect Talladega Nights, the Sacha Baron Cohen and Will Ferrell movie, and Wonder Bread is the John Doonan, Ricky Doonan, as in Ricky Bobby. The European interloper was Sacha Baron Cohen, and he was the driver. He was very French, like massively characterised accent, and had the Perrier car.
And I told the story yesterday that he couldn't drive a stick shift and had a full automatic transmission, but when he was doing the driving at shots, which presumably was speeding up, very clever man, of course. And his father too.
The BMW safety car lights are out. We will come to the line with round about 23 minutes to go. We should have a side-by-side restart though, surely. We've got to get them 2 by 2 as we come to the line. I'm surprised we haven't painted the little mark on the track to decide which side you want to go. That would be even better.
We also want to explain that it's 2 24s, there's a 24 and a 24A and things like that, aren't there?
Are there only 2 24s? I thought there was about 7 yesterday. The way they went.
Two ones as well, aren't there?
There's a 6, a 6A and a 6B, just for difference. But anyhow, on we go. Now,
the 24A is in the
lead of the race.
Garage 56 colours. BMW's in. It's going to be a single file start, and JC France has absolutely pulled a stormer. Nigel Armstrong, behind in the yellow Camry. So it's Camaro Camry, and that's one of the Car of Tomorrow 2007 cars, and that hasn't got away. Ryan Gemmell goes through in the 2007 Monte Carlo. So it's 2 Chevrolets, Camaro and the Monte Carlo that leads, and there was somebody missing the Dunlop chicane. Down the hill, 2 bow ties lead out down to the bottom of the hill for the first time. Now what we've got to keep an eye on, the people coming through from the back. Busch has already made up 1 position. Expect him to come forward in the dark grey monster car.
Expect him to come through as well. When he way down, he started at 27th or something like that.
Yeah, already Andrew Jordan's picked off a couple of positions to move up to 7th place. At the front of the race, it looks as though Ryan Gemmell is going to go ahead of JC France. And if you wonder why this race appears to be being held in North Africa, no, it's just in Europe all the grass has gone brown. It's been very, very hot indeed this past month.
JC France, sports car racing, not so recently actually. We did a lot of sports car racing with the Bruno team back 15 years ago in the Grand Am Series, had some good results. Grandson of the founder. So it was great that he got the race yesterday. Looked into it a little bit, but maybe he knew about conserving fuel.
Well, he hit his...
Having done quite a lot of endurance racing, of course.
Hang on. Make sure you hit your numbers there. Basically, he hit his numbers, and he got it to the end. You can only race what's around you. And so I thought he did a pretty good job staying out of trouble at the start, to be honest.
So Ryan Gemmell now in the lead. He hunted down JC France. You can see as he went through the Forest S's, the progress was coming from the Monte Carlo. Looks though Robert Mao is about to challenge for 3rd place, just coming to the background of the shot shortly in his purple and yellow Ford Thunderbird. He's still behind Nigel Armstrong, or Neil as you called him at the front at the start of the race. I thought he was going for a rocket of a start. Alas, he lost 2nd, fell back to 3rd, but he's now being hunted.
Gemmell's had success in some of these early races in the States.
Oh, here comes Andrew Jordan. 7th, 9th became 8th, 7th, 6th. He's now up to 4th place.
Down at the Mulsanne right-hander in front of the golf club building there. Next for Andrew is he already up to 5th? Yes, he is.
4th.
4th, my goodness.
2 laps he'll be in the lead.
He was very quick yesterday. We talked about the lap times yesterday. There were a couple of lap times, Andrew included, that was under 4 minutes for flying lap. Those are the same sort of times that we'll see later on for the GT3 Revival Series.
Andrew's just gone up another one there. And Gemmell has raced in the ASA Series, which is a top 14. And he's very much a real Joe Lumberjack, who's built, his company has rebuilt, prepared over half the field. Refreshed.
Moment or two ago at the second chicane, the Citgo 21. Oh, was there a little bit of racing, and that is the Old Spice Toyota coming through.
That's Liebercheck.
That is Front Row Joe coming through up to inside the top 20 as he went past Donny Gould there in the 1983 Ford Thunderbird.
For a long time in NASCAR, the top division, smoking Joe. Front Row Joe was always there. Over a period of about 20 odd years, he only won a few races outright, but he was always there.
Coming to the Ford chicane, Andrew Jordan has scored 2nd place. JC France, as they will break for the left, right, left. Andrew very late on the brakes, then pulls back onto the middle of the road for the racing line, taking all of the curbs. These cars set up to go as quickly as possible here, and they were pulling some big numbers through the speed trap. So now Ryan Gemmell has 5 seconds, call it 4.5 as they cross the line on Andrew Jordan. They are both class leaders, but let's just talk about the overall at the moment. JC France in 3rd, Nigel Armstrong in 4th is not catching him. Everyone doing their fastest laps, of course, as they go through on their first flyer. Then Robert Mao in the 1993 Thunderbird, the number 23 car. Peter Klutt, that's a class leader as well in the Dodge Challenger, the 2016, the black car with the angel eyes on the front of it. They are decals, not real lights. And looking at where our out-of-position drivers are, Kurt Busch in the 1A 2020 Chevy Camaro, that is the Monster Energy car. He has got up to 11th position, and Joe Nemechek is just going up through the field. Chris Stillwell following him through there, so that's 16th for the, that's 17th, excuse me, for the Old Spice Camry.
Yeah, he only has to gain another second on the track. He'll pass 3 or 4 cars. It's a real bunch for Joe to pick his way through. So just remember that margin. On the start-finish line, it was Ryan Gemmell by 4.7 seconds. It's down to 3.7 seconds now as Andrew Jordan hunts him down. 17, 18 minutes remain in this race. Surely by having the start behind the safety car, doing that extra lap when they weren't running at full speed. They should get to the finish without running out of juice. If you weren't watching yesterday, it was extraordinary that the teams had miscalculated and they fell like flies. And JC France was in about 6th place at the start of the final lap, but he was the one to the flag to take victory. And Andrew Jordan was the chastened one who led them onto that final lap with a comfortable lead. That fell away. He didn't finish. He therefore had to start today down in 9th, but he's already up into 2nd place.
I'm indebted to Dave Monks, who is a great follower of endurance races and a top bloke down in his MG Maestro, to which he has engineered and retrofitted air conditioning to. Hello, Dave. Dave down with his wife Laura this weekend. And he says the speed indicators are just normal slow down road signs. They're here all year and they can't display anything other than 1 XX. So if you see it going from 198 to 130, that actually means 230 kilometres an hour. So we'll need to keep an eye on that.
At which point you go too fast to read the message anyhow.
Yes.
Just a thought.
Indeed. I do like that though. Thank you, Dave. That was on RSL_studio. Having a cracking time. Swapped a couple of texts with him last night late on when he was watching the sunset and moving around the circuit. And the joy of this track is that you can do that with races going on right through the night. Different places to go and watch at different times of day. If you haven't planned your next year visit, we'll be on the Heritage selection next year, which is grids 1 through to 5, and then some invitational series as well. Start thinking about it now. Same weekend, first weekend of October.
Kurt Busch up to 8th place. The former champion, of course, of the NASCAR 24 years ago, I think it was now.
2004,
Yeah.
number that springs to mind.
After 2002,
Good help.
medically, early in the 18th century. He was a boy to win, and also the tragedy of his brother just died recently, so unexpectedly. And I think it's great he's come out.
Absolutely.
A few weeks ago, he must still be grieving.
And we agreed yesterday, an interview he did in the pits was the best of the day because he put so much passion in and reason as to why he was here. And we often think in motor racing people are very isolationist, particularly if you're racing in NASCAR. It's consuming all your time, all your oxygen. But to say that this was an event, not this, but the more 24 hours or something he always kept an eye out for. And I love it when you get that passion coming through.
The leaders are now half a second apart, both having done their fastest laps, a 3:59.7. Once again, Andrew Jordan underneath the 4-minute mark, 4:03.8 for Ryan Gemmell.
He'll have him pointed out.
And by now, I would think he's gone through, not quite.
No.
Perfect timing.
But carried just the most wonderful speed through the Forest S's into Tete Rouge. It'll be just like his British touring car, except it sounds a whole lot better than the car he raced in Period. It's got so much more grunt.
Look how flat it's cornering there through Tete Rouge. There's no body roll at all past the Marie-Marvin Stadium, where Le Mans FC will be back playing in the higher echelons of the French league. Dropped out of the professional leagues a few years ago. They've fought their way back thanks to some new investment from a group that includes Kevin Magnussen, left wheel massively off the ground from Ryan Gemmell, showing how softly that car is set up at the rear end, looking like a 1970s or 1980s tarmac rally car as they were going through. I used to have my Avenger set up, so I picked up a wheel at the front. Kevin Magnussen, also Djokovic, I think, and the Belgian goalkeeper as well, Courtois, all involved in that investment in Le Mans FC.
Busch up to 7th. Andrew about to pounce, but Gemmell is doing an excellent job here in fending off Andrew.
Yeah, this is impressive actually. That's older Monte Carlo, clearly.
Now he's making the move.
With lots of straight line speed. Was it off the track there by Andrew? He certainly had his right hand Goodyears well off. Might have just had the left hand side ones on the yellow and blue curves, and he goes through on the braking area into Mulsanne. Now, can he pull away from the Perrier car? Lovely manoeuvre, Bruce.
Yeah, just fantastic. It was a question of where it was going to come, and that's the experience that you get from racing these big cars side by side. And also, you know, I was just joking a little bit about the British Touring Car Championship, in which Andrew was a champion long ago. But again, it's about having cars of similar shape and size and trying to make the sort of the lap as short as you possibly can. A few wheels just about on the circuit keeps it legal, but good scrap, and Ryan Gemmell is far from finished.
We haven't had track limit issues this weekend.
No, thank goodness.
Oh, and the 91 has just pulled off.
That's Lee Saunders in his Dodge Charger 2005. Again, reiterating the spread of ages we have in this from a 2020 runner, which is Kurt Busch's monster-liveried Chevrolet Camaro, back to that Plymouth Belvedere from 1966. You wouldn't expect them to race together, but I love looking at the different ages. I love looking at the shapes of the cars from the 80s when I had a particular passion for NASCAR. But the shapes, they keep on evolving. But the racing, as good as ever. But I still have to pinch myself, go, NASCAR's at Le Mans, having a crack, why not?
Busch 7th, Nemechek 8th, moving up through the field.
GSA France holding on to 3rd position. 2011, 2002, 2014, 2007, 1993, 2016, 2020, 2010, 1996 and 2019, and that's just your top 10. A little bit of a moving history lesson on the top class, the Cup class of NASCARs down through the years. And Ryan Gemmell's hung on very nicely there. A 4:02.8 against a 4:01.1, so he's lost a little bit of time, but still just under a second back. He'll get the overtake mode on the, no, sorry, no, he won't. He's probably just fallen out the slipstream as well, to be honest.
Oh, you've used that word. I can still use it. You're supposed to say the other one.
Draft. In a regular NASCAR season, Cup season, there's always 2 or 3 road races. Watkins Glen tends to be the big one.
They use the short course, of course. Don't do the 6, 7 and 8. They come straight across from the outer loop down towards, through turn 9 is straight on, and then into what we would call turn 10.
Some yellow flags somewhere around the circuit. Folger's coffee, you don't need to drink it, you could just get the hit from the tail coming out. That was a fantastic slide, beautifully caught by the camera crews.
That's it, no more calls. Don't call, don't write. That is the image of the day.
That's what you expect, but the beautiful thing is that's not what we've got until now. But that lead battle between Ryan Gemmell and Andrew Jordan, seeing how their cars are set up differently, but yeah, you can throw that away in terms of excitement. The tail of that Ford Thunderbird coming out, 1989 car. I said I like the cars from a little bit earlier, I must say, and then it's really pushing that number 22 Pennzoil Mustang from 2019. So a huge age spread right there, but classic, that tail out moment, that's definitely going on the highlights reel.
Oh, got to do it. Beautifully held as well, and now goes through to take the position from that classic Pennzoil colourway of the number 22. So well done to Christopher Allen in that 1994 Thunderbird.
Yeah, Patrick Womack going through as well in behind in the Chevrolet Impala from 2009. So 2 places lost in the space of about a quarter of a mile there for the car that was past the car of Jeff McKee.
The other tracks that road courses that are used currently in Cup is the Circuit of Americas.
That's a short course as well. They come straight off down the bottom of the hill.
So no, well, they go to Mexico as well, to the
Sonoma's an interesting circuit because they do a different track there. They don't do the downhill to the carousel. They go straight on and round, which means they are absolutely hauling down the hill. They were there a couple of weeks ago. A big accident at the end of the back straight when somebody went straight on, which is not what you want to do there towards the bottom hairpin in front of the pits entrance. I miss going to Sonoma. Did sports cars there quite a lot.
Some decent wine.
I was going to say
wine country.
Really? Never in the world.
Next time. Right, Andrew Jordan now in the lead of the race, as has been for a while, but he's not really hauling clear. He's only 1.5 seconds clear of Ryan Gemmell, so it's Toyota Camry from 2011, 2002 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, and third, but nearly 20 seconds back, is JC France. He started the race in the lead, but only 2 people have got past him And he's nearly 5 seconds clear of Nigel Armstrong. So the cars that started first and second have only fallen to third and fourth, but coming up like rockets, Kurt Busch, he's in 7th place and rising, and Joe Nemechek 8th place and also rising, but Kurt's the one that's going to be making progress. If he can gain a few more seconds, he'll be up into the top 4 or 5. But right now, this race is belonging to Andrew Jordan. But just remember, yesterday, he didn't have enough go-tos. A lot fell out on the final lap.
Well, they will this time. And 7 minutes left to go. And Kevin doing a great job. And JC Farr doing another great job here. Racing a long time, JC. Very much a sportsman. I think he was a wrestler in his youth.
Oh, weren't we all?
Well, I wasn't.
I mean, neither. Bit of rugby.
I watched wrestling.
I've wrestled with my conscience several times, but that's about...
Oh, get away.
That's about... Oh, no, really? 3:59.773, the fastest lap of the race. That's the man out front, battles all the way down the field in the car that is on the move. Is to Christopher Allen, dark red Thunderbird. That car's been going very nicely indeed. Big sideways moment for the Folgers car as well. And here he goes again with another Pennzoil car, dealt with the Pennzoil Mustang, now Patrick Paul in the Pontiac Grand Prix from 1996, and that is another position made up. So Christopher Allen now second in class in that 6A dark red machine. Where's his leader? Oh, that's Robert Mao. He's up the road about 25 seconds. I'm not sure he's going to catch him. Kurt Busch actually is hoving in on Robert Mao. Kurt now in 6th position in the number 1A. That is the Monster Energy Camry.
Kurt Busch should catch Mao, actually. He's closing in on
Camaro, sorry.
Yeah. Closing on him. And
John Nemechek is coming through as well. He's into the top 8, second in his class in the Old Spice Camry, and that is a Camry from 2010. Just looking at some of the cars, what you can't see until you get up close to them, particularly that number 48, the Impala, coming through now. You can see the black aerodynamic spoiler on the back of the car. If you look very carefully, that's not the spoiler. The spoiler is plexiglass and is much, much taller and at a very high angle, pushing the back of the car down to give it stability through the higher corners. But of course, that does affect the top speed. When they had the car here for the Camaro for the Garage 56, through the week they kept trimming that spoiler down to give it more speed down the tubes, and eventually it was actually putting some very decent lap times in, right up there, in fact a little bit quicker than the GT3s, a little bit slower than the LMP2s.
Yeah, all these cars have got a big tube and a chassis, mainly built by the same people. Doesn't matter if it's a Dodge or it's a Ford or Chevrolet, they tend to have the same chassis, and all got British gearboxes from X-Track, all the current cars do, these do. And I'm pretty sure they've got steel wheels, haven't they?
Steel wheels, yeah.
Very steel, these cars.
The later cars have got fuel injection, but big 4-barrel carburetors with the restrictor plate in on the intakes, of course, for some circuits, and that was a way that you would affect balance of performance effectively.
Yeah, years ago I did a piece of restrictor plate and had it in my hand.
Big piece of alloy with 4 holes in it.
Yeah, exactly that. So
the size of the holes was how much air could get into the engine, and how much air gets into the engine means how much power it makes, because air mixes with fuel, and the more air you can have, the more fuel you can have, therefore, and I'm simplifying things massively here, the more power you make. These V8 engines don't rev too high, but they are pretty short strokes, so the piston speeds are enormous here. Something similar to Formula One engines when they were revving at 18.5, 19,000 revs. There was a huge technology transfer and personnel transfer when the engine regs changed in Formula One. A lot of people went over to the engine builders in the States because they were used to these high piston speeds within the engine blocks. Now the engines in F1 revving a lot lower, therefore not as much, plenty going on, but really interesting. And anybody who thinks that this is dumbed down racing, you are absolutely the furthest from the truth that you could be. Minute changes to setups on cars, drivers working with their crew chiefs, their engineers effectively in a 500-mile race to tweak the car, getting it better and better as the track conditions change, as the line rubbers in, as maybe there gets to be a second line on the top of a racetrack or on the bottom of a racetrack. As the sun goes down, that changes it as well. And you want your car to be the absolute best when you put your last set of tyres on, coming out your last pit stop, and start burning that fuel down. And then what happens if there's a late race caution? You've still got to have a car that goes well. Have you saved a set of tyres? So much going on in the longer races, particularly of NASCAR. It's basically an endurance race in miniature with just one driver. If you like endurance racing, sit yourself down in front of a long NASCAR race, get yourself some timing and scoring, watch the pit stop sequences and see who's getting the extra lap or the extra 2 laps of fuel. So much going on.
It's a long burn, and if you watch it at face value, it takes a while to understand the subtleties. And you know, the very best sports have subtleties with them, but it's the tiny degrees of difference in NASCAR that just add up little by little. You come into the game, and again, through a long race, of course, you've got that temperature display. As down the back, good to see the Plymouth Belvedere back into the race, the oldest car at the tail of the field. Unfortunately, not everybody is running the Camel Thunderbird at the side of the track. Robert Mau's car, remember, that was being hunted down by Joe Nemechek, and that is continuing to be not a battle anymore, because unfortunately Robert Mau is parked up.
Third in his class, and he is only 5 seconds away from getting on to the overall podium. This is the final lap, and the former Clint Boyer Toyota Camry with 4.5 seconds. I've got to give Ryan Gemmell his due. He has been putting in some stonking laps. He got down to a 4:02.8 in that 2002 Monte Carlo. Looks like he's going to hold on to second overall and take the Class B honours. JC France being caught. What's he got left in the tank? Did a 4:11 last time around. That's down on his fastest lap by quite a bit. And I think he's going to be caught by the Monster Energy Camaro. The two Pennzoil cars from different eras and different manufacturers battling away as they come through the second chicane on their last lap, but it's going to be Jordan by about 5 seconds.
I think it's going to be very close for third, actually. Bush might just catch JC France. It's going to be close.
Here comes the Camry. We didn't see this yesterday because of the running out of fuel on the last lap. 15A as it is here. 7A. Have we?
No.
No, that's
just number 7, which is the Mac Tools entry. Larry Carroll, Chevrolet Lumina, one of the older cars, 1992 in the mix. But Andrew Jordan has got the job done today in that peak liveried Toyota Camry, making it neat, making it tidy, not pushing as hard as he was early in the race, but I must say, really good challenge from Ryan Gemmell.
Now he's lighting up the Goodyears.
Yes, why not? Why
not? They don't need those anymore, and across the line to win race 2 of the HSR NASCAR Classic, presented by Goodyear. Andrew Jordan in the next Clint Boyer car. He comes through to win it. Ryan Gemmell 2 seconds away at the end there, and another good lap from Ryan Gemmell. Now, JC France, it's going to be tight on the line. Watch, is it which of the Camaros is coming there absolutely together, coming into the final chicane now. The two bow ties through the Ford chicane. Will the Monster Energy #1 car go down the garage 56? He's coming to the inside. He has. Bush has gone through by 0.011 of a second, got the hookup from the middle out of the final corner, and got the win on by a nose. That's second in class, third on the overall podium. JC France down in 4th position in that 2014 car. Nigel Armstrong's come through 4th. in his class, 5th overall. I'm waiting for Peter Kluk to come through to win his class in 6th position. There he goes, just ahead of Joe Nemechek, who's 2nd in his class and 7th overall. And Chris Allen in the Ford Thunderbird has made his way up to 8th and wins his class. That was a great run for him. Top 10 made up by Patrick Womack and Jeff McGee.
Great finish. What a magnificent addition to this Le Mans Classic. Wonderful to see these cars. I do hope they bring them back, even next year.
Yes. Yes, we can go for the ones for the time before they arrived here in 1973.
Yeah.
So we can have the, now we're talking. Thinking about Plymouth Superbirds and the like, why not?
Right, yes, absolutely.
And John, just when you're talking about classes, this is basically age groups.
Correct, indeed so. Eras.
We didn't see much of the truck this time.
Well, just
here
the
it
one.
is, just coming through.
Yeah, just the one truck, Scott Dolphy's 2016 Silverado. Sadly, the 2007 car didn't make it to.
Well, we saw a lot of them yesterday because they're having a fantastic scrap for half the race.
But I mean, that's a good series. It's basically the 3rd division of NASCAR. But they're pretty quick. They're not that far off. And drivers come up through truck racing.
Very different aerodynamic qualities, of course, with that very flat area behind the cab. And it tends to make them really twitchy when they're packed racing, which is great, and we love it. So coming to the line now, Victor Corder in the Ford Mustang, that's 2009 car, then Scott Dolphy, then that's Ray Webb sitting in behind in the Camaro from 2016 as he goes through as well. And here comes John Doonan, or
27.
Ricky Doonan, as we're calling him this weekend. I must remember not to call him Ricky Doonan when I next see him in the US.
And another of our regular road racers, Dr. Jim Norman, he came home in 21st place.
Robert Mao stopping partway through, just past the start-finish line. But we got 27 cars to the finish there.
That's not bad. 31 started, 27 to the finish. But, you know, hats off to a lot of drivers who had to do a lot of overtaking after the field was sorted out due to cars running short of fuel in yesterday's race. So those that ran out of gas, they had to start from the back.
And the last car to take the checkered flag will be the driver in 18th position in the 1998 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. He'll see the checkered flag, finishing 4th in his class. Well done to Buzz McCall. second race of the weekend of 3 from the HSR NASCAR Classic presented by Goodyear. Andrew Jordan doing what he couldn't do yesterday, and that was get the car to the finish. A 2011 Toyota Camry, winning by 2 seconds over Ryan Gemmell, who drove really well in his 2002 Monte Carlo. Kurt Busch coming up to 3rd position right at the end there, and a cracking run to the line between him and JC Franssen. 2 Chevy Camaros, the 2020 car prevailing in the Monster Energy colours. Behind JC Franssen, Nigel Armstrong holding down a strong 5th position, 4th in class. Peter Klupp won his class in 6th. Christopher Allen, probably one of the drives of the day, I think, from the Global Broadcast Centre in the dark red Folger's 1990 Ford Thunderbird, up to 8th and winning his class, and the big slide in the middle of the race. He was having fun. Scott Dolphy won in the truck class as well. Got that car home in 15th position. I say leave them in Europe and let's have them as a support race at various different events. We can put them around different series. That for me is the thing to do next with those NASCARs. Well done to everybody at HSR, at IMSA and NASCAR, as well as the partners of Goodyear, for getting those cars here. No small task. I mean, we say, please can we have them back next year? We understand. It's no small task. I know what it was like from the Ford racing side of things when Ford brought 40 Mustangs here to Le Mans for the support rate last year. Next year they'll be taking those Mustangs to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa for a support race. That is going to be brilliant, and bringing the challenge cars from the States and the Mustang Cup cars from the States and from Australia as well. So expecting a big turnout for that. Looking forward to being at Spa for that one. So we move on through the day, and after the NASCARs, we are looking forward to the penultimate grid in terms of the age groups. Plateau number 9 will be followed by Plateau number 10, but that is by no means the end of our broadcast. We will finish as we started yesterday morning with the GT3 Revival Series. Slight cessation in race action at the moment as we're lining the next cars up right behind our broadcast position here on the bottom of the Bugatti circuit, where normally MotoGP and World Superbike riders are getting very squirrely and kicking it sideways into the last 2 corners. Still a tiny bit overcast, but there's just a slight filter on the sun now that's burned off from early this morning. Air temperature beginning to climb 23 Celsius in the air, 27 on the track. The new Museum of French National Motorsport, the M24. You went in there, Bruce, for a look around. You and Peter Snowden went in there for a look around Le Mans 24-hour week. I'm a bit funny with museums because I find I want to sort of interact. How did this one stand up?
A slow burn when you get in.
Because
the first few displays you get to are static, but then you go to other halls, you have to stand back and go, oh my word, what an array. In this hall we have 20 to 30 cars, but then the film shows start. Then you get halfway around the museum, which is at least twice the size that it was for so many years until this one was constructed. And there's one hall alone, 3 contemporary cars there, and the show that goes around them wraps them into this show. It's being displayed on 2 walls in an L-shaped formation, and suddenly it's as though you're standing behind the trees as the cars flash by in the Mulsanne Straight, and then it just morphs, and then you are suddenly in the cockpit in your imagination of one of these cars, and then the rain starts to come down, a little light spray, and you move back towards the end of the lap. The Porsche curves. At that point, the rain is absolutely torrential. Your driver is having to, you're just totally immersed in it as they aquaplane their way around. And then you keep on going through, and don't forget, motorsport isn't only here to do the Le Mans 24 Hours. Of course, Formula One was here in the mid-1960s on the Bugatti circuit. You go to a further hall and there must be 30 different Formula One cars from across the years. And then, hall of halls, you move into one where if you collect model cars, well, you've got to go, but you have got to have your passport, your bank cards, everything tucked away from you, because there is a model, I think, of every car that has competed across all the years, a century and more, here at Le Mans. Certainly the front runners of the early years. No, every car that won its class, and I think the top 10 in each year. And it is staggering. And even drivers, I noticed at top historic racer Nigel Greensaw was in there. Delighted to find a TVR he raced in period was in these glass display cases, and there are some absolutely astonishing models. And there's a fantastic bookshop, but it's the display, and it will be rotated across the years. Cars will come, cars will go. Right now, out on the circuit, look at those on cameras. Of course, we've got a Formula One car there, Brabham in the background. Hold on, Gordon Murray's got a display here, and that would be one of his designs for Brabham. But in the background, mouth-watering material to be enjoyed. Porsche 935 on the front row there in white, as you can see in the background, and then beyond, Porsche 917s et al. So this is just a display of some of a tip of the iceberg of the cars that they keep in the museum here at Le Mans. Absolutely a soupçon without croutons, but ready to go, and great to see. But when you come to Le Mans, if you have not been, you must. If you've been 30 times, you still must go and see the new museum. Of course, in the early days, in the 1920s, first race was 1923, Bentleys burst on the scene. W.O. Bentley didn't want the cars to go racing, but when they started winning year in, year out, he thought, oh, well, you know what, this motorsport's quite a good thing to be doing. And again, of course, the history of the sport, you know, whatever age you are, there's always an age from before your time, and already sometimes an age after you stop coming to events like this. But the history, the evolution of motorsport is what it's all about.
Just been out there with those cars, Bruce, and that Brabham BT42, I think it is.
Yeah, it's Andrea Adamic car.
Yeah, as you say, has got Armand Meal in it. Now, Armand Meal is normally a big name in this classic racing. Has had a lot of success in our support race series that we cover. And he's the son of one of the 7 children, Richard Meal, and he should have fun driving that Brabham, which is now out on course. The GT40 has been driven by a guy called Thomas Jamin, and not sure of his history, but he's the guy. And some people are taking passengers. This is just going to be a slow little run around, but 2 different Cobras, same colour scheme, but the more traditional style, and then the Daytona version.
Yeah. Well, the Cobra Daytona Coupe was vital, because when Carroll Shelby was trying to take the battle to Ferrari with his regular Shelby Cobras, they really lost out down the straights. But then with Peter Brock designing the bodywork and getting that bluff cam tail, suddenly stability, straight line speed, massive issue here at Le Mans, was absolutely in the bag.
And a René Bonnet.
Yeah, one of the tiny engined French cars that have such a history at the Le Mans 24 Hours. There was an index of thermal efficiency that crowned a winner every year for many years.
Before that, there was an index of performance, which was also based on the amount of fuel they used and stuff. And very annoyingly, for the little French manufacturers, it was one year by a Lotus Elite. And they didn't like that much at all. So the lovely early Brabham there. Here's the René Bonnet, number 48, with the faired-in arches over the rear wheels.
And tucked in,
an unusual shade of blue, really.
Yeah.
The gunmetal blue, if you use that expression. And the 248, you couldn't miss the number on that, could you?
Certainly couldn't. The car in the background is an AC Bristol, and again, that was another class winner, rather larger engine, 1959, exquisite shape, and you can see how that ACA's gradually evolved into what Carroll Shelby dragged kicking and streaming into the world of big power when he produced the Cobra.
I remember talking to Carroll Shelby and Phil Hill at Le Mans 24 Hours many years ago. I've still got it on cassette somewhere. I must dig that out and transcribe it over the top. And he was talking about the evolution of the Cobra and how basically the power went up and the tyre companies, Firestone in particular at the time, had to keep catching up, and the tyres got wider and wider and wider, therefore the bodywork got wider and wider, and it was kind of okay on the tracks, but when they took them to road circuits, and particularly things like Mille and things like that, the imperfections in the road with what was still cross-plies to start with would unsettle the cars massively, and they became actually harder to drive, even though they had more tread on the road.
Yeah, that nice GT40 as well, prepared by the ATS company here in, I think, in Le Mans.
Yeah, just such, you know.
Sorry,
Andrew.
just going back to that Daytona Cobra, it has written on the side of it the name Peter Brock. Now, obviously, it was a famous Australian racing driver called Peter Brock, but also the aerodynamicist stroke photographer Peter Brock.
Excellent photographer.
Yes,
him and his wife, actually.
Yeah, yep.
I'm fortunate enough to have spoken to both Peter Brocks. Alan Gow introduced me to the Australian legend at an Autosport show one year.
Okay, get this. There was one time where Peter Brock, I think it was probably the first time, maybe the only time he came to compete at the Spa 24 Hours. And at that stage, he had a little box in his car that rearranged the ions. He explained it to the press. We sat there nodding, going, what is all that about? It didn't lead to victory, but it left us scratching our heads.
I think it was a copper tube, actually, and it had something in it. And he fell out, basically, in the end with GM over that.
Just a little story about Carroll Shelby. He was actually, again, going back to the Autosport show in Birmingham in the UK. He was over to promote his heart transplant trust, and we had the most amazing dinner, cast of gods, effectively. But I took him over to meet a guy who, his trading name was Dusty Rhodes, but Rhodes spelled R-H-O-D-E-S. He had an array of T-shirts, and I was interviewing Carroll. I said, you've got to come over to this guy's stand. And the guy looked frightened because one of his T-shirts just said, Carroll, ain't that a girl's name? And I got him to sign it. And Dusty was just beside himself. He thought it was the loveliest thing, but had a trepidation. You know, when you met Carroll Shelby, there was a frisson of fear because he spoke his mind. I thought he was absolutely fantastic.
Actually, I worked a bit with Peter Brock, the Australian racing driver, when we had a contract with Mobil many years ago. And to Australia and worked with him and went to the adulation of the fans there. He was the number one guy, and it really irked Alan Jones, because when Alan Jones was winning the World Championship, he once said to me, you know, they care more about Peter Brock than I do in Australia.
Yeah, well, how many times did Alan Jones conquer the mountain?
I think, guys, it's time for me to pop out back into that Martin area and find out about a fantastic racing car that has been unearthed after 22 years and won the first 2 races at Plateau 9. So let's go and see if I can find out
from
Sam Hancock about what's going on.
It's an Ascari. You can quickly look it up. But right now, we're still enjoying the display celebrating the M24, the new Motorsport Museum of France here at Le Mans. And I still think one of the cleanest shapes is that ACA. Bristol engine at the time. But, you know, you pay your money, you take your choice. What do you fancy in this row of cars? A lot of people, certainly people we know, John, adore those early Brabhams or the early aerodynamic Brabhams from the pen of Gordon Murray, who's got so much to celebrate here. Of course, he designed the McLaren F1 GTR, McLaren F1 as it was when it won here in 1995 in its first appearance at Le Mans. I'm always drawn to Ford GT40s because they were the sort of early history of motor racing from my childhood. But again, whenever I come to France, whenever I come to Le Mans, I love to look at the little cars, like this little René Bonnet. These sometimes had engines as small as 750cc. Yes. They were never going to win the race, but the thing that always gets me, they were out there trying to keep out of the way, because bear in mind, through the night, cars in those days had almost no headlights at all. I mean, compared to now, and in fact, in the space of the last 10 years alone, headlight technology has gone through the roof. But I'm always thinking, in the rain, at night, in the late 50s, early 60s, the fastest cars hitting nearly 200 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight when there were no chicanes, and you're bobbling along in your car that can probably only do, at a pinch, just over 100 miles an hour. It must have been extraordinary. But then that's part of the history. And then, John, of course, you look at the mighty 3-litre Bentleys that dominated the early days as the 20s fused into 30s. Just remember, the very first Grand Prix was here in 1906. It was only within 2 decades of that, and they were running for 24 hours then.
Yeah, on a very much different circuit. If I'm taking one of these home, I think I'm going to surprise a lot of people. I'm taking the AC.
Which one?
Oh well, yeah, the light green.
The Ace.
The Ace.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Ace. I think that is a beautifully proportioned car. Looks great in that light green colour, and I feel I would get where I wanted to go in it. Throw a bit of luggage in the back, get the roof down. Perfect thing to do some long-legged European touring in. I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah, well, actually, that's an interesting phrase there, long-legged, because a lot of the cars I love from the 50s and 60s come from Italy, and they're not made for long-legged people.
No.
But Carroll Shelby was a tall man, so he had to fit. That's something of a factor. But, you know, my head is so easily turned. I love the Formula One cars, the 70s, where we famously say, take the colour scheme off, paint them all black, and you could still identify them absolutely according to which team they came from. I love the shape of the Porsche 917 Kurtz Heck, the short tail, but for me, I really, for the last handful of years, have just loved the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Not the one we're looking at now, the sort of bulbous, regular Shelby Cobra, that later AC Cobra, but that coupe bodywork just works for me. The fact in historic racing there are more and more of them coming out to play. They sound amazing, but to me they look fantastic too. The René Bonnet, love it very much, but only as a novelty, I must say. But you know, look back if you can at the history of the Le Mans 24 Hours. You'll be astonished at the sheer array of cars and also the sheer number of classes. Now, of course, in the World Endurance Championship, we just have the hypercar class and the GT3 class. But back then, you needed more fingers than you possibly had on two hands to cover each and every one of the classes.
And interestingly, of course, as we went on through the years, the link with, we talked about the link with the US and the link with IMSA. There were various IMSA classes down through the years as well. I remember even relatively recently a Jaguar XJ220, I think it was the Coulthard car, was entered in the IMSA class, and it ultimately won its class and was disqualified for the bizarre reason that the IMSA class required that there was a catalytic converter on it, and the Cat didn't have the Cat, and so lost the win. Talking about Peter Brock, actually, the Australian Peter Brock, I did get the opportunity to remind everybody that Peter Brock won the 1975 1000 in a car with my name on the side and the front, with the Hindhaugh name on it, the Gowan Hindhaugh car. Brocky had a falling out with the Holden dealer team, and he teamed up with a guy called Brian Sampson, who I met a few years ago. He was still racing, and they ran around in a bright yellow Tirana. Love it. And it was the race when he wasn't in the factory car, and they took the victory.
One thing I love as I look at this 1924 Bentley 3-litre going around is that a lot of these cars still go racing. There's an event where they have an endurance race for them as per period, 24 hours. The Benjafield thing has been down at Portimao in Portugal in recent years. But these are cars you could drive across continents. They were big, they were solid. But of course they were, because as you mentioned, John, the tracks were pretty hideous in many ways. More gravel than surface.
As were the roads, actually. And you know, that's what it came from, when, you know, weren't always fully metalled roads, as we'd call them now.
In fact, most of the roads in my area have been remodelled on roads of the 1920s, back in Dorset in the UK.
Yeah, Northamptonshire's done the same, which is nice.
Period. Lovely little nod to the past.
Really nice of them to have done that. So the M24, as it is called, the Musée de Sport Automobile, Museum of the French National Museum of Motorsport, is basically what it is. And actually, just to continue the Australian connection, the Aussie National Motorsport Museum is at the final corner of Bathurst. And Brad down there, who runs that, is an absolute superstar. And if you're ever round that way, make sure you stick your head in. Bathurst's got some fantastic art museums, it's got a great railway museum. But the National Motorsport Museum is always worth an hour or two of your time. And that's what is happening here. It's not just Le Mans, it's the whole French motorsport history.
And motorbikes there as well, of course.
Yeah, two wheels, yeah.
Yep.
Quite right. Can you imagine racing a motorbike around Bathurst, by the way? They did. That was the first races, were motorcycle races on the Easter weekend.
Only one lap, I think I'd last.
But
you know what? When you go to a country that is not your home nation, you have to go to their motorsport museum, because it's the obscurities that you know, the star cars you probably, if you're a historian, would have picked up across the years. You'd read about them in books, but it's the little ones you don't expect that just add to that picture. And again, museums are very good at rotating their stock now. And if you've ever been to Spa-Francorchamps, well done, because that's just such an amazing circuit. Go down the hill to Stavelot, to where the original circuit used to loop to, very close, and there's a very obscure museum, but I love it for the oddities. And Bernie Eccleston used to lend them quite a few of his Formula One cars, and these rotate through, so you can always learn something. And that's what it's all about. I mean, people watching the Le Mans Classic, of course, this year called the Le Mans Classic Legend for the first time, as we have more modern cars coming to play. Next year we'll go to the Heritage, which will be the cars from the first 50 years, 1923 to the early 70s, plus support races. You're always learning, and that's what it's about. You're already people who are historians.
Just to confirm, by the way, the overall podium for Plateau 8, Grid 8, Olivier Gallant won that by about 1 minute and 40 seconds in that Panos, ahead of Emmanuel Collard in the McLaren, the number 61 car, although Emmanuel was a class winner there. Mark Sumter second in class, third overall, another 1.5 minutes further back. And Xavier Micheron was in fourth place, second in his class. Winner in the GT2 category, Giancarlo Tanzi in the 996 GT3, fifth overall. Kurt Oyser and Dan Yount won their class, sixth overall, excuse me. Seventh overall was the John Schelleth and Carl Frederick Kolb 993, second in GT2A. Top 10 will go down. Olivier Piquet in another Porsche, he was third in class and 8th overall. David Harrison and Charlie Fulk 9th in category, 9th overall, excuse me, and Marcus Obermeier and Alexander Karl Köpen were 10th overall in their 964 and was third, excuse me, in GT2A. So that's the scratch results for Plateau 8, having now completed all of their 3 races. We'll move on to Plateau number 9 in a few moments' time. In fact, I can hear the cars firing up behind us, so that can't be that far away. Wind just picking up a little bit going across the start-finish line. Very much more pleasant in temperature than the heat of yesterday, down a good 10 degrees. Mind that said, it's only just after 11 o'clock Central European summer time, and peak temperature yesterday afternoon was between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, possibly even a little later than that actually. Still plenty of people here enjoying the atmosphere of this first Le Mans Classic, the Legend Series. Still to come in the Legends this year, which was mentioning this is part of a series, and already had superb events at Barcelona, at Spa, and at Dijon. And the Dijon one, yeah, I really want to get to that one.
I was just about to pick up my highlight from the first 3 events. You might be surprised at this. It was actually the cheese board at Dijon-Prenois in the Drivers' Club at lunch. Most people have a cheese board. This was an entire cheese trestle table.
Oh,
it
really?
was magnificent, and I was only stopped from heading for my own world of disaster of over cheese consumption by having to go back and commentate in the afternoon. But you know, the drivers are treated really well. They have an amazing array of cars. A lot of the drivers in the Le Mans Classic Series will go to a race meeting that has 8 different categories, and they might have cars in 3 or 4 of them. So some of them you get out hot and sticky straight into the next one, but they're brilliant circuits and just such a fantastic array of cars in the Le Mans Classic Series. And just a couple of days ago there was an announcement that a French racing series has a lot of single-seaters is being taken in-house next year. So exciting times, everything to do as Mark Wyoun drives the whole show forward, and certainly the seeds were set long ago with Peter Auto, and it's just like the acorns are hatching, and we've got some big oak trees coming for the years ahead. So exciting times, and but this is of course the highlight of the entire season.
Plateau number 9 lining up with some 35 cars ticking over behind us. Andrew Marriott has been out to have a quick look at them.
I've been talking to an amazingly excited Dario Franchitti.
Of course he is.
He absolutely loved it. He drove solo in the night.
Yeah.
In that Maserati. It's a great car.
It's
Only
the
problem is,
MC12.
yeah, it hasn't got a proper race seat that suits him. That's the only worry he has. Let's just go through. So we've had 2 races already. The first race in the Ascari. Have you talked at all about the Ascari? Okay, well, Ascari is a project with a Dutch guy called Klaus Zwart 20 years ago, and has been in mothballs for 20 years. Sam bought the whole project, all 3 cars, and all the spares and
Sam
everything.
Hancock, that is, yeah.
Sam Hancock. Sam Hancock won the first race. He's got a brand new, fresh Judd in it. Car is beautiful, and he won the first by 2.3 seconds from Christian Albrecht. He's driving alone. Then the Macari Franchitti car in the race, which I think it wasn't quite dark, the first race. They were third, 1 GT, and then the Recruiter Muller Dome, which now has, last year it didn't have the Le Mans bodywork on. They been in touch with Dome in Japan. The Japanese, of course, Dome still continues as a company. They sent them the drawings, and they had new bodywork made, and so the car is quicker. But obviously Muller is much quicker than the owner. Yeah. And then the Drain Briggs car was in 5th place. Race 2, this time Olivier Hart drove the Ascari, and he won by big margin over Christian Albrecht in the Audi R8 again.
That's the old Gore car, the light silver, white silver car.
Yeah, and the Recruiter Muller car finished 3rd, and Dario drove alone and finished 4th in that. So it'll be interesting to see now what happens, because Hart is going to drive alone. Olivier Hart is going to drive the Hancock car alone in this race. Albrecht is alone. Franchitti will stop as soon as the window opens, because Joe Macari's car, he's had a good night's sleep, and he wants Joe to have as much time in his own car. So he will come in right as the window opened. And Muller is going to drive alone in this particular race. So we're thinking, and what they're just talking, I was just in a conversation with Dario and Muller, Alex Muller that is, who is a pro driver, and they're thinking that Alex Muller will be right up there battling with Hart, because they are similar speed. So that's about it, really. And,
Bruno has been the best of the LMP2s, hasn't he, in the Pilbeam?
Yeah, and
pretty well. Mike Newton and him normally have a pretty decent battle with Mark Drain in there as well.
Yeah, obviously Alfie Briggs has been driving that Mark Drain car. Didn't catch up with them, I'm afraid, because Alfie's pretty quick. You know, his father runs with Bob Berridge, the BBR organisation, who are running that car, and Alfie is coaching Mark Drain. Mark Drain's been racing for a while.
Good morning, everybody. Just after 11 o'clock Central European summertime, and we're on the 24-hour circuit at Le Mans, and there's an Audi R8 ready to go and race. The car which dominated the early 2000s, and had the incredible record here, including 1, 2, 3, locking out the podium with the works cars, but not just the work cars. And it's my, honestly, it is one of my how I judge a good sports car is I think it has to perform in the hands of privateers as well as it does in the works cars, and the Audi R8 absolutely did that. None better than Team Gore, particularly here at Le Mans. And one of the Team Gore cars is here. The number 5 car is on the front row with Christian Albrecht and the Audi R8. That is a 2002 car, but it has been the surprise of the weekend. And again, Bruce and I were talking about this earlier on, about the cars that maybe didn't do quite as well in period. Good to see them back. Even better, Bruce Jones, to see them when they have been Vettel developed, when the tyres that they have now are perhaps more suited to what they were in the past. And we've got 3 2002 cars at the front of this. The Audi, the Dome S101, which kind of did okay, but the car that would not have been battling those 2 cars in period is the Ascari KZR1, which is on the front row.
The glories of historic racing in so many ways. Of course, you often see this in historic Formula One. Cars that never featured near the front can be used with a really good driver to take it. This is
Bob Burridge with the Ram when that first came back.
Exactly.
That got well fettled.
Even arrows and things that might have flirted with points but very seldom got them. But I love the fact there are 2 drivers in this that tend to drive 2 cars in most of the rounds, and they swap over at the pit stops. And just looking at Marc Grosjean and Pierre Bruno, and they frequently make their lives incredibly complicated. But again, you look at this, and I just love the mixture. You've got the GT classes. This is GT1B. This is Gregor Fiskin, who's had a really good meeting so far and is well up in the rankings. The Scottish dealer of exquisite competition machinery is, he raced 3 times here in period in the 24 hours, and he's never lost the love for it. But again, I just love the mixture. How many times in period would that Aston Martin have been sitting on a grid alongside the sort of cars that it is in the background to have, cars that it wouldn't have challenged in period. That's what I love so much about it.
I love the shape of the DBR9. It was, I suppose you could say the 7, the DBR7, the DB7 and the DB9 were the cars that put Aston back into a situation with their road car sales where they could be considered a going concern again, using the extruded aluminium spine on the cars, and their return to racing absolutely brought them back into people's in people's mind.
It jolted their mind big time. Just interesting, the car we were just looking at, the Alfie Briggs Mark Drain Courage, and one of the names on the side is Sam Hancock. We were just talking about Sam, and of course he's going to be at the sharp end of the field in the Ascari. So the car he was racing in 2004.
Except he's not going to drive it today.
Oh, sorry, of course, we just explained that. But, again, drivers try Le Mans. It doesn't work for all of them, but they never lose their love for it. And so Sam is someone who keeps coming back and back and back. But his car that actually ran as high as 6th in 2004. He shared it with Fry and a certain Jean-Marc Gounod, who was the flyer in that car. Ran very well early on, but had engine problems, I think we can say.
So just going back to the Ascari, and incidentally, the factory where they built those cars is now the Haas Formula One facility in Banbury. That car was driven by, it's the first of the 3 chassis. They raced sports cars before that, GT type cars. It was driven by Ben Collins, the other American Bell, T.J. Bell, and Werner Luchberger. And I know about it because I did the PR for it 20 odd years ago. But it works really well.
The Chrome Green Ferrari, driven in period by, I think, the most enduring of partnerships, driving partnerships, Tracy Krohn and Nick Johnson in that car. Michele Rugolo was the 3rd name on that. Whatever happened to Michele? Those guys are still driving together in 24-hour races. Nasty accident for Tracy Krohn a season ago, maybe two now at Mugello, if I remember rightly. But he's come back and he's still driving. Marcus Paltala and Chris Harris have teamed up as well.
Well, there's Chris in the car being run by Motor Historics. He was one of the very first motoring journalists who mastered the act not only of just driving cars well, but looking across to a camera and being incredibly lucid. And he has an amazing array of cars, and he absolutely loves this bi-turbo. But I remember at the time, he was a fellow journalist. He was on Autocar magazine, and I thought, how can you do two things at once? I struggle with one. Hey-ho.
A very, very accomplished driver around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and in some ways earned his racing chops there by going there as a journo and getting invitational drives, but well outperforming that. He is a proper driver.
I remember interviewing at this Formula Ford Festival years and years ago. So we've got two Top Gear people in a way in this race, because the car that's on pole position was, of course, raced by Ben Collins, who was...
It was the stick.
Second stick, I think.
After Perry.
Yeah, and we got, obviously, Chris Harris there.
Third.
Chris Goodwin was the interloper in between.
Well, there was quite a few substitutes. Julian Bailey, I never knew was a substitute.
Heikki Kovalainen did an F1 one once. And then after that, it was Phil Keane.
Yes, Phil Keane did it for a while.
Very long time.
I think the interest here early on will be the progress of the 21 Courage, owned by Mark Drain, but with Alfie. I see Alfie Briggs is sitting in the car, and Latina is probably the youngest guy racing here this weekend. He is super quick and came up through karting, and Bob Berridge has helped him a lot. Of course, Bob's the guy who runs BBM mechanically, engineering-wise. Stevie Briggs is son of Alfie.
Yeah, BBM bought some more contemporary Peugeots. There's a couple of 908s that they've got, and they bought a couple of 9X8s for one of his customers, Cretan Lendudis. The early 9X8s without the rear wing, the original concept cars, which actually they were just about getting together when they decided to bin the concept. They had their best results at Qatar that year, and then changed the cars to a more traditional design by the time we got Le Mans. Expect to see those cars out in the Asian Le Mans series.
Yeah, but we're going to see the Peugeots, three of them.
Yeah.
The final Plateau 10.
Yeah, sorry,
after this.
That was the. Sorry, I forgot why I started.
Been a long weekend.
And the reason that Bob has been able to get hold of those more contemporary cars is because of the relationship he's had with Peugeot for some of the 908s in the past. Oh, Spiker.
Interesting. Yeah, well done. Well picked out. That's Hans Hugelholtz racing period, sharing with Tom Coronel and Norman Simon, orange with the black stripes. And it was an interesting car. I was looking at its history. To enter the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2003, it didn't hit any of the three homologation criteria. So they said, you know what, you can race, but we're going to put someone in the passenger seat, or 70 kilos of balance. So I was joking about the passenger, but it had to be weighed down. And it lost a wheel, spent 4 hours stranded on track. It wasn't a glorious race, but I love the fact they come back.
What was that, did you say?
2003.
I've never seen the Spiker since, I don't think. Interesting that...
Mr. Sebring in the American Le Mans series.
Yeah, interesting the Spiker company, a stake in it. Victor Muller, who basically in shipping owns Spiker company. It's kept going. They've made road cars, all aluminium road cars. It's recently been... part of it being purchased by a Ukrainian Bitcom magnate who's really into it, and I think he's also been sponsored this weekend, and so it'll be interesting to see if Spiker really comes back. It's great to see it though, isn't it? In the orange, the racing colour of Holland, orange. We haven't gone into that this year.
Not too much.
But in the past, the nations had racing colours, and green was Britain. Ferrari was, red was Italy, and as John actually said earlier on, America was originally red, but later became white with the blue stripes.
That's why the Panos was red originally.
Yeah.
That was the original racing colour. So Ascari, Audi, Dome S101, Max Muller there. Then the first of the GT cars Maserati MC12. We decided they built 50 road cars in the end, because the first ones were actually the wrong size. Actually, that's not quite true. They changed the regulations on them part way through. And the race cars, I think we decided that they'd built 12 MC12s. And at one stage earlier this year, on the Le Mans Classic Legends Series, we had a third of all the racing.
Can I just veer very fleetingly back to the national racing colours? Because it bugged me. I used to have a list in my briefcase when I started Egypt. Pale violet. Just remember, pale violet or pale yellow. I've just looked it up.
Excellent, well done.
And just a quickie, Dario also was bubbling about that Maserati. He said it just drives like a prototype. It is fantastic.
Well, it was a prototype.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a prototype.
That's why it didn't get to racing period very much. It did a couple of races in America where it was allowed to come across one live rock that I remember very well. That I much missed. Jim Martin called. It was back-to-back race, and I'd had to come back for something else, so I didn't call that one. But I remember watching it. But it ran out of homologation, so it ran not running for points, if you will. Almost coming into the stream outside of the first corner.
But it won a championship. It won a World GT Championship.
Oh yeah.
Stefan Rattel's organisation was the one place that it was allowed to race, even though it was sort of not quite.
It had to be pegged back enormously because it's clearly a prototype racing against GT cars. But Michael Bartels was the guy that really ran that program. Andrea Bertolini raced there. A whole host of people raced, and it talked up a lot of wins in the Spa 24 Hours, Nürburgring 24 Hours. It was exciting, but I tell you what, when you look at them now, you go, oh gosh, that still looks good now, the MC12s. And the fact that Dario has just loved it so much tells you all you need to know.
Mike Newton just going through the picture. I haven't talked much about Mike yet.
That's a car that he's had for a long time.
Yes.
Period.
Twice a winner, twice in 2 years a winner of LMP2 with RML.
With that car, I think.
I think that is the Le Mans winner, yes, absolutely right. And Phil Barker, who engineered it, fabulous Phil Barker, who engineered it in period, is there with the front row racing guys to run that car. Really should have won the third year as well, but had a uncharacteristic incident from Andy Wallace, who joined the team.
Tommy Erdos, who raced that car, is here this weekend.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Not involved with that, involved in another project as a driving coach.
Tommy and Mike drove together a lot. Warren Hughes won with them on the first time round. Andy Wallace on the second time around. They changed the engine, actually, from the first one to the second one. It was running an MG badged engine, the AER engine, the first time around, and they changed it the second time around, and it overheated terribly on the warm-up lap, and they didn't expect it to finish the race, and they went on and won the race.
Yeah, so 1 year it had one engine, probably Judd, and then an AER.
Yeah,
or did it
the other way around.
The other way around.
It was AER first, and then the Judd, I think.
But I'm not sure.
The Judd was the one that overheated and then just carried on the whole race, which everybody was absolutely shocked at.
I would have expected to see Mike Newton in front of the pill beam. It almost always is. So he must have had some problems in the night, I think.
Yeah. So, coming round to the start, the low-slung white and silver Audi, and the Ascari will bring them round to the start. We get the green flag. We are racing 45 minutes for a brand new Plateau 9 in the Le Mans Classic Legend for 2026. These are the second youngest group of cars that we'll see in Plateau form this weekend. Plateau 10 to come, and then we'll finish off today with the GT3 Legends category. And Alfie Briggs then pulls away and converts the starting advantageous starting position. Is that the helmet of Alex Muller in behind? It is. So that is Alex Muller behind in the dome. S101. They did a S101.5 as well, which I always thought sounded like a radio station. When the rules slightly changed to mean that you couldn't have the hybrid regulation cars running the next year.
I should just say, with the caption on the screen, it hasn't been updated, so it's not Sam Hancock. It is definitely Olivier Hart. It is.
Sorry, Olivia Hart. Sorry.
Olivier Hart in the
Side by side.
Yeah. Ooh, nice stuff. Second car, it's definitely Alex Muller.
Yeah.
And the fourth car is Dario Franchitti, and in the fifth car, it is Alfie Briggs.
Right. So that's in the Mark Drain car.
In the Mark Drain car.
Yeah, that's the Courage. Yeah. Sorry, I knew that Alfie was in there somewhere. So yeah, this is going to be a proper scrap.
Yeah.
These two cars would have been contemporaries in 2002, but as we mentioned earlier on, the Ascari never really got the development, Bruce, that it needed. The engine was good, and the concept clearly was good, but just sometimes these things don't happen, and don't happen quick enough for the funds to continue coming.
I know. I mean, people never have to underestimate how expensive racing is. If you want to be, you can afford the money to get the car in the field, but to make it the most competitive in class, that's another game altogether, because it's an evolution all the time. But, you know, let's face it, Glassfart didn't only make racing cars. He had a very successful business to run. He started a sports resort with the circuit down in the middle of Spain.
Still going.
Still going, where you can have villas alongside the track and follow your desires. He was spinning a lot of plates.
That resort, actually, that was the prototype for all of the motor ranches, etc., that have sprung up around the world. A lot of them in the States, Monticello, various places in the US, and still they come. And even places like Highland Park, which is Tony Quinn's beautiful circuit on the South Island of New Zealand, which is now getting some housing developments and some racing villas. Sad to say, we already have an early casualty.
I think it's one of the Pilbeams. It's the Pierre Bruno Marc Rostand car. Bear in mind they've got two entered.
Well, yes. Okay.
So that could hamper it if the driver of one will not be able to swap in the other because his car is out on the circuit.
Yeah, but that was the one that started well up as well, though, wasn't it? So that,
yeah, it was starting in 6th position.
Yeah, so that was the better placed of the two from the overnight races. And that was one of the LMP2 front runners in terms of the aggregate for the podium coming after this race.
So Klaus Svart was a pretty good race driver himself. Did a lot of winning in the Boss Series.
Big Ormond single-seaters.
Yes.
The old forerunner to some of the other classic F1 series.
Both these cars have the same Judd V10 engine in, but one built in Japan, one built in Banbury. And Hart was really leery there, wasn't he? Car twitching madly, but managed to hold on to it because Alex Muller is pushing him very hard. So Klaus Svart made most of his money up in Aberdeen in the oil industry with pumps. Somebody has to pump the oil out, and somebody has to make the pumps that does it. That's what he did. The magic shot going on to the Mulsanne straight past the trees, and got to get a good traction out of that corner. Darrow telling me it's still quite bumpy there because that's the main road coming in, and there's a bit of a wave from where the trucks go through, and he said in the old days it was quite bad. He said you can still feel it as you transition onto the through the right-hander.
Before pretty much all of the surface gets resurfaced fairly regularly, and it isn't regular tarmac anymore. And that part that we've just been talking about, that was resurfaced in between the two 24-hour races last year to this year. But I remember talking to Derek Bell about it when he said, if it had been a particularly warm early part to the year, in the big downforce cars, the big wheel cars, you could get into the tram lines as they kind of were from the heavy goods vehicles. and it would be difficult to steer out of them if you were going at full speed, particularly when there was no chicanes, Bruce.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you ever get the chance to walk around the circuit here, obviously it's 8.5 miles, it would make you very hot and bothered. But I managed to walk it eons ago, and I thought, not only am I commenting on the fact that you've only got 2 layer arm goes down the Lausanne Straight, the road just had this big crown on it. It's not as bad now, but the grooves down it were just quite extraordinary.
Yeah, more and more of the track. In fact, the little run down from Indianapolis to Arnage, that's now not public road. You diverted off to the left to a roundabout. And in fact, when we went round on Thursday, when we first arrived, as tradition dictates, you could still see all of the tyre detritus from the Le Mans 24 Hours. Such has been the lack of precipitation here, and lots of witness marks on the road, including the one going into the second part of Porsche curves. A big lump was taken out the safer barrier. Now, 2 completely different cars battling for position, Bruce.
Yeah, the point though is the little pill beam has gone past. That is the car that is one of a pair. It's the older of the pill beams. But Mark Rostam would be expecting to bring this one into the pits at half-time and change with Pierre Bruno. But we've already seen Pierre park the newer of those 2 pill beams at the side of the track. He's parked the 2005 car with the MP293. Sorry, the MP93. And so this one isn't going to work, and I think it does mean that Mark is going to have to just make his regular pit stop in this car, stay on board and take it through to the finish.
They could always pick him up at Mulsanne Corner and bring him round,
yeah.
in a sort of Nigel Mansell, Ayrton Senna type of way.
At Silverstone 2 years running, wasn't it? Or
Well,
Ayrton had to be brought home. But the lead of this race, this is going to go all the way to the finish. And certainly for Olivier Hart, he's going to have to be on his toes, because Alex Muller, as a pro driver for 20 plus years, is going to keep him right on his tiptoes.
342.2 and 342.1 for the 2 leaders, so they are very closely matched now.
Now, here's a nice little segue. We just saw that Craftsman truck racing earlier on. Alex Muller did 2 Craftsman truck races in the States.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
I did.
But a long time ago. But 2 different years, he did 1 race. He raced at Indianapolis, I think. Anyway, he did.
Was it Alex Muller who used to drive or maybe still does drive the T92 Law as well? I seem to remember in one of the other plateaus.
And here's another segue with Alex Muller.
Right.
He did race back in 2010 in a Maserati.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he in fact, I think he had a win in it. But later on, he was with the Aston Martin, what they called Young Driver Team.
I remember that.
It was in the Mad Crop Corvette.
So the number 11 here, coming through now, that is a Morsler. And that is the number 11 car, which has Jean-Philippe Belloc behind the wheel, and that's just put the fastest GT2 time in, a 4:12. Martin Short will be delighted to see Morsler going round. Martin Short of Roll Centre fame.
Should be here, but he's turned his back on us and he's chosen to be at the British Grand Prix instead. But of course, he's very busy running a lot of the giant motorhomes that are based there for all the great and good who choose to stay, including John Watson decided to go and be one of the people staying at the circuit for all the fun, and was reunited with one of his McLarens from long ago. What he's always had, he doesn't want to get back into cars, but someone's obviously twisted his arm, and now he's 80, he's decided, oh, come on, let's get reunited. Right, in this race, and it is a proper race, Olivier Hart hanging on the Ascari. He is a very, very good driver. He's, started in historic. His father, David, has the most incredible selection of historic cars. He dabbled with GT3 last year, or was it the year before, did the Spa 24 Hours, but he's very quick in anything. Anyone who can stay ahead of Alex Muller is absolutely on there.
Yeah, totally agree.
Just mentioned Belloc, because he's got a great career behind him.
Fantastic.
But 92, he was the French Formula Renault champion. In 94, he was the French Formula 3 champion. 2001, he was the FIA GT champion and won the Spa 24 Hours. So he's got a great history.
Yeah, and
56 years old now.
Yeah, but in between he was very good in Formula 3000. This was the time when a lot of the young French drivers were coming up through. Didn't quite happen. I'm delighted to see him back on board and racing, and it's just, and also a good driver never loses their pace. But one thing that has lost its pace, unfortunately, is I think that's Amaury Gariel's Courage, the C65. pale blue with the orange stripe. I could be wrong on that, couldn't quite see the number, but that is clearly not at full pace. But what we've seen this last lap or so is Liv Earhart is actually starting to edge a tenth of a second or two clears. There's still only probably a second, if that, between the pair in the lead of this race. But again, when you come to an event like the Le Mans Classic Legend, the fact you get a day race, a night race, and a day race is what it's all about.
And so Dario said that one of the greatest things he's done in racing was last night, racing in the dark. He said it was absolutely magical.
Yeah, no, I can get it. I mean, those Franchitti brothers, they just love it all. But also, I love the fact that Father George inculcated them. There was no choice in the Franchitti house. You had to love racing and love racing history, and they are almost unique.
Yeah, he was a racer.
The background.
George raced in Formula 4.
Indeed.
It is, yeah. Louis de Resta as well, part of the same dynasty. Louis was a very good Formula 4 racer, actually.
Nice little battle with all these Porsches. And a Ferrari tucked in behind them.
A couple of the ex-Felbermeyer Porsches still look crisp in those sort of two blue livery. Yeah. And I love it when a team keeps a livery as its trademark.
Yeah,
and
for a long time. Yeah.
And the daughter is a good racing driver, isn't she? She's
Emma?
one of, I think she's one of the leading...
in the academy, the F1 Academy.
Yeah. Not sure, I think, having an academy race this weekend.
Yes.
Part of the British Grand Prix.
Yeah. Absolutely. And first race was won by the pole position won by the wildcard entry, which that's never happened before.
That's a bit embarrassing for everybody who's competing thus far this season, but you know, it's about young drivers early in their careers, and that's when you can have the greatest swing in terms of people coming in and making a splash. We've all seen it across the decade. Someone arriving, you go, oh, hello, new kid on the block.
Fantastic.
Oh, good move by the Ferrari.
Battle down into Arnage and change of position. A variety of Porsches being battled against by the solo Ferrari. And meantime, at the front of the field.
Whoa! Bono having a big moment.
Over the top of the brow at the Forest S's, heading down to the Red Hill. Terte Rouge.
Almost as though he got a little too close. The front lost its air, but
a little bit
so many cars, so many cars have been getting it wrong there in recent years. And I think the person with the most responsible job at Le Mans must be the person who has a roller who goes to flatten the grass on the outside at Terte Rouge, because it's when you see the cars up in the air, and I'm afraid someone's got it wrong at the first corner. We can't tell you who it is, I'm afraid, as yet, until the dust settles.
It's the yellow flag has come out. I think it's a... Well, no, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say, I thought it was a GT car. It was a GT car. It was the Mosler. It was the Mosler that's gone around.
Well, that was Jean-Philippe Belloc, unless they did a pit stop. So
that snapped.
It did.
Right rear puncture.
Yeah.
Now, was that left rear puncture? Sorry. Was that cause or effect?
I would suggest with a driver of that merit, that was the cause. I don't think Jean-Philippe Belloc would lose a car like that. And the fact it's so flat so quickly, that was unusual, because the car was on absolutely the perfect line going into the corner. Here's the Spiker. Good to see that racing again. Of course, Hans Hugenholtz was the driver in period. He's still driving it now. Hasn't got his teammates alongside him. I think it was Norman Simon and Tom Coronel back in 2003. But a nice bit of variety. And the Spiker company goes back more than a century.
Yes, I think they made planes, didn't they, as well? It's,
let's have a look at this left rear tyre on the Mosler as it comes in. It's gone really early. It's gone really early. Something's broken, or the tyre's gone down. And it just goes to show, by the way, how fast you are going into that first corner. That's a big commitment corner, isn't it?
No, entirely so. Of course, back in period, you wouldn't have had all that gravel trap, and it's there for a reason, and that was proved exactly why it's there from Belloc. Did you notice the way the windscreen wiper came forward from the windscreen as the car was rotating in all of that
was going the wrong way. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure it was the tyre, but definitely something, I think something broke.
Yeah. Something, as he turned in, something went terribly wrong there, because that car shouldn't have broken away the way it did, shouldn't have snapped sideways the way it did and gave up its grip. Maybe he had a slow puncture and that was affecting it, or possibly part of the suspension or something else. But that I don't put that down to driver error. That one, not with what we've seen there. That might cause us a slow zone actually in the first part of the track as that number 11 Morslet.
Okay, here's another little fact, John, I want to throw into the mix. Remember we saw at the start of the lap Alex Muller going for a bumpy ride at Tete Rouge. He's listed as 8 seconds down on our race leader Sam Hancock. He would have lost a few seconds in that, but maybe also getting all that muck on his tyres. But I'm surprised it's gone out to 8 seconds, the gap between
that was all in that last lap. He lost 8 seconds in the last lap. So that's an interesting point, isn't it? We'll have to see that car next time it comes around. Black and white dome.
Maybe it's damaged to the underbody or something like that.
Could have.
Yeah.
That car raced by a number of different teams. Den Blanc Arvis ran one, didn't they? The Scandinavian team.
Yeah, Den Blanc Arvis was a giveaway newspaper. It was a listings magazine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was one of the founders was a well-known Danish racing driver called Jack Nelman, who subsequently became very important in Danish motorsport and the federation.
And I think continues to race this day, despite being deep in his 70s.
Yeah. That's Gregor Fiskin coming in for a standard pit stop, as the pit stop window has opened. We've just got under half an hour to go. He comes in from the lead of GT1 in that lovely 2006 DBR9 Aston Martin.
So we should expect to see Dario in a moment. Hopefully we can grab an interview with him. I hope some of the enthusiasm I saw earlier in the marshalling area will come across in that.
I think he was across the line just a little bit too early to come in to the pits, and all the other GT cars are going to follow in. Chris Harris in the 996 Porsche bi-turbo, the GT2 car. Charles Scardini Jr. has brought the F430 GTC Ferrari Evo in. That's a 2010 car. That's the Krone Aviation car. Andrew Jamieson's gone through in his 997. Mark Rosta in with the Pilbeam from 2004. 761 is Johannes Djuzik, another Porsche. And Amaury Gariel has brought the Courage C65 in. Now, meantime, battling for 19th and 20th, Pete Chambers and Stefan Raffin in a couple of Porsches. 997 for Pete and 996 for Raffin. It looks like Pete might have just lost that position, actually. Now the Imsa Matmut car coming across the line. One of the Harlequin coloured machines. And into what I think is a slow zone. He seemed to be slowing down very, very quickly as he came across the line there. That was the Stefan Raffin car. And the reason that he got that position is because Peter Chambers came into the pit lane, as did Jan Lammers, who started Porsche number 80. Might as well take your pit stop here if there's yellow flags or slow zones, because you get the advantage of everyone else going slowly whilst you're in the pit lane.
Look at that, Aston versus Corvette. All those great battles.
I'm transported, Andrew.
Yeah. Pro Drive versus America.
Was Gregor driving on his own, by the way?
Yeah.
So he's just on his outlap there, and that's John Emberson that he's battling with in the number 63 Chevrolet Corvette. That's a C6 ZR1. And that car...
John Emerson driving Nigel Greenson.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who started that.
John Emerson started that.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's not, and he hasn't stopped yet, so it is still John behind the wheel. So this is the time where the pit stops are coming in. They are timed. Again, I'll say this. This is not about how quickly you can get on and get your drivers in and out. Mega work down at the first corner. The telly loader has pulled out the Morslet, and that is a brilliant job by the marshals. Right, we mentioned Chris Harris earlier on. He's out of the car and with Vincent in the pit lane.
Back in the pits of the circuit of the 24 hours with this guy, Mr. Chris Harris. He jumped out of the Porsche 996. Chris, it's not your first time here in Le Mans, but it's always a pleasure.
Like I always say, if you're invited to drive in Le Mans, if it's on a lawnmower or in an HGV truck, you turn up. It's an absolute privilege. For me, it's the mecca of speed, arguably the greatest circuit in the world. I love it.
What about this Porsche? It's a very powerful Porsche 996.
Yes, it's a very powerful Porsche that was developed in Belgium It doesn't like the hot air, it likes cold air for its lungs, but it has good power down the straight. We don't have so much downforce, but it's a really exciting car to drive.
Your teammate of the weekend, Marcus Paltala, known this car very well, of course. He can learn you some things.
I'm learning from him the whole time. He's a great guy. He's got a lovely touch with the car. So it's been I'm 51 years old, but I'm still learning.
Mr. Chris Harris on the Porsche 996.
Yeah, that's the bi-turbo car that Chris is sharing with Marcus Paltala. The number 996. Third in GT1 as it comes out of the pit lane now with Marcus behind the wheel. So we are going to see some changes. Mike Newton's actually been scored as the leader because he hasn't stopped yet. Now he's driving on his own. He'll have to come in, I reckon, at the end of this lap in the number 25, the red, white and blue MG EX264. That's the 2005 Le Mans winner that he's driving at the moment. And he's only one of 3 cars in the top 10 yet to make their mandatory pit stop routes.
Yeah, he often pits quite late for some reason. I think he likes to get the lion's share out of the way because you know, push hard and then you've got a shorter stint to follow. Now the car that Chris Harris has just vacated is looking very busy out on the track. Marcus Paltala already getting that to fly. The bi-turbo kicking in. He's trying to pick off a Ferrari sitting out in front of him, and that's Richard Mines on board that Ferrari, and he picks it off, makes the move, but again, that's bi-turbo power.
And Rob Huff is sharing that Ferrari.
Right, has that car been in the pit
lane?
Oh,
well, that's 77.
Now,
and that's,
that car just out of the pit lane as well. The black Coca-Cola number 77 is a 996 from 2003 GT3 RS, Henrik Boleslev. Now, don't know whether Henrik has just got into it or whether he started that car. He was very fortunate not to get the rear tyres bogged down.
You wouldn't want to leave it there, would you? The entrance to the first chicane.
No, entrance to Daytona chicane. No, certainly not.
Yeah, so the Dane looping it there. Quite a few Danes in this race. And good. There is the Dome. There is Alex Muller. And
I think in the pit stop cycle, I think the Dome
they've swapped around.
Has got ahead of the Ascari.
8-second lead.
Yeah.
Mike Newton's still to come in from the lead, as we said. He hasn't made the pit stop. There is Mike Newton, car number 25, and in behind is the effective race leader, Alex Muller. Lights are flashing on that car that was almost like you needed to adjust the horizontal hold in terms of TVs of yesteryear with the white and black squares or rectangles with all the individual sponsors' names. You could put your money in to help the Racing for Holland team, and Jan Lammers would have been banging the drum for that. But the Dome in the lead of the race, looking very skitterish. But just remember, there was that element before the pit stops. In one lap, he ran off at Tete Rouge and then lost 8 seconds or thereabout. That's the margin by which he's leading Olivier Hart. And now Nigel Greensall takes over from John Emberson. Still the pit stops come. I love the original racers' names on the side of the car. And yeah, exactly.
Malacelli.
Yeah, so that would be Richard Mines, presumably handing over to Rob Huff, who will try and take it through. So that was, Malucelli, Paolo Roberti and Kenneth Heyer raced that period at Ferrari back in 2008.
Dario Franchitti didn't get his Le Mans entry this year for the 24-hour race with the Blackthorn Ferrari. He is racing this weekend, and he's down in the pit lane now with Vincent.
Back in the pits of Le Mans with one of the most famous drivers of Maserati this weekend, Mr. Dario Franchitti, winners of Indy 500. Dario, this Maserati MC12 is a very special car.
It really is. It's so much fun to drive on any circuit, but especially here at Le Mans. It just comes alive. It's amazing. During the daytime, at night, it's just wonderful. It's been a fantastic weekend here. We had the celebration of Gordon Murray. I got to drive the new Le Mans GTR in the parade, to drive this car with my cousin Joe. It's been very special.
Dario, you like this kind of event? Le Mans historic, of course, Goodwood and so on.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate since I stopped racing IndyCar full-time. About 5 years after that, I started doing more Goodwood stuff, some historic racing, some Peter Otto stuff, some classic Le Mans. So again, I feel very privileged to do that. The lovely people invite me to drive these fantastic cars. So it is an absolute privilege to drive a car like this around this incredible circuit. It's, you know, the GT1 class, it's a level above anything. It's incredible. I've driven the Aston Martin DBR9 here before, now the MC12. These are serious cars and a lot of fun.
One of the personalities of this Le Mans Classic Legends, Mr. Dario Franchitti.
Well, there is a driver who absolutely understands what he's doing, but you find him at race meetings and he's wandering around like a fan.
Yeah.
He's looking at other cars and just going, I remember that. I remember that from when I was a child. But now he's ticking off the ones he wants to drive.
I remember many years ago now when he was still at the very top of IndyCar. And I was working on Wales Rally GB when we did the coverage, when we started Rally Radio. And I was out in the middle of some forest somewhere, and literally walking towards me is Dario Franchitti with a bobble hat on and a few of his friends. And he was there to take it because he is an enthusiast. Marino, exactly the same. He's his brother. They work very hard with a number of car developers. He's talking about Gordon Murray there. Dario's helped with the development of that car. Marino has helped with Sinker as well, and those Porsches. I, at least for the moment, still have Marino's 993 2S, in which I've been the custodian over the last 16 years. And they are automotive fans, racing fans, car fans.
I was at Donington Park last year, and Gregor Fiskin was there with a wonderful old pre-war Alfa Romeo, and Dario was there, and he just had to drive it. He said, Gregor, I've got to drive this car. He drove it up and down the paddock, and it then ran out of fuel. But yes, a huge enthusiast, Dario Franchitti. Should he have made it to Formula One? I think yes. You know, he had a Jaguar test, and everything went wrong.
Yeah.
For some reason, and you know, I think we all thought he was going to Formula One, but then he had the most magnificent career in IndyCar. So
his travel was all messed up. It wasn't right, and I think in retrospect, he probably wishes he hadn't done that.
Yeah.
That test, but the opportunity comes to test a Formula One with a Formula One team that looks like it's going in the right direction. Then you don't turn that down. It didn't slow him down in the States. He did what he needed to do. Multiple champion, multiple IndyCar wins. And
a great time in DTM as well, racing with Mercedes, who stood through with him through thick and thin. Lovely little scrap here. Might not be in the top 10. In fact, it is for 10th place. Andrew Jameson and Nicholas Dusick. So it's two identical cars, effectively, the 997 GT3. This is what it's about. It's, everybody needs to have someone who's got an equivalent machine to make the very most of this circuit and prove you're a racer. And
that is for class position, second and third. Charles Scardini Jr. is not that far up the road, actually, about 30 seconds up the road.
It's a long way with 16 minutes remaining.
True. Have they all made their stops? Yes, they have.
Yeah, 16 minutes ago. Let's put it in context. Muller is in the lead, but when we do the aggregate, actually, it's not about that because the Ascari has 30 seconds on it.
Yeah, 6.5 at the moment, that gap.
Yeah, so Muller would have to get basically 37 seconds ahead of
and is it still Muller? Is it still Muller?
Yes, still Muller in the car.
In the car. And who's in the
Olivier Cart still.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
well, he's just done the fastest lap of the race of anybody in that Ascari, a 3:41.209. So that is pushing pretty hard. I haven't seen the car, but we were told that Sam Hancock wasn't going to drive that car today.
He drove it in the first race. They haven't shared it at all. And that's what Sam, obviously that's Sam deal. I think it's £585,000 he wants for it. If you go on Sam's website, there's a lot of stuff about the whole project, the 3 cars, everything, all the spares.
Could you get it in other colours?
No.
Okay, just asking.
As it comes. The Maserati that Dario Franchitti has just vacated, Joe Macari, is in that car now. That leads GT1 in 4th position overall. Behind that, Mark Drain in the Courage, C65, the number 31 car. That leads LMP2. I must check the LMP2 standings, actually, because Mike Newton's 30 seconds behind him. And I actually hadn't seen those results from overnight to see where that is running. That's always a hard-fought category there. In GT2, as we mentioned, Charles Gardenia Jr. leads by about 33 seconds. In GT2B, it's Janos Santa in the 360, the Modena, number 19 for those in class leaders, with 14 minutes to go of the weekend for plateau number 9 for grid 9.
And what you've just seen, these two yellow cars here, Nigel Greenswell has just passed that Ferrari to move up into 5th position in the category.
4th position. It was
Fourth
Ritchie just taken that Chevrolet Corvette, will be working its way forward. He's someone he's got to find 15 seconds or so to catch the Porsche battle we've just been watching between Andrew Jameson and Nicolas Dusic. Absolutely within the power of the Corvette driver there, Nigel Greenswell, on the move.
And just going back to the car that is leading LMP2, I suspect that Alfie Briggs is still in it. And it's Mark Drain's car.
Okay.
And Alfie has been coaching Mark, as I said.
Seeing that Corvette reminds me of a couple of tweets we had yesterday, social interactions that we had yesterday. Oh, big moment for the leader. Massive correction right in the middle of the Forge chicane. Took a little bit too much curb. 3:41.679, the fastest lap of the race for that car, but still not as quick as the Ascari has gone behind. That'll come across the line in a moment. Few people saying surely the next thing that's got to be added is the old GT E or GT Le Mans cars. I think the problem with those are they are so few and far between because the factories didn't release them so much, and pretty expensive to run as well.
Yeah, I totally get the sentiment about wanting them, because you think about the first 6 hours of any Le Mans 24 hours when GT Pro was a thing. It was, if there were 2 car entries in the work teams, it was 12 cars, nose to tail. You almost didn't need to look at them. You waited until it got into the second quarter of the race, and then it might start to divide, because they were rock solid. But the point about being expensive to run, I think,
and so few of them
entirely.
I think Corvette only built 5 or 6 the whole time. They never let one go to a private team. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, I remember a whole race of the series there where the top 12 or 14 cars looked like they were tied together with bungee cords. Absolutely extraordinary. So I agree with you, Bruce. I understand the hope from the fans that those cars could turn up. I'm just not sure how that would work and where they get the cars from, because a lot are in the works museums and such like. They've all got great CVs, Racing Palmeiras. So this Porsche battle continues as Giancarlo Romano in the number 82 Porsche has just put in the GT2B fastest lap of the race. That's a 4:25.4. That's Rostan.
No, not Rostan. It's the Courage.
It's the Courage.
And it's still Alfie Briggs in it.
With Alfie Briggs behind the wheel. And that is major news as it slows. The car that's got the Lasart sponsorship, Department 72 sponsorship on that car, and he was looking down in the cockpit there as if he was trying to flick a breaker or something, Bruce.
So many things to consider that could have gone wrong. I mean, this meeting, you often think it's refueling, but no, I think it's not. I mean, they wouldn't have got it that far short in the race on the go juice, but 10.5 minutes remain in this race. But sad there for Alfie Briggs, charging on in that Courage car that showed well in period, but they're stationary.
The Mark Rostan car, and that was the reason I said his name, I was just looking at, because that car has just pitted and hasn't come out of the pits. And
no, we've got it on another camera that we can see. And
that's its second time in the pits, so there's a problem for that car as well.
Left front wheel and looking around.
Well, not a dream run for the Pilbeams, because obviously the sister Pilbeam pulled off or had its moment in the first part of the race and didn't make it as far as the pit stops. This one, unfortunately, has taken the 2, so discount that from the running.
This could throw the LMP2 overall results into all kinds of of differential.
Into Mike Newton's hands, I
think.
Incidentally, I talked to Mike Pilbeam's famous race car designer back in the BRM days. I talked to him recently. He thought he might come and help them. He was asked to come and help them, but I haven't seen him yet.
So Mike Newton is now the leader of LMP2 in 5th position overall. So leader of the race leads LMP1B. GT1B is Joe Macari's Maserati in 4th place. Then Mike Newton, still Charles Scardini Jr. in GT2 in 8th position in the Krone Aviation Ferrari, and he is 40 seconds ahead of 2nd place Andrew Jameson and Nicholas Dusik, who's still having that great battle. Nigel Greensell with a 4:09.7 has closed within 3 seconds of that Porsche battle for 2nd and 3rd. He's got a really good chance.
Just saw him on the screen, John.
Yeah, it's under 2 seconds now.
He's gonna have a chance at the podium. That was the fastest GT2 lap of the race. Janos Santa leads in GT2B in his Ferrari, and those are your class leaders with 8.5 minutes to go. And here comes the Corvette, hunting down those 2 Porsches.
Yeah, Jameson and Dusik, 9th and 10th overall, 2nd and 3rd in GT2. They've been scrapping ever since the pit stops, and you know they will love this. But what they won't love is the yellow and black Corvette coming like a train behind them. They know Nigel's reputation. They know they probably won't be able to resist him.
Nigel telling me yesterday that running in GT2 spec like that, the air restrictors are very small, so his top speed on the Mulsanne Straight's just about 170 miles an hour. And obviously, if you open the restrictions, the car would go substantially quicker than that.
Yeah, that car comes from a time when Corvette were literally racing themselves.
Yes.
The American series. The GT regulations were in a bit of a transitionary period, and nobody else came to play. Bit of a difference when we got to Le Mans, of course.
When I was down on the pre-grid, I said to young Olivier Hart, well, you don't have to win this one. He said, because you've got that 40-odd seconds. I said, I do.
I like that attitude, though. 4 seconds between 1st and 2nd. The cycle car ahead of the IMSA Matmut car. Might as well use their period teams.
Yeah, so that's Giancarlo Romano ahead of Stefan Raffin. They're 2nd and 3rd in GT2B, so they've got plenty to fight for. Podium coming their way.
That's 2 Porsche battles for 2nd and 3rd in their respective classes.
Mammut, it's been a massive sponsor of this race and cars in this race, and it's a big insurance company. I think it may be a Le Mans company.
And the IMSA team, nothing to do with the International Motorsports Association, based up at Rouen. Many of you will be driving around Rouen to get to Le Mans or away from Le Mans, not through the Critère zone. Around the outside.
Oh, you better explain that, John.
That's the clean air zone that Rouen has.
The Mark Drain car, Alfie Briggs' car, the number 31, is apparently still running bit by bit. It runs to a point and then it stops. It runs another marshal post and stops. It's out of the race, effectively, but he's trying to limp it home. But disappointing, because obviously that was running very nicely in the LMP2 class, which is now almost, it is entirely in the hands of Mike Newton. Same car, same driver, same circuit as it was 20 plus years ago for Mike, but he just adores it.
Very disappointed to see the 2 Pilbeams there in the pits and retired, because it's so...
Again, they were part of the LMP2 battle overnight.
And so reliable normally. We see them racing regularly in the Le Mans Classic Series.
New fastest lap of the race for the Ascari. 3:39.863. That is impressive, and that's pulled the lead down to under 4 seconds to this car.
So Alex Bullock goes through the sort of sandy-coloured, vaguely grassy areas of the forest sweep.
He has done damage, you know, to the left front of the split there. It's just flapping a little bit. I noticed he gave the curbs there at the brow just before you turn into Tertre Rouge a little bit more of a wide berth, but that cannot be helping his lap times. And now target acquired between those two cars.
I think that's Mauro Ricci's Ferrari, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, helpfully scooping some gravel on the track at the corner that really comes back at you as you pilot there, Arnage.
Just looking at the dome reminds me they built a Formula One car.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And it never raced. They got close. I think they just ran out of funds. So they built a lot of sports. They worked closely with Japanese motor manufacturers as well in road car projects.
Another fastest lap in GT2 for Nigel Greensall, a 4:09.6. He's passed both of these Porsches since last we saw them. So now he's 34 seconds away from the leader. He's not going to get him in the time that we've got, but don't tell Nigel that, because it's been terribly entertaining. Well, he's driving that Corvette on the ragged edge.
Yeah, not only did he pass those two Porsches, Andrew Jameson and Nicholas Dusic, but he was 8 seconds a lap faster than them, including the overtaking manoeuvre. And at the moment, he's just double-checking how far down he is on Charles Scardina. Well, in answer to that question, 30-plus seconds. But his pace, he'll take another 6 seconds out of that margin. But Nigel he'll just press on. He's loving it.
I need to see how he got on in the previous races to see on aggregate whether he can win this class.
A couple of yellow flags out on the circuit. Marshall's posts at 23, and that is around at the run from Mulsanne to Indianapolis. It's about halfway down there. I presume that's where
Alfie Briggs is. I think he's been limping around. Well, I tell you what, Andrew, in the first two races, Nigel Greensall or John Emberson with that Corvette did not get in the top 10. In this race, they are in the top 10 in 9th overall, which will be as high as they get. But yeah, you can do some maths on that and see how it is. I mean, what we're going to have in this race, Alex Muller, looking at him now, will bring this car surely home to victory. But Sam Hancock closing in. He's only 3 seconds in a race.
Not Sam Hancock.
Sorry, Olivier Hart. I beg your pardon. I look at the timing screen and close my brain. Here's Olivier Hart with the yellow top to his helmet.
Yeah, that it's now under 3 seconds, just a tad under 3 seconds. 3:39.863 last time around. Muller in the Dome, a 41.1 is his fastest lap of the race. This is, where are they now? He'll go on to the last 8.5 miles as he comes through this time. He's going to have the rub of the green here.
Oh, but he's got the wrong side of that Porsche. That's going to cost him about half a second. So he comes into the final corner, maybe 1 second. Again, didn't have the ultimate line. One driver we've hardly talked about, despite him running in third place, is Christian Albrecht. He's a minute down on this group, but a minute and a half up on Joe McCurry's Maserati, all on his own. The gap now 2.2 seconds on the nose, first to second. Olivier Hart closing in.
Courtesy of another fastest lap of the race by that Ascari. Olivier Hart, 3:39.581, and that is a tremendous lap. And surely now the little beeper is going off in the ear of the leader. He realises someone's got him target acquired through Turn Rouge.
Yeah, but on the black stuff this time, going nowhere near the edge of the circuit, doesn't want to risk another run wide there. That hurt him early in the race. Still the front left-hand corner damage.
It's getting worse. It's starting to move around. Andrew, you've been looking at the previous results.
I have, but I haven't come to a conclusion yet. But what I was going to say, this is a big deal for Olivier Hart, because we used to see him winning races in Cobras and Lola T70s in the Peter Auto Series, as that's Albrecht's car going slowly.
He got loose going into Arnage on that replay, so that's why his gap to the race leaders has increased by another 5 seconds or so, but he's still in third place in that Audi. John.
Just go back to that thought. So Olivier, see, it's David's son, and David's got 30-odd wonderful historic racing cars. But Olivier really wants to be a modern racing car driver. He loves doing this sort of race, but he'd like to be right up as a professional sports car driver. And today he's proving he can do it.
Well, we said that we expected this battle between the Dome and the Ascari to run all the way to the end, Bruce, and it is doing that. We are about half a lap away from the checkered flag and the end of the final race for grid number 9 at Le Mans Classic legend 2026. And as they come into the braking area at Arnage, the problem for the leader, and it's the rear. The rear of the car is now moving around. The under tray at the back is flapping around. So that off-track incident coming down to Tertre Rouge, I think, has done some damage, and that is a disaster for their hopes for a result. Just coming in.
Well, just as we thought there was a disaster from outbraking himself, the second place runner, Olivier Hart, but maybe it was the abated pace of
that was Mulsanne.
Yeah.
Oh, Mulsanne corner, yeah, but the bodywork is loose. But that's been about 6 or 7 laps since he rattled it over the curbs, but then vibrations in the car. Maybe that's why he didn't dare go near. I was about to joke that Olivier Hart's desperate for victory, because surely this car will be worth even more if it's got a win here on the track.
Indeed, so
or 3 wins here on the track, the Le Mans Classic legends. But anyhow, Olivier, as he said before the race, what do you want to do? I want to win. But for Alex Muller, he drove so well at that dome over and out. So I think we know the aggregate victory is going to go to the driver of this car, or the drivers of this car, Sam Hancock, who did the first race, and Olivier Hart, who took victory in the second, and it's going to be victory in the third.
I think this could get the Macari, Franchitti, Maserati into the top 3 because obviously he's going to go a lap down. I think you get 4th place overall. So the overall will be the Ascari first, then Albrecht and the Audi, then I think the Franchitti Macari car.
Yeah, I go.
And then I think Alex Muller will drop to 4th in the aggregate. I think he's done enough to keep up to 4th place.
Well, on left of screen, Sam Hancock looking pensive, and on right-hand side of the screen looking proud, but still waiting for the checkered flag to be unfurled for this driver, Olivier Hart. Father David in the garage, and Sam Hancock, there's their car. 1 win, 2 wins, and that makes it 3, an aggregate victory in Plateau 9. Wow, good result, fantastic result. Great to have the Ascari back.
It will be a bit of a wait for the Team Go Audi R8 prototype from 2002 with the FSI, the fuel stratified injection engine. Dr. Ulrich Beretsky's gift to all of us who drive cars, that holy trinity of power, efficiency and reliability that you can often get 2 of, but seldom do you get 3. The congratulations and the celebrations begin down in the pit lane that are looking after that KZR1 Ascari from 2002, achieving something that it never did in period. What a way to go racing, and just proves that sometimes the road less travelled, Bruce, even at the highest level of classic endurance racing, you can get a car and you can make it what it should have been, perhaps, in periods.
Well, that's often the case, of course, when you look at the top Porsches and Audis. They're developed to within an inch of their life and always going forward. But some of the others, the plug was gradually, we'd like to do that, but we don't have the funds to do so. And then also sports car regulations, as we know, have chopped and changed over the years. And sometimes you're at the end of something and you can't afford to go into the next evolution.
Not sure this is right, but on the timing screen, Joe Macari's ahead now of Christian Albrecht. I don't think that's the case on the track, if I'm honest. So if you're watching along on timing and scoring, oh no, Albrecht's got a problem.
Yes.
Newton's gone by as well. The Audi's not coming through.
Well, remember it ran wide going into Arnage.
Yep.
Scardina has just crossed the finish line, so he's pulled to one side of the circuit. Looks who's going to come in the background. Joe Macari is going to be coming through next. Yes, he is definitely up into second place in his Maserati.
Look how close Nigel Greensall got to Charles Scardina. He was down to just 12 seconds at the line with another 4:08. Here's the battling Porsches. This is for the last step of the podium here in GT2. Andrew Jameson has it. Nikolaus Dusick wants it, but it will stay in that order.
And on aggregate, I think Greensall will take that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In the last 2 laps.
Well, I looked back at the 2 previous races.
Yeah, he took 22 seconds out of the car he was chasing, so that's quite something in 2 laps.
And now Christian Albrecht has now got to get himself back to the paddock because he's in the next race.
Oh, God, so he has. He's running slowly or stopped, so that's in the last third of the lap here, so cars still coming through. Joe Macari was still waiting for the Maserati. I think that's it in the background of the shot. Is it coming to take the checkered flag? Certainly
yes,
the dark colours, the Red Bull car.
Yeah.
Well,
straight on across the final Ford chicane for one of the Ferraris.
It's
that
the
comes
Rob
as
Huff, Richard Mines car.
Yeah.
It's still listed as Richards, but we can't always trust the timing screens.
Well, that's
right. Joe
sixth in
McCurry, as we
GT2.
said, has come through to take second place. Still waiting for, well, be Gregor Fiskin, who's now listed as being ahead of Mike Newton, as Mike Newton had a problem. Wow, this race is never over until it's over, and we better just not write anything in ink as yet. Lights flashing.
What has happened?
Well, what has happened?
On the far side of the circuit, where is Mike Newton? There's the 008 coming through the end of the Porsche curves now. Mike.
Oh, there's Dario Franchitti. His car in second place. Joe McCurry, well, there was the result they pulled out of the bag.
Mike Newton is stopped somewhere around the Arnage area, according to my tracker. Either, oh, no, he's just moving very slowly. It's just started moving. He was overdue at that point. The 008 Aston is just coming through the final corners now, and that car staying away from the curbs as well. So this is Gregor Fish, second in GT1, third overall, second to the Maserati, 1 minute 12 back.
Well, it's been quite a result for Gregor because he took sixth in the opening race overall, fifth in the second race, and now third in the third.
Wow. Yesterday
we had cars retiring because of the searing heat. Today it's not as hot. It's air temperature, actually it's got up to 30 degrees.
Yeah.
Track temperature now to 41. So actually, even within the course of this race for Plateau 9, the conditions have changed enormously.
12 degrees Celsius that it's gone up in the air. Still waiting for Mike Newton. Chris Harris's car, so that's Paltala finishing. So he'll be third in GT1. Just looking at the other GT2.
Mike
Janos
Newton,
Santos.
there is Mike Newton,
Yeah.
and even I could walk that fast. So that is awful for Mike. So it does look...
Slightly downhill there.
Yeah, it is slightly.
But
So
it's not through the Porsche curves.
We've got 3 finishers on the lead lap, 12 laps in the bank. Nobody else is going to finish with 12 laps unless Mike Newton can get that car going. Doesn't look as though he can. He's listed ahead of Alex Muller. We saw his dome pull off. Still haven't seen where Christian Albrecht ended up in the Audi number 5, the Team Go car that was running in third overall. He had
has he got past Alex Muller on the track? Yes, he has on the track. And by the way, Janos Santa has taken GT2 in the 360 Modena. Action, excitement, drama. The second newest set of cars that we'll see this weekend sees Sam Hancock winning in the Ascari by over 2 minutes and 50 seconds to Joe Macari and Dario Franchitti. Sorry, it wasn't Sam Hancock at all, was it, of course?
Olivier Hart.
It was Olivier Hart.
They've shared the driving, but Olivier did this
Indeed.
one.
And then the Aston Martin coming through. So 2 GT cars on the in the first, second and third positions there. Mike Newton will be scored as 4th position and winning LMP2. Alex Müller and Christian Albrecht, along with Mike Newton, coming to a halt on the 12th and final lap. But Mike got slightly further round. Knows, I'm sure Phil Barker will be telling him, get past the Audi if you can. Get one more microsector round. Chris Harris and Marcus Paltala finished in 7th position. Charles Cardina Jr. in 8th in the Krone Aviation Ferrari wins GT2. And further down the field in 16th overall, Janos Santa in another Ferrari, the 360 Modena GTC. He will win in GT2. That has thrown the calculations for LMP2, I think, up in the air a little bit because we lost 3 of the front runners earlier on in that race. Not sure how Mike did in the overnight race. He started quite a long way down, so we'll check that, but that's got to put him in contention because of where everybody else finished from LMP2. I mean, the next LMP2 car was the Amaury Gariel Courage, which, now was that on 11 laps as well? Yes, it was. So, not sure what that's going to do, but everyone after that had problems. Mark Rostam was in the pits and was 3 laps down in the number 99 car. The Mark Dren Courage, the number 31 car, they were 4 laps down. And Heiko Ostman and Pierre Bruno, they were 9 and 11 laps down. Bruno didn't even really finish the first lap. So that is going to make a huge difference because it's aggregate time, race time, not your positions. It's not as if you add up your positions and the one with the lowest number, like golf, gets the win. It is your race time. And if you are laps down, then quite clearly that is going to put you out of the reckoning. So that one, I think, is one that we'll have to follow up.
What we can say categorically, and there's something we don't know about, 3 wins in 3 races means overall victors are Sam Hancock and Olivier Hart. That Ascari KZR1 2002, back racing again, and how?
And do we think the Maserati, do we think Joe and Dario have taken GT1 ahead of Gregor Fiskin? There was a minute and 12 between those two in this race, but that again, that's going to count. What did the Mazda do overnight?
In the first race, the Maserati finished ahead by 3 positions. In the second race, actually, no, the Maserati's got it finished ahead in race 2 as well by just the 1 position.
Okay,
so they've nailed that one down, but, really meritorious run from, look at that. I've just noticed Sam Hancock, dealer of historic racing cars, takes victory. Joe Macari, dealing of historic racing cars and road cars. Second place, and Gregor Fiskin, as applicable for him. So they've got an eye for a good car, haven't they? And they can all absolutely drive.
Olivier Hart, by the way, was it Olivier we said that was driving that car? Yes, we did. 3:39.591 was the fastest lap of the race. The fastest GT lap was Dario's lap with a no, I think that was Joe's lap actually. 3:50.7. I'll have to check when that.
No, Dario's lap. It was early in the race.
Nigel Greensall did a 4:07 in GT2, and in GT2B it was the Porsche Henrik Boleslev who did a 4:22.534. So there were some very good times in the 4 different classes there as the Plateau 9. Now, we are setting up for our last 2 races that we are covering for you today. It's just coming on to 25 minutes past, in fact, just coming on to noon on Sunday, here Central European time. The salient point that Bruce mentioned that we were far too excited watching the race to notice is how quickly the air and track temperature came up once that early cloud They looked quite threatening at one stage, got burned away. Now, not a hint of it. Air temperature 30 Celsius, track temperature 42. The humidity earlier on under the cloud would have been great if you were a swing bowler playing cricket. It was 67%, now down to 45%. Still a bit sticky out there. Wind speed 10 kilometres an hour, so roughly where it was earlier on. But these are beginning to become difficult conditions for cars and tyres. But we move on to plateau number 10, grid 10. This is the youngest grid that we have, youngest substantive plateau, but then we'll finish off with the GT3 Revival coming up later on, which is where we started the weekend. So down in the collecting area, the Plateau 10 Michelin tyres, and these are cars which will be very familiar to an awful lot of you watching at the circuit and further afield, Bruce.
Yeah, of course, you always, you know, the cars I remember most are either the cars I saw racing here last year or cars that I saw racing here 35 years ago. But in between, there are cars that stand out. And these Lola Aston Martins, I was at Brands Hatcher, was it last weekend? I can't remember. And one of these was testing, no, it was the weekend before. And boy, oh boy, do they make a fantastic sound. It's the sounds you forget. You remember, you can look at pictures and you can look at, you know, moving action if you find some lovely YouTube channels to look at a bit of history, but it's the sound when you're standing trackside that really is the thing that is always a reminder to me. If there's a car I haven't heard for 20 years, I hear it, I go, oh yeah.
There was a big argument I remember in 2008 when the Lola Aston Martin was there, what we should be calling it, whether we should be, it's just an Aston Martin. No, it is entered as a Lola Aston Martin. It's chassis, then engine. We've got the Peugeot HDI FAP. FAP, basically a particulate filter on that car. The ACOs dictate there should be no black smoke coming out of the back of the diesel cars. It was the FAP was Peugeot's version. Audi had the Dow filters on them. Sorry, I had to picture the little
You can't
diamonds.
see John's hand moving.
Yes, you saw that, nobody else did. Had to picture the Dow logo on the rear wing. We've got Philip Kaddouri in the Aston Martin DBR1-2 from 2009. This was a very odd, small engined Aston Martin that was not very successful, actually, that car, the number 15. Struggled, the engine would twist. The fix for it is to put the engine in a subframe, and Martin, short of roll centre, I mentioned him earlier, has worked that one out. Werner Donsenberg, excuse me, is in the Pescarolo Oak, which very closely related, of course, to the Lola Aston Martin DBR1. They share chassis and they can be switched backwards and forwards from one to another. The Zytec 09S from 2009 from the Derbyshire company. We mentioned Bill Gibson yesterday, worthy of note. Great engineering mind, absolutely lovely fella.
It was also known as the Ginetta Zytec back in the period because Ginetta bought, I think it was 40% of Zytec engineering. And again, that's so typical of motor racing over the course of the years because you know, there are so many takeover bids when the money runs short or someone is more ambitious and has the money, they can buy themselves a stake. Peugeot, however, well, they remained true to who they were, a top manufacturer, and they spent a lot of time, a lot of brain power trying to win this race.
Two 2011 cars, Stuart Wilshire and Steve Brooks in the 6 and 16 from the French Lions. Still right-hand drive, those cars, interestingly. Certain when everybody started changing over to left. All the original Audi R8s were driver on the right as well. Something about weight distribution somebody told me once, and I wasn't sure whether they were pulling my leg or not, because Le Mans was mainly a left-handed circuit. People started migrating to the other side of the car.
Nonsense, it would say you could unsheath your sword, you know that.
Absolutely right.
Just returned from the marshalling area there. Christian Albrecht hasn't arrived yet, by the way. So the three Peugeots,
just grab my helmet.
Yeah, two with V12s and one with the V8. So number 6 car is the V8 car. Two, sorry. So again, two with V8s, and
Yes.
then the older Orica car, the older car, has got the V12. Although I think it was the last one to race.
The number four car.
Yes,
has
went to
got the
see-
V12.
Yes, the other's
the
got the
HDI.
V8. Otherwise, mechanically, they're very, very similar. And the
2011.
other intrigue in this is that the Goodyear won the second race. In the first race, he was lying second and he ran out of fuel.
Ah, yes. We've got a good lineup of LMP2s as well, with the Ligier GS P2 from 2014, the 2015 Gibson All-1 5S. Jacques Nicolet's got another Ligier, of course he has. Francois Heriot has the Pescarolo All-1, the Orc car from 2008. Yevgeny Kiriev has another Orica from 2015.
And that's an interesting story because that's the car that his now partner he races with in the Porsche 2.0 Cup, raced in period, Roman Rusinov.
Yeah.
And that was a car that Will Stevens raced. Will Stevens sort of made his name a little bit in sports car racing through that car.
Really interesting car there is the LMP2, the number 39 car, the HPD, which is the Acura ARX 04 from 2014. First time I've seen that one running, and the Morgan LMP2 as well. That was another sort of badge engineered exercise from 2012, Bruce, wasn't it? The Andy Cummings car, the number 47.
Oh, 100%. Just looking at the one thing. Sorry, I've just thrown to the side here is ex-David Heinemeier Hansen car we're looking at there is
that's the ARX 04.
Yeah, the HPD, and you can see it's bearing scars of battle. Front left corners obviously had something happen to that overnight.
That's the Tequila Patron car, sponsors of the American Series, and Ed, the owner of that company, eventually sold out to the Cardi Group.
Ed Brown.
For a lot of money. Ed Brown, yeah.
Now that's an interesting car because that's the one, they started with that program, they started with the Courage, and then they had Nicholas Worth design a car, which was that car, and they only raced it twice. Didn't work very well. They went back to the Courage, and then subsequently they went to a third chassis, which escapes me at the moment. But great engines are those cars as well.
Next to the KCMG car, KCMG being testing the new Toyota GT3 on behalf of Toyota at the Nürburgring Nordschleife again this week. One or two pictures sneaked out of that. I saw it just before the Nürburgring 24 hours, doing some testing around there with David Pittard behind the wheel of it. Not sure who was doing the testing, but I would have guessed it might have been David doing that as well on behalf of Toyota.
I wasn't in the box when you were talking. I just came in, you were talking about the Zytek and the Keith Fries is driving. Did you mention it? It's the Mansell car.
No, I did not.
Ah, so remember,
so it's the family Mansell car.
Nigel Mansell came to do Le Mans, and I've actually got him to sign a poster, and I don't usually get signatures.
Wow, well done.
And then, of course, he had the tyre blowout early in the race, had a massive accident, and I actually was working for Fox Sport back in those days. I was sent off to try and find out what had happened, and I was walking down the paddock. Roseanne Mansell was walking the other way, and so I said, "Roseanne, what's happened?" And she said, "Well," she said, "it seemed like a good idea at the time." It was one of the classic quotes. And Nigel was all right in the end, but he did a lot of damage. It was such a shame. It was a lovely story racing with his two sons.
Yeah, with Leo and Greg, wasn't it?
I think one of them, owns a motorbike dealership in Jersey now.
Was he? Well, you know, I still find it extraordinary. We're seeing cars of this vintage, you know, of just over 10 years ago coming out to race. But, you know, Le Mans carries on producing different sorts of cars as the rules evolve. And, you know, quickly these cars get superseded. They're already historic.
But the LMP2s haven't really changed that much now, have they? We saw the camera went panned round the all-carbon fibre car that has no paint on it at all. It's never been painted. It's effectively brand new. I suspect it is brand new. I suspect nobody ever raced it in the past.
Which one was that one, sorry?
Oh, there's one that's all black. Which,
okay.
It wasn't... it might have been Calandini.
Yeah.
I think it was Calandini, because Jack Nicolay, you said, of course, he's in a Ligier. We should explain that he bought Ligier.
Yeah. The interest for me in this is that we have got still some open-top cars, or at least an open-top car. The LMP1 number 5, the BO718 Lola, is one of the last of the open-top cars from 2007. And beyond that, the regulations started to talk about the closed-top cars. Also, there was a slight aerodynamic advantage to having a closed-top car. And the P2s, I was at the final, Johnny Palmer and I did the final ever P2 race, which was in, no, where was it? Was it Jerez? I think it was Jerez that we were at. It might have been Estoril, actually, now I've said that. No, it was Estoril, my apologies. And I just remember looking at them in Parc Fermé and thinking, we're going to miss these open-top cars. I understand the safety implications, etc., but there was a simple elegance to the open-top prototypes, and LMP2 hung on to the open-tops for a little longer than the top class did. Lovely to see the open-top P2s here. And of course, some of those chassis have got very long histories.
Yeah. Very long histories indeed.
We've not mentioned the 3 GTE cars at the end. We were talking about LMP GT1s and GTEs. Well, we do have some GTEs here. Frans Wunderlich, Wolfgang Hensele and Stephen Jobsti, respectively in Aston Martin Vantage AMR from 2020, the 2011 Lotus Evora, and the Ferrari 488 from 2020. So very different vintages of cars. They've been put together in a GTE category. Aston Martin and Ferrari did, along with Porsche, did release some of their cars in that era to privateer or partner teams.
Just another tale from the warm-up area. The Peugeot has been driven by that extraordinary man, Steve Brooks. I'll go into that in a second. In the second race, he had problems with the gearbox and didn't finish, so he's sort of out of the overall running. Steve Brooks, if you don't know about him, was involved in the Silver Spitfire. He's flown with a couple of others a Spitfire plane, that is, around the world. He is the first man to cross the Bering Straits in a vehicle as opposed to a helicopter. He's also done a lot of incredible helicopter. He is an adventurer, and he has some marvelous cars. He's got a Silk Jaguar. He's got a couple of very nice. He's got Lotus 81 and a Lotus 91, which he races and wins in Formula One. He's in his 50s. He's a great guy to talk to, and he's in the property business full time.
So here we go for 40 minutes. Their final run, third of 3 40-minute races for the youngest full plateau cars for Le Mans Classic legend in 2026. Get used to this, because in 2 years' time we'll be doing it all over again. We've still got the GT3 legends to come, but what a sight this is in the summer Sunday sunshine at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And straight away, one of the Peugeots coming into the pit lane off the end of the warm-up lap. The BMW safety car will pull into the pit lane, and it will be Michel Frey who comes across the line to start this race, becomes the de facto safety car. And we are racing, and immediately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across the track. The Aston Martin, both of the Aston Martins, dive up the inside, but it's Aston from the Lola, and then the second of the Aston Martins. But for a moment, in fact, I think as they crossed the line, it was almost the 2 Aston Martins, first and second. So Christian Albrecht, Michael Fry, then Philippe Cadori, Werner Donsonberg in the Pescarolo Oak further back down the field as they stream through. Pretty decent start.
And Andrew has done it again. Steve Brooks, you mentioned him. His was the Peugeot that peered into the pits, but a really, really good tidy start from the Lola Aston Martins. They sound good, they go well, but that Lola hanging in there with Michel Fry, see how much he can do to keep up at the front, but wonderful of rare cars. Historic racing as I've not seen it before, because cars of this vintage, just a blink of an eye ago, they were in the main race here at Le Mans.
Seems like yesterday, doesn't it? Yeah, I presume that Peugeot still got
it was yesterday. They did race yesterday.
Oh, that's true. Gosh, it's been a long weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I've been waiting to get that in all weekend. So Albrecht in the 008 from Philippe Cadori, who has now come through into second position. Aston Martin fans, Lola fans, big, normally aspirated engine fans, enjoy this. Watch and listen as those cars at full blast go into the second chicane, and wait until you hear them come out of the chicane. Looking further back down the field for that multi-coloured Peugeot coming through. 908 HDI. Sean Lynn picking his way through.
One question I haven't solved is where is the third Lola Aston Martin, the Christoph Dansenberg car, because that's often a winner, isn't it? That's been of these cars, he's been the most successful driver in one, and we've seen him at Silverstone, many other historic races, so that must have had a problem in qualifying, I think, because it hasn't featured at all. That's a shame, because he would have been up there with the other Astons. Could have even had a Lola Aston Martin 1, 2, 3.
Well,
Michel Frey from Switzerland, he runs quite a big sports marketing agency. He manages ice hockey players, all sorts of things like that.
Yeah, it didn't start the first race, so that's why we don't have a trio at the sharp end of the field. But it's Lola, which is very good news for the mark, formerly from Huntingdon. But Christian Albrecht from Philippe Cadori. There's Michel Fry in third place overall. Sean Lynn in that multicoloured Peugeot hunting him down. That's fourth, fighting third.
We talked about the Hart collection of 30-odd racing cars earlier on. That is nothing compared with what Sean Lynn has. I went to see the collection a few weeks ago, and it's just magnificent. It's somewhere in Essex, I can say that. There are over 100 racing cars there. Everything from Formula 3 cars driven by Riccardo Patrese, all sorts of wonderful things.
And by the way, Lola still have their technical centre at Huntingdon. The former British Aerospace Technologies wind tunnel is still there, having been completely overhauled. That Sean Lynn car, sort of Mondrian-esque, but there was a full Mondrian livery on a car around about this era. So I remember talking about it at the time, and it was more of the sort of Harlequin pattern, but in squares rather than in those diamond shapes.
Was that the Ford Mondrian?
Very good.
Haha.
Very good.
GLX.
XLR, GT.
Look how dry it is around the circuit here. That should be green, the majority of that photo of the grass, but anyhow, no time for the drivers as they sweep past and lead the race. 008 Lola Aston Martin, that's Christian Albrecht, Philippe Cadori, just 1.5 seconds down. They're gradually pulling clear of the best of the rest, but now that Sean Lynn has started to make progress, he may be able to go after them.
We have had a little incident between Andy Cummins in the Morgan number 47 and Jacques Nicolet in the number 26 Ligier that has been looked at. That was at the early part of the lap. MP6 is just coming through towards Terre Rouge. That has been noted for the time being. Lola at the front of the field in terms of the chassis, with the two Aston Martins and the B7 18 from 2007. Then the best of the Peugeots is the big engine car, the number 4 of Sean Lynn, the 908 HDI FAP. Remarkable. Here, the British national anthem. Sorry, the national anthem of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland being played in the background.
I noticed at the World Cup they call it the English national anthem.
Yeah.
which of
That's
course,
for the English team. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, well, land of hope and glory, I say. Anyway,
Jerusalem.
just we were
The
talking.
anti-anthemic anthem.
We were talking a moment ago about these LMP2 cars. A big quick name check for a guy who raced very successfully 10 years ago here, David Cheng.
Yeah.
Chinese-American
Yes.
driver. David hasn't raced for 10 years. He's done a couple of historic races. That's all he's done in the last 10 years. And he's back here at Le Mans. So let's go. There is the number 16 car.
Well,
In the pits, we can see on the other camera, they're not doing anything to it. And
over and out for Steve Brooks.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I remember the last time I spoke to David Cheng. It was on the grid in the build-up to the race when he was here last, and he was obviously it was the Jackie Chan DC Racing Enterprise.
GC.
run by Jota, of course.
Yes. Yeah, but he was there and he was loving it, and then suddenly he wasn't there. But they had a lot of success, and it's great. You know, business can get in the way of pleasure, you know. So
Yeah.
he's gone off and done whatever he's needed to do. But great to have him back. David Cheng, big character.
And also LMP2 category, Andy Cummins, you just mentioned him in that LMP2 car. He's been coached by Richard Bradley, and Richard Bradley got to drive that car, which he'd raced in period here in practice, and obviously went very quickly. Maybe we can get a quick word there. I know Steve Brooks is still down there, sitting on the door of his car, because we see it on another cam.
Sean Lynn is right with Michel Frey now, and that's the battle for third overall. Sean in the multicoloured 908 HDI FAP.
And if, John, you're out on the track side here, you will hear the most magnificent racing sounds, because those Astons, I mean, the current Astons sound great, don't they?
The Valkyrie.
Yeah, but these sound wonderful. And of course, the third place car has got a Judd V10 in it, and that's a sweet sounding motor too. And so I'm sure
you won't hear the Peugeot as it goes by.
Sorry, that's what I was going to add. And then you've got the Peugeot going.
Well, lower revs, also with the anything that's turbocharged tends to be a bit quieter.
Sucks
anyway.
the sound in, doesn't it? Yeah.
But then also with the particulate filters in the exhaust.
Yeah, it's funny that when they named the car, they added the cylinder, I suppose it is, for particulate filter.
Yeah.
As part of the name of the car.
Yeah.
They were making a point there.
Well,
and we don't see any smoke coming out of it either.
No, exactly so. But I'm just thinking how lucky we are to have Christian Albrecht leading this race. Remember, he retired out onto the circuit in the previous plateau. Somehow, I think it probably involved a course car, got him back to the pits just in time to get round to the formation area, because things move very, very slickly here at Le Mans.
Yeah, when I was down in the marshalling area, the team was saying we've got to get him back. They were concerned he wasn't going to make it, and I think the organisers helped make that happen.
Leading LMP2 car, Francois Ariot, has just put in a 350.6 and gone a lap down to the overall leader on the third lap. The Pescarolo 01, the Oak car from 2008. Stuart Wilshire, I think, is in trouble as well.
Yeah, we've got a car parked at the side of the circuit. I think that could be his. Stuart.
Well, no, Stuart.
No, it's still going. It's Peugeot. There's looked like an open-top car again.
Yeah, exactly.
I glanced from timing screen to monitor, and at the monitor I saw a car parked with its tail to us, but going nowhere.
Christian Datsenbo didn't start the race, but his son,
young Werner.
Werner did. And
that's David Cheng, by the way.
Oh.
So there you go. You talked about David Cheng as well, Andrew. You have the curse this weekend.
I know. Terrible, isn't it?
And he has stopped.
Well, I'm going to talk about Werner Dansenberg. He's driving in historic Formula One cars. He's very quick. He's a young lad that's still learning. So he's out there in that Pescarolo Oak, which started as a garage, of course.
So David Cheng has stopped at Marshall Post 6, which again is the early part of the lap, just beyond the Dunlop chicane and the Dunlop Bridge down through the forest. I think he's doubled off, probably somewhere around about the motorbike cut.
Yeah, it's the cut through onto the Bugatti.
There's a yellow overlap just down there. I think he's got behind that, so we'll continue to race for another 30 minutes. Sean Lynn goes around Arnage. just can't seem to get in touch with that Lola B07 Judd in front of him.
He can match it, he can't catch it, and that's the thing at the moment. That's third place. Werner Dansenborg, been talking about him, he's in behind. Here's that third place battle, the open-topped Lola B07 18, and then tucked in behind the Peugeot 908. I'd almost forgotten they ran in that silver, red, yellow and blue livery, because of course you get used to the works cars. Anyhow, it's great. Actually, round the sweepers, it does seem as though Michel Frey's got a bit more handling. He seems to open it out a little bit, but
front
anyhow.
end of that Peugeot doesn't look happy.
I'm just
who de Schonack ran them in that colour? There was effectively an Orica entered car rather than a Peugeot car. And they famously, of course, the tears of Hugues at Sebring when they won that overall. And as I say, that Mondrian livery was being used on those cars. There was a more square, the obvious Mondrian, the squares, multicoloured squares on that car. I seem to remember seeing that at, I think it was Ricard actually, when they did the longer race at Ricard and added extra points to the championship for it. So it actually went over, they did 1,000k rather than a timed race, and it ran over 6 hours towards 8 hours, and therefore they had to give extra points to the championship.
What, and refund all the flights that people missed after the end of the race?
Indeed so. Down in the pit lane, problem early on for one of the Peugeots. Steve Brooks didn't even get to the green flag, and the number 16 car hasn't clicked over a lap. Let's find out why. Here's Vincent, who's asking the questions.
In the pits of the circuit of the 24 hours with this Peugeot car number 16, driven by Steve Brooks. Driven or not, Steve, there is a problem on the car.
Not driven. The gearbox has gone. We lost 6th gear, and then 2nd gear went coming down right up to the start. So very annoying.
Very annoying, of course. This car is a car of Le Mans. How is it to drive on such a track with this car?
I mean, it is just the most fantastic experience to go down the Mulsanne straight in a Peugeot and into those chicanes. The way it brakes, the way it moves, it's just fantastic.
Is it easy or not to be quick with this kind of car?
Funnily enough, this car doesn't like being forced. You've got to love it. You can't force it. And when you do, it really responds.
You will be back next year?
Yes.
Thank you. Steve Brooks, driver of this car number 16.
What I love was the succinct answer, yes.
Yes.
Vincent had hardly finished asking the question, will he be back? Yes.
Yes.
It's like anticipating the answers on University Challenge.
That's like Chris Harris earlier on saying somebody asks you to come and drive a car at Le Mans Classic, and it's we've got a car in Le Mans Classic, would you like to drive? Yes. But I haven't told you what it is. Yes. It doesn't matter. Yes is the answer. Yes. Don't even get the end of the sentence. Our leader is Christian Albrecht. He's 5 seconds ahead of this car that goes round the right-hander at Arnage. Philippe Cadori is 5 seconds ahead of Sean Lynn, who now is in the 3rd position. Of course, the moment we take our eyes off that battle between Sean and Michel for 3rd and 4th, the Peugeot has gone through. So now 5 seconds between Sean and 2nd place, and he is lapping about 1/2 to 3/4 of a second quicker than certainly the car in front of him, but not as quick as the leader. Christian Albrecht with a 3:37.8 fastest lap, did a 3:39 last time, 3:41 for the 2nd place car, Philippe Cadori, and 3:40.7 for Sean Lynn in 3rd position.
So we've seen Christian Albrecht at the front of this race, at the front end of the race before. Who is he? Well, he's a German pro driver, but under the radar. He's driven all kinds, he's raced all sorts of stuff. He's raced the Scarab at Goodwood. The other day he was racing the Lotus Elan with our old friend Kyle Tilley in a historic race. I think he's raced this Lola Aston Martin successfully in that Legends race earlier in the year at Imola. But he's been around for ages, and he's not a big name, but he's a really quick guy. And a lot of people hire him to drive their race cars.
There are 3 classes in this race. LMP2 at the moment, Francois Heriot in the Pescarolo. There's a famous name around Le Mans. 3:49.119 for Francois. That's that class's fastest lap. And he's having a bit of a battle, actually, with 2 cars. Stuart Wiltshire has actually just pulled into the pits in his 2011 Peugeot 908. But Francois is having a class battle with Evgeny Kiriev in the Orica from 2015. And there's only a couple of seconds or so between them. That's 7 seconds now as they go across the line. And in GTE, 15th position, Stephen Jobster is in the Ferrari, and he leads from Frans Wunderlich in the Aston Martin and the Lotus Evora. Wolfgang Hensele in the 13 car is in 3rd. David Chang in the pit lane. Steve Brooks with that gearbox issue. 2 gears down from what he should have been on his Peugeot.
We have to think about the overall, the 3 races together. Just to remind everybody, Albrecht won the first one late evening in the night. Kadori won, and Albrecht was 23 seconds behind. But of course, Kadori didn't finish the first race because he ran out of fuel. So overall, Albrecht is very much in the lead of this as the HRD sadly comes in. Or is that just a pit stop? It's just a regular pit stop.
Yeah, it is. That's the number 39 ARX04.
So
Patron colours.
And Fry will be second in the overall, and I think Sean Lynn will be 3rd, actually.
So that is a Scott Sharp, David M.R. Hansen, and Ryan DL car.
Yes.
From Period, with the very distinctive green lightning.
Yeah. And
framework.
We mentioned Ed Brown, Tequila Patron, because he sold the business, didn't he, in the end to Bacardi Martini?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That Diageo group, and stepped away.
That's the car I said hadn't seen a lick of paint ever.
That's the GSP 2 from 2015. Yeah. And remember, there were a number of chassis manufacturers that were licensed to make the P2 cars. Ultimately, everybody graduated to Orica.
Yeah.
But at the start, Ligier were one of the ones that did actually get some success. United.
Yeah, originally Ligier was the best.
Yeah, they were winning. They won at Spa a couple of times in the World Endurance Championship, the Ligier. Ultimately, everybody graduates to who has made the better mousetrap, and it was things like weight distribution. I remember looking at the respective nose cones of the Ligier and the Orica. I could pick the Orica one up by myself. The other one took 2 people to lift up. I am not kidding you. There was
a third manufacturer.
There was 4 actually.
So Multimatic might have been one.
There was
Delara.
Delara.
Yes.
And you see now.
Anyway,
talk about the.
In the end of the day, it's all about Orica building the best car. They make hundreds of them now. Le Mans 24 hours. Just a few weeks ago, there was how many was there? Bruce.
20.
20.
Thousands
of them. Right, our Peugeots, I see Peugeot at the top of the screen. Our Lola Aston Martins have come in. Christian Albrecht into the pits, not yet emerged. Philip Kaddouri, also in a Lola Aston Martin, came in for about 2.5 seconds down. There is the 08. That's our race leader, clean of the screen.
Boys from front row.
Yeah, all the boys from front row. A lot of the crews that prepare these cars prepare lots of cars. They've got to be multi-talented, and also just simply here, they're dotted around the paddock. If you've got cars in 3 different plateaus, they're all stored in different places, so you've really got to get your logistics bang on. Frans Wunderlich's Aston Martin in the pit lane, and a whole host of others coming in to make their pit stop. When they go back out, do expect those Lola Aston Martins to be going out again. Philip Kaddouri in 2nd place in 009, but back into lead surely will be Christian Albrecht in his 008 Lola Aston Martin. Sound good, look good, and go very, very well indeed.
Just while I was down in the assembly area, I was eavesdropping a conversation between our man Philip Kaddouri and his team manager, and it was all about his logistics and getting all his clothing and everything. Some of it back to Hong Kong, some of it back to the next racetrack. It was quite fascinating. It was quite detailed. Well, I want that.
It's not racy, but it's important.
That helmet here, and I want this here, and I want that there. But, you know, can you imagine Phillips going back? He's running a huge hotel group when he gets home.
So LMP2 here are straddling two different LMP2 sets of regulations because we have the ones where the manufacturers were allowed to be involved, like the ARX, and after that it went to 4 manufacturers, which were Dallara, Ligier, Orica and Riley, which Riley Multimatic. That was a kind of a joint venture. They all used the 4-litre V8 engine from Gibson, and that was about 600 horsepower originally. It was turned down after that, and that came into effect in 2016, I think, 2017 season, and they've continued on. The new regulations, which start in 2028, is going to be Orica and Ligier, again with Gibson, but with a V6 Gibson engine for that. At one stage in one American Le Mans, one IMSA race in the States, we did have all 4 manufacturers, and I'm going to say that was one of the races where we were at COTA with the WEC. I think we had all 4 LMP2 chassis manufacturers. They were, of course, the chassis that the new LMDH cars were meant to be built on, the new P2 chassis. But unfortunately, the regulations weren't written, and therefore the manufacturers went off and had to go off and build LMDH chassis to manufacturer specifications. Multimatic built the Porsche one specifically for them. Dallara supply a couple of different manufacturers, as do Orica and Ligier have done as well. Which led to a bit of a problem with the regulations, because the regulations were sort of rewritten to match what had already been done. But originally it was those 4, Dallara, Ligier, Orica and Riley Multimatic.
But John, I seem to remember with that Gibson engine, because it was such an effective package, when they changed the rules, they had to wind the power of the engine down because they were just going too damn quick compared with the LMP1 cars.
Well, certainly the new Le Mans hypercars, I think it's now 3 times, maybe 4 times it's been turned down. And that's quite a lot of work for Gibson that they do at their expense. That's not at the customer's expense. They've had to do it. It's not just a case of turning down an ECU, different restrictors, how the ECUs work, how the power is delivered, and so they're nowhere near that original 600 plus horsepower that they used to give. Only one aero package as well now for the contemporary machines. G-Drive car coming into the pit lane, won the World Championship at Fuji by getting the team car to drive their nearest manufacturer off the track and crash them, which was a very dark day for the sport.
I remember Roman Rusinov won LMP2 one year, and then there was some problem with the fueling, wasn't he? He used different teams over the years to run his cars, but there was a problem when the car was disqualified after winning, I remember. Also,
oh, yeah, it was the wrong suspension part.
That's right.
Well, there was something on
wrong
it.
suspension
Well,
part.
yeah. I'll tell you what we need to watch right now is the lead of the race, because suddenly we've got a proper battle.
Looks like a scale electric set, doesn't it? When you get two of the same manufacturer with just a little bit of difference in the colour somewhere. Different shade bands or different different wing mirror colours side by side.
Even more like a scale electric thing side by side. They're going to get to the bit where they swap tracks in a minute, or a little chicane, and then...
Oh, mind the table leg.
Yeah, they'll click off the lap counter.
So, Cadore and Albrecht having a great ding-dong here in the 2 lower Astons.
Just remember, Albrecht was ahead by about 4.5, 5 seconds before they pitted on the same lap. They came in, the lower Aston Martins. It was always going to be about this pair. But right now, well, let's see who's going to end up. But getting them within a second of each other, this could go either way. In fact, if we can find a tracker map, where are they going to hit the traffic next?
They're not in the lead yet, of course.
No.
The other cars are in. They will be in a second, because the cars in front of them are stationary in the pits, and they're having a terrific battle.
Still got 15 minutes to go in this, the youngest plateau for cars. Those Astons screaming across the line. This is what we were hoping for. Yeah, but this is what we'd been salivating about.
It swaps over. Kadori has now moved ahead of Christian Albrecht, and he's getting really rather loose in his attempt to stay ahead. Albrecht a little bit smoother, but importantly for Kadori, the driver from Hong Kong, he's got his nose in front. Now he's got to keep it there, and in fact, he's looking very nice and neat and tidy through the Forest S's. I think he's got a bit more speed.
Has the Morgan not stopped?
No, not stopped as
No,
yet.
he's not stopped yet, Cummins.
Okay, so Cummins hasn't stopped yet in the LMP2 Morgan, who's 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of these guys.
The window
at the moment. The window will be closing at the end of this lap.
Definitely.
So he needs to get in at the end of this lap in that Morgan. Still in LMP2, Evgeny, excuse me, it is the...
Well, it's obscured because the Morgan hasn't pitted.
Oh, yes, of course.
Of those that have, it's Evgeny Kiriev at the front
correct.
of the queue.
All of the GTEs have pitted, and it's the Ferrari now ahead. Stephen Jobstel.
And previous corner, the 008 car got a little bit loose. Albrecht losing a little bit of a momentum. Different colour schemes, the orange roof on the lead car, Kadori, the white strip on the front of the Albrecht car.
It's magnificent, isn't it, watching these two cars together. Listen to that. That is just outstanding.
Right, traffic. I was wondering where they're going to catch it. Here's our answer coming very soon. Oh, dear, indeed. Yeah. That's... just trying to remember which is the pale blue Lola sitting there in the background.
It's in the Gulf colours.
In the Gulf colours, yeah. So
what was that?
Scrolling. Could be Christoph Dansenberg's... no, sorry. That's not in the race. That's a Lola Aston Martin, also in pale blue and orange, of course. Werner Dansenberg is what I was trying to say, not Christoph.
Yeah.
That's
a
the
shame. He was going
judge.
really well, yes.
Yeah.
He's in the early part of the lap again, just under the Goodyear bridge.
Side by
side for the lead again. Take your pick, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, off the side of the circuit there, onto what used to be the red tarmac that showed that wasn't part of the racing surface. That has faded down through the years. No quarter Astor given, but there is about a 3/4 of an inch drop-off from the main part of the track onto that through Arnage. These two are putting on an absolute show. Andy Cummins has come into the pits finally in the number 47 Morgan, the blue and white car trundling down pit lane. He's had his moment in the sun and been scored as a leader of a race at Le Mans. Side by side again into the Porsche curves. 009 round the outside. Philip Kadori holds on to it. This is fast. This is a quick part of the circuit. Get the first part of the Porsche curves wrong, and it's a bit like getting out of sequence on a downhill slalom on skis. You lose the first, but you're out of kilter, out of rhythm for the whole of the rest of that run.
It's going to be a long 12 minutes or so for race leader Philip Kadori. They've got pace in different places. They're taking almost entirely different lines to each other, which is extraordinary, bearing in mind they're in very, very similar cars, but it's down to their driving styles. But right now, Christian Albrecht, I think he's ruining a couple of those loose moments, but Philip Kadori, just under a lap ago, going under the Goodyear bridge, definitely got the tail out. And here, one driver has a slipstream, and I tell you what, it's not the driver at the front.
No.
Albrecht's flashing his lights now. He's been driving the car, I think, even harder than Kadori. He's been a bit off the track here and there. I just wonder if he's damaged the tyres a little bit. But he's going to have another go now.
Not there, surely, under the Goodyear bridge, coming up to GT traffic here.
It's the Aston Martin of Frans Wunderlich. Hopefully for them, they'll catch it before they get to Tete Rouge. To the right-hander they approach. Bam! Down the inside goes Kadori. Has Wunderlich seen the tiny little second-place cars? 3 Aston Martins, 2 engines. Well, 3 Aston Martin engines, 2 lovely Lola body on top of the front duo. But the good thing, it was a better exit.
Yeah,
You're
much
a fan
better.
of Philip Kadori.
The Opal Fruit Orange Aston Martin, we haven't mentioned that much. That's an ex-Tom Ferrier TF Sport car. And Tom, with 10 years of Le Mans under his belt this year, took another victory for Corvette. However, now they run the Corvettes in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Tom, no mean racer himself, and has transitioned into a very canny team owner, manager, operator. And once you get the call to be effectively the works team in a World Championship, you know you're doing something right. Once again, the Aston side by side, really big draft from the slipstream. And Albrecht down the inside into the second chicane. Can he get it stopped into the middle part? He can. Now, who gets the punch out of the corner? Just a little stutter maybe for the new leader, but now they accelerate down towards Mulsanne Corner, through the avenue of trees, past Les Arbres Hotel, and very good wine cellar at that hotel there. Over the brow that was shaved considerably, some 10, 12 feet after the Mark Webber incident. Now onto that long run. 3 places on the Le Mans circuit where the big prototypes now get over 200 miles an hour. Both of the parts of the Ligne Droite au Nadier, the Mulsanne Straight, and this run down from Mulsanne to that right-hander before Indianapolis. A lot of the drivers nowadays call that Indianapolis 1 because it hasn't got a corner, and a spin for the LMP2
leader. That's Francois
the leader, yeah.
Yep.
Did he do it all on his own? Let's have a look. First chicane.
Yep.
Oh, you heard the rear wheels spinning up there. He's got on the anchors quickly. The Michelin's protesting, but he didn't hit anything. Now, can he find first gear? He's dropped down the field a little bit.
Now, the vital thing right now is can Philippe Kaddouri get close enough to take the toe that Christian Albrecht used on the previous lap? In many ways, as soon as the 009 went past into the lead, I just thought, hold on, sorry, 008 is Christian Albrecht's car. I thought, is it going to be a case you've got to count back from the end of the race? You want to be the driver that's getting the toe down the Mulsanne Straight on the final lap and use it into the second chicane, as we saw Christian Albrecht do. But at the moment, Philippe Kaddouri's just falling a little bit off. He's about 3/4 of a second down in second place. Let's see what he can manage. What's left on the clock? Just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be close to whether this is 2 more laps or 3 more laps. It'll all depend on the pace. They are pushing on. 3:37 is the fastest lap of the race. 3:40, no, 3:37, 7:87. New fastest lap of the race for Albrecht, including the pass. Now, that's going to be tight. He probably does not want to do 11 laps. We've seen that be folly in the past.
Little mistake there, unfortunately, for Philippe Kaddouri. I think his tyre life has really gone away from him. He, too, was pushing very hard 2 or 3 laps ago. And I think, unless some traffic can help him, he's now not close enough to keep the toe. But then again, as the harder Christian Albrecht pushes as he goes through Tête Rouge to extend his lead, the more his tyres are going to suffer. But now, not close enough to get the toe. That was the question I had in my mind after the move, just under a lap ago, when they would go between the first and the second chicanes.
I think Philippe Kaddouri was already struggling, particularly with the front tyre grip. We could see that through Porsche curves and also to a certain extent through the Forest S's. And with another car in front of him, that was actually hurting him. Down in the pit lane, the brains trust there, I think, are working out the same thing that I've just mentioned. And about how many laps that you potentially want to do down there. Alex Capardia, I noticed, down there. Very decent driver himself.
Absolutely, yeah.
Had to work really hard to raise money. Bought a lot of off licenses at one stage and ran them himself and put some of that money into his liquor stores, for those of you watching from the US.
I bought a lot of off licenses, albeit 1 bottle at a time. But
Bruce Jones with the comment of the weekend so far. Yeah, really good driver, smashing bloke as well. And he's helping the guys down there. Had a really good run, didn't he, at Monaco Historique? Did Alex Capardia.
Oh, fraught with problems. Remember, they couldn't get the car started, and they tried and tried and tried.
He had to hold an F1 car in gear whilst driving around Monaco, the place where you absolutely don't want to have only one hand on the wheel for most of the lap. Dear me. Yeah, that was good. Good to see Alex in such good form. Looks well, looks fit, enjoying life, and still getting out to racetracks. Remember seeing him at an Aston Martin test day in northern Spain.
I think he made his mark originally in Radicals, didn't he? He's got a lot of people come up through Radicals, actually.
Good cars, good bang for the buck. Monte Blanco was that early season test that he was at, that I was at as well. First time I met Jamie Chadwick, who I think was about 15 or 16 at the time, getting her Aston Martin wings, literally. Lovely little circuit, Monte Blanco, actually, and you can wet it down as well if you want to do wet testing.
One of the nice things about those Lola Aston Martins, they've got a proper Aston Martin badge on them.
Yes, absolutely.
Front.
Yeah. There was a time as well on the GT cars, and the fact they did a limited edition frame of them all. They did the badges with the national flags of the team entrants around the world, but they were proper enamel badges and they were hand painted.
Yes,
it's not just a sticker.
No, it's absolutely that on those Lola Aston Martins. Proper enamel badge, as you say. Kaduri now dropped 2.5 seconds behind Albrecht. I don't think he's got anything in the tank for that.
Is he a threat from Sean Lynn?
No.
No, it's 14 seconds.
Last time around from Sean. That was his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
I think time's going to run out before that.
Yeah, well, just under 4 minutes remaining in this race. So Philip Kaduri gave it a very good shot, but you know, when your tyres go away, and just let's refresh your memories. Air temperature 30 degrees, drivers getting hot in the cockpit, track temperature 46 degrees. Tyres definitely going past their best rather sooner than they would if they'd been out on the track at 9 o'clock this morning when it was only 18 degrees air temperature, 18 degrees track temperature. Though with the Jet Alliance Lotus, one of a pair that was entered in 2011, I think it was, just trying to keep out of the way, but running out of track for Wolfgang Hensler, and someone running offline. How dusty is that? Of course, at that point on the circuit, a lot of drivers have kicked gravel on as they come out of Arnage. Hunting, looking for gaps, not all opening up around the midfield. The G-Drive car's just lost 1 position there, so that's fallen back 1 further place. Up front, though, 2.1 seconds is now the margin between Christian Albrecht, his Lola Aston Martin, and Philip Kaduri. It's 0.08 from 0.09. Sadly, we didn't get 0.07 to come out to play. We should have had the trio.
Yeah, well, that was the car that's
now if they'd been in number order, obviously.
That was the Dansenberg car that is here. It did practice.
So this little 3-car battle coming to the end of the lap. What I'm waiting to see is where the leader is and what's going to be left on the clock. He'll start his last lap this time around, I think. So
I'll tell you what, really good laps coming in from Alfie Briggs now in that Lola B1183. That's moved up to 6th place. It's running in its own class. The invitation class doesn't fit all the categories, but it's moved ahead of the LMP2 class leader, Evgeny Keriev, in the orange and black car just in the background of the shot there, the G-Drive Racing entry. And Stuart Wiltshire tucked in behind in his LMP1 Peugeot. So really, in terms of pace, he should be able to pick off Evgeny Keriev, but he's running out of time into the final 2 minutes until that checkered flag can be unfurled.
the leader is on the run down to Indianapolis Arnage now, and with a minute and 38 left, they may yet call this the last lap. Also, we've got a 1 lap penalty for Andy Cummins.
Well, he stayed out. We thought he might just squeak in, but unfortunately that little plaudit which didn't really gain him anything, apart from having a longer first stint and a shorter second stint, has not helped him at all. So I'm afraid he's going to plummet down the order. He's sitting in 4th place overall in the class in LMP2, and I'm afraid for the Morgan racer, it's not going to be so sweet at the end.
Christian Albrecht with another fastest lap last time around, 3:37.787. Alfie Briggs a 3:48.618 in that Lola, the 2011 car. I think we might see this called the last lap of the race, to be honest. Let's see how far he comes. Oh no, you know what? He's going to go on to another lap here. Let's have a look down onto the start-finish line. 40 seconds left. And this battle will go on for another 13.5 kilometres. And as they come to the line, I'm checking the start-finish line. No checkered flag out. Nope, so we're going to get one more lap by about 18 seconds. So it continues. Now we've got to ask ourselves, this is the 11th lap they are on. Who's done the fuel numbers right? Have they got them right? This has been the downfall of a number of teams. The cars have been running at very high speeds, it's high temperatures, and the air obviously quite thin the hotter it gets, so the top speed and a bit less drag on that. Conversely, of course, you're not making quite as much power.
Really interesting shot there of Christian Albrecht bouncing around as he went through Tete Rouge. We had a comment earlier from Dario Franchitti in an interview, but just how bumpy that section of the road is, and particularly with these cars so stiffly strung, not just the cars at the front of the race, all these prototypes. And, you know, as you get tired, as your tyres get tired, it gets harder to keep it in a sweet line on the exit of Tete Rouge. Third place driver just going through the shot there, Sean Lynn. He's long since moved ahead of Michel Fry's Lola B07, but it's up front. It's the Lola Aston Martins, and it does look as though this one's in the bag for Christian Albrecht, but I'm not going to say that, just in case it isn't.
Sean Lynn will be ruining his slightly odd starting position, I think, in that number 4 Peugeot. He's only 9.5 seconds back. He's just done his fastest lap, and the car's fastest lap of the race, at 36.3. He's took another 10th. Second, actually, out of Philip Kadori. He could have done with just being a little bit closer earlier on, Andrew.
Yeah, I think he'll get on the overall podium, though, in third place. Just to mention Kiriev, he's a really interesting character because although he's Russian, he was schooled in Britain and got a Master of Science at a British university. And he's what they call an angel investor these days. He's based in Cyprus. But you know that Lucky Saint brand of zero beer? He put money into that. You know that brand nice, so you can make a lot of the wine that's in cans. You can buy in cans in supermarkets. He's invested in that and many other things. Really interesting man, and he drives really nicely too.
The Lotus is pulling to the side of the track.
At the end,
I think we've seen that before.
I don't know what you're saying, Andrew.
The Wolfgang Hennisler car, third in its class, and maybe that's one lap too far for them as well.
Well, this lap's been a really good lap for Christian Albrecht. He started about 2.5, 3 seconds clear. Around the lap, he's 4.8 seconds clear. No chance for Philip Kadori to even...
very wide.
Almost going off at Arnage. What is going on?
He's done that a lot, hasn't he?
He has, actually.
Kadori is slowing down. He is lifting because...
He's catching. He is catching in that shot. I reckon as the gap was 4.8 seconds. It's come down to 3.6.
Well, yes, you're right. I was about to say he'd lost over 2 seconds of his lead in the first half of the lap over Sean Lynn, but then he's just taken a second back, so not sure what Philip Kadori, whether he had an issue. Well, I don't think he's going to be able to bridge the gap. There's 2 seconds between the 008 and the 009. Albrecht then, with a bold overtaking manoeuvre, the lap before last, it will be a Lola Aston Martin 1-2 in our newest plateau. Still GTE Revival to come. Down through the gearbox, turns left, right, left, and right again. No, he's not doing the green cross code. He's about to see the checkered flag and takes the win in the third and final run for Plateau 10, excuse me, Grid 10, 4.8 seconds at the line. Kadori in second, Sean Lynn another 6 seconds further back in the first non-Lola Aston Martin. That's the Peugeot 908 HDI FAP from 2008. Those are your top 3 on LMP on the overall. And is that reflected, do you reckon, Andrew, in the...
Yes, it is. So Albrecht takes it by a long way from Fry, who had some good races, 4th here, but that doesn't matter. He will finish 2nd overall. And then it will be Sean Lynn. I'm not sure, maybe Wiltshire. I'm not quite sure who's going to be next after that. Probably Wiltshire.
Waiting for Alfie Briggs to come through in the Lola, the Acura.
He's not in the overall. He's not in the overall, John, because he didn't finish the second race in the night.
Also waiting for the LMP2 battle as well, but that should go the way of Yevgeny Kiriev after that little whoopsie by the Pescarolo and Francois Ariot. That's cost him the win here. He's just done his best lap of the race, but he's going to be 15 seconds further back. It will be the Ferrari 488 that wins in GTE, the number 100 car. The Macintosh livery on that car.
I suppose it depends on your age, but obviously I'm the oldest person in this booth by a way, but for me, this is one of my favourite races. Would I rather see Bentleys and Talbot and stuff race or these? Sorry, for me, this is modern technology. This is fast, this is exciting, this is loud, and that Lotus does finally just about limp home. So I think this is a massive idea, switching this classic into two.
Oh, totally. So Alfie Briggs has gone through, Stuart Welsh has gone through in the other Peugeot. Yevgeny Kiriev has gone through in the Oreca and wins LMP2 in this race. We'll check the other results. There goes Francois Heriot. He'll be kicking himself. Alessandre Leroy should be coming through next in the Ligier ahead of Jacques Nicolet. And what else could Jacques be driving other than a Ligier as well? And here they come to the line now.
John, can I just say that obviously I've been trying to work out in my head the all-important aggregate, the overall winners list. Of course, it is about the 3 races across the 2 days. And we don't have it on our screen yet because they take a while to finalise it all. But you can go on excellent website. Just go to Peter Auto Timing. You'll be able to find, it's got all the results from this from years gone by and all the other Peter Auto races. But you can key into Le Mans 2016 and later this evening you'll be able to see if my calculations were correct or not. I think they probably were.
Presumably you want the 2026 ones rather than 2016.
Oh, sorry.
I knew what you meant. Sunday afternoon in the sunshine. Circuit de la Sarthe providing what we expected, which is excellent entertainment. And our newest grid in a new event. Christian Albrecht by just under 5 seconds from Philip Cadori in the 2 Lola Aston Martins from 2008, 2009, 11 laps completed. Sean Lynn fighting his way in the Peugeot up to 3rd position. Michael Fry for the Lola B07 with the Judd engine. That the top 4 in LMP1. Alfie Briggs winning the Invitational with the Lola B1183. Further down, the LMP2 battles, Evgeny Kiriev in the Oreca, the Pescarolo of Francois Heriot, who was leading actually in that little 1 hook from 2008, had a little spin, cost him some time at the Daytona chicane. Alexandre Leroy in the Ligier ahead of Jacques Nicolet, and Stefan Gerbstel in the Ferrari wins from Frans Wunderlich by 22 seconds in the TF Sport Aston Martin in second there. And the good news was Wolfgang Hennisler coaxed the Lotus Evora, much older car, home to third position in class. So that brings us to the end of the plateaus, but not to the end of our broadcast or the entertainment still to come. The GT3 Revival. We'll have that for you. Huge grid of cars for that, and fabulous racing that we had earlier on in the week. And indeed, we started our coverage on Saturday morning at just on 9 o'clock with their first race. If you enjoyed the noise and the excitement of the Lola Aston Martins, and why wouldn't you, then we have an aural treat for you next with the Mazda 787B coming out onto the track, the four-rotor car, the winner of Le Mans in 1991. And that car really broke the mold, didn't it, when it came to this circuit. Just wait for that to come out onto the circuit. A reminder that Le Mans Classic Legend is now a series, and still to come later on this year will be races at Paul Ricard, at Estoril, and at Imola, and that will be covered for you on the Peter Auto YouTube channel with a mixture of Bruce, Andrew, myself, and some guests for that as well, as we go through the year, finishing off with the Imola race, which I'm very much looking forward to later on in the year. It's been a success making this, I think, Andrew, into a championship as well as individual events. The events themselves, whether it's Barcelona or Spa or particularly Dijon, when we go to the south of France, it'll be a slightly different personality because of the circuit. When we go to Estoril, when we go to Imola. But now there's point scoring throughout the year, and what that gives is a certain, I suppose, consistency of the entry that we see.
Absolutely, it does. Everyone has got something to aim for, their championship positions and so on. It is effectively the European Championship of Historic Sports Car Racing now. Yeah, interestingly, this organisation that runs it, Peter Auto, founded by Patrick Peter, but new owners now, they've just bought another group this week that embraces single-seater races. And I wonder if they may integrate those into the programs maybe next year. We'll find out soon, because I like to see the odd single-seater as well. I know you're very much a sports car man.
I don't mind single-seater.
Occasionally they have guest races. Last year they had the Historic Grand Prix Car Association bought some cars to Dijon. It was nice to see them race. And the more races and a very finite championship like this brings more people out with cars. They've got something to aim for. But this idea of splitting this particular meeting into two with the two different age groups, I think has worked phenomenally well. It'd be interesting to see next year what support races they have, because that's something we don't know yet. But I suspect they'll keep it under the sort of 1970s era.
If these were just single events, I would have expected that to have been announced this week. However, I suspect we'll get it later in the Le Mans Classic Legend season.
Yes,
I'm
sure it will.
There'll be some announcement as to what we'll see. What we know is we're going to get the plateaus 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that we've seen in the past. 6 has been part of this weekend.
I think they'll keep it that way.
And I think they'll keep it that way, absolutely. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, these are all eras. So the different grids, the different plateaus you hear us talking about, they all span a certain amount of years. Some longer than others, some quite long, some much, much shorter. Yeah. Basically being able to get cars of similar engineering prowess, of similar pace, to make sure that everybody gets a decent race somewhere. And I think that's very interesting, that the way they've done that. And split it, and it's worked for the last 20 odd years. It's worked. It's 25 years since the first classic Le Mans. I know, I was here. We did some radio for it, based in the little cabins in the press room, and we had a great time doing that. We did, I think, the first couple or three over the first 6 years. I do remember Nick Damon getting his arm hairs burnt off with the helmet TX when he decided it was a good idea to stick a microphone up the exhaust.
Well, we talked about Xavier Micheron from the Ascot collection that buys and sells racing cars. He has raced that car quite recently here. He still owns it.
Yep.
He won't race it again.
It came out quite often in the early years.
Yes.
We talked about the jet turbine, the gas turbine engine helmet, the TX. Made a brilliant noise.
Yeah.
So we were here for those, and it hasn't changed. So until now, the format had remained exactly the same from 2000 to 2024.
Yes.
And therefore, you got similar cars, new cars coming in, some cars dropping out, but the format had remained the same, and the eras that were representative were the same. What this has done is to say to people, you now have a choice. We'd like you to come to both, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They would like you to come to both. But if you're more interested in the early years of Le Mans, the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s and 60s, into the early 70s, then come to Heritage. If the more recent cars, 70s, mid-70s onwards, through to 2013, 14, 15, with the GT3 cars that we've got here this weekend, if that's more your thing, then by all means, come to Legends. And here's a Legend out on the circuit right now.
Certainly is, yes. You might like to see GT40s race. You might like to see Aston Martins from 1959 race, whatever. But here's the car which was driven by Johnny Herbert, of course, Bertrand Gachot, and
Volker Wiedler.
Volker Wiedler, who got terrible tinnitus. Not sure if it was from this, and couldn't race because of that terrible hearing problem. But this car is very, very loud.
First victory by Japanese manufacturer, only victory by a non-piston engine car. And it remained from 1991 all the way through to 2018, the only Japanese manufacturer to have won.
Just wondering, John, have you ever driven a rotary engine?
I have, funny enough. RX3 at, in fact, you were there when I drove it with such brio. I pinged off a couple of hubcaps because we did
that's
when we did the historic event at RAF Bicester.
Yes, indeed, yes. Yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah, you had a lot of fun. I remember that's right, yeah.
It was great fun.
Yeah, what was it called? Wings and Pistons and something. Anyway, I drove, as a very young journalist, went on the press launch of the Audi it was really an Audi, NSU Row 80.
Yeah.
That was a terrific car, actually.
That was very clever. We talked about this yesterday, but there were so many things on that was very clever. It was a sort of a cab forward design, loads of room in the interior of the car. Had a sort of semi-automatic gearbox where you could move the gear lever. You didn't have to use the clutch. It had a micro switch on the gear lever. Full automatic mode as well. And that was now I want to say that was a twin rotor rather than...
I believe it was a twin rotor because I had lots of problems with the seals on the tips of the triangles, which spun round, of course. In a way, it makes a lot of sense because there's not so much bits of metal going up and down. And there was a motorbike with a rotary engine. It might have even been Norton that did that.
It was a Norton.
And Mazda still do one rotary engine, don't they?
Up until quite recently, they did what was called a CX-30R, or actually lot of people call it an RX-30, which was a battery-powered car, which had a rotary engine, a single-cylinder rotary engine, single-rotor rotary engine, which was not connected to the wheels. It was purely used as a generator. But because rotary engines, it ran at one of two speeds, depending on how much load you were putting on it. And they are very, very efficient at doing a single speed.
Yes.
A single speed.
But
and of course, the other thing is materials technologies for the tips of the rotors have come on massively. Experimentation with ceramics and different alloys, and I think there's still something there. There are, if you look carefully, in the current LMH Le Mans hypercar regulations, there are a specific set of regulations for a car that uses a rotary engine, and the whole car has a different technical homologation possibility if you use a rotary engine. Not just the engine side of it, although you've got some more, you can use more exotic materials in the engine. But there are other things to do with aero and the chassis design, etc., that you can exploit if you use a rotary engine. I'm saying this very loudly in case somebody from Mazda is watching. And you might not know that because it hasn't actually been reported. How great. Let's just have a quick listen to this as it comes up towards the Porsche curves. You'll hear that quad rotor. 2.6 litres, actually. Have a listen to this.
Great. Mazda's one of the smaller car companies, but one of the most innovative. They went this route with the rotor, but they've got some other great ideas. The Sky Active technology.
Still very, very innovative. The SPCCI engine, which is an engine that, a petrol engine that when it needs to be is a petrol engine, i.e. a spark ignition engine, and when it doesn't need to be, it's a high compression engine, which therefore becomes a compression ignition engine with petrol, and effectively is using what we would call diesel technology. It's absolutely incredible, and you'll think to yourself, oh, well, I'll be able to tell when that swaps over. No, you can't. This car, the 787B, had variable length inlets that was controlled by the ECU.
Yes.
Got banned later on, that technology. They've done things with engines where there's a bellows on the top of the engine that can change the compression ratio. Mazda continue to innovate. They are not ready to give up on the internal combustion engines. The latest CX-5 is a 2.5 litre 4-cylinder engine, which has only 148 horsepower, which nowadays does not sound a lot, but they've integrated that with a very clever mild hybrid system, which fills in any torque gaps. And their new all-electric car, which is the Mazda 6e, I've driven it twice now. The first time was the end of last year, and even since then, battery technology has moved along, and they have changed to a completely different battery pack. There were originally 2 battery packs available. One, the slightly lower-powered one, less miles of range, but it charged quicker. The bigger one charged a bit slower and now had more miles. Now we've got a third one, which is the only one you can get now, which is more miles than the bigger one and charges faster than the smaller one. Things are changing quick. Mazda accept that. They understand that. They engineer and innovate. And this car was right up there. We talked about Jackie Hicks and the team behind this as well, who got a higher fuel allowance for this car for 1999. Just 2 of the 787Bs were ever built. And it was really the reliability of this car in 1991. They didn't have the overall pace in the World Championship at that time, but the number 55 here was the car that came through. It was a culmination of about 3 or 4 years, and they raced it the next year as well, but without the authorities had cottoned on there and basically gave it a less favourable fuel allowance, because remember, we were still at the end of Group C. Group C was a fuel formula. People talk about BOP now and say, oh, the days of Group C. Well, there was balance of performance back in Group C. Oh, listen to that downshift.
I'm not sure if it's Torrado driving it again. There was talk of President Field driving it today. Interesting, John Doonan we talked about, and we saw racing earlier on in the NASCAR event. was previously with Mazda and drove a great program through there, and did try to run Lolas with diesel engines in, Mazda diesel engines. Didn't prove to be a great success. But one of the things he used to say...
They won a race in the American Series with a 2-litre diesel engine, which they ran 2-litre petrols and 2-litre diesels in the same chassis.
I was going to say that John Doonan...
Not at the same time.
John Doonan reckoned there was more Mazdas racing around the world than any other maker car, because there's so many MX-5s and Miatas, as they're called in America. I don't think they're still called Miatas.
They're now called MX-5 in the States as well.
But there was so many of those racing that it added up to more than any other make that was racing. It was really interesting.
The slogan is that on any given weekend, there's more Mazdas racing around the world than any other brand, which is amazing. And the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, presented by Michelin, which is back on the IMSA docket now and has been for 3 or 4 years, is, as Declan Brennan once said to me, a good friend of ours, said, it's like watching 1970s Formula Ford with fenders. Or Moto 3,
and,
for those of you who know.
Some very good drivers have come up through MX-5.
And most recently, the Trackhouse star who's teammates to SVG, which is Conor Zilic. He came up through Whelen Mazda MX-5. Big puff of flame out of the side there. Listen, that's the noise that kept us awake so many hours.
Certainly did.
In the early 1990s, you knew when these cars were going around. Renown were a clothing manufacturer. This was their trademark colourway. And Mazda in the UK produced a very small run of Renown coloured cars. Have a listen to this through the grandstands.
But you were telling us
that noise rattling off the grandstands is
sorry
something very
to speak over that, John. Yeah, you were saying yesterday, John, that Mazda UK produced some MX-5s in this colour scheme.
Painted.
Yes, and I saw one at Race Retro this year. It had a central feature of it.
They are very highly sought after. There's a gentleman in Germany who used to be a Mazda dealer who has possibly one of the best collections of Mazdas anywhere in the world. And in fact, loaned Mazda UK some of the Mazda 6s and 626s that were at the UK launch of the new 6E. And he's got one. And it's one of the prides, that and the Mazda Cosmo, which is the spaceship-shaped car. He's got those are these two. Just stop talking, Hindhaugh. Just listen to the car.
Yeah, but and of course, Mazda UK have got a nice little collection of heritage cars.
Yes, they are.
It's looked after by Yota.
Yeah, Jota, Sam Hignett looks after that. All running now on that. All running on sustainable fuel. The Mazda Heritage Collection, they run all of their cars on sustainable fuel. And in fact, that RX-3 that I was trundling around gently with, not at all, I was told to drive it and rev it, and my goodness me, did it go. They're all run on Sustain, which is sustainable fuel, comes from plant waste, nothing from the food chain. Very clever operation. Prices of that coming down as well massively, and Mazda making sure that they are staying ahead on that side of things, even with their fleet. Also drove a beautiful RX-7, very low mileage RX-7 about this time last year actually, from that collection, which had very few miles on. Reminded me very much of a Porsche 968, and what a great car that was to drive. Really loved that. And people forget about Mazda. They think of the big Japanese companies, but they forget Mazda. But you can't forget this.
This car is heading to California.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports, one of the best historic events, certainly over in the United States. And a great track in California. And Mazda are one of the sponsors of that. This coming must be September, I think.
Yeah, this engine, the quad rotor here was the R26B. The variable intakes, 3 spark plugs per motor instead of 2. Ceramic apex seals, variable length intake trumpets, all increased efficiency, and the horsepower round about 900 horsepower, redlined at 10,000. Although here at Le Mans they turned it down a bit, or at least told them their red line was 9,000 RPM, which amazingly cut about 200 horsepower off. Remember, normally no turbos on this, normally aspirated in line, as far as a rotary engine can be in line, but mounted longitudinally, at least in the back of this car, and became a cult icon and still is. Renowned, I think, no more in terms of the company.
Yeah, they're actually based in Hiroshima, Mazda.
Mazda, yes.
Yeah, I was in Hiroshima last year. Very much a Mazda town.
Even slowing down, it sounds fast,
yeah.
Doesn't it? This is the last lap, I believe, and it's coming into the pit lane, but even then, as it is, of course, the anniversary this year, 35th anniversary of the victory. Oh no, we're going to
do another lap.
We are going to be
a good run
to
here.
One single more. The next number, actually, so the previous car was the 767.
Yes.
And the 767B, that was 1988 and 1989. So why was there not a 777? And it was nothing to do with the numbers. This tells you the thought process. They felt that this car was such a big improvement over the 767 that it should have a 2-number change. So instead of 777, it became 787.
Yeah.
Which I love it. There were some, I think there were, so in terms of the Japanese numbers, there was a pronunciation issue as well over 777 in Japanese. But when Nigel Stroud designed this car, he, as I said, the new R26B engine, a different set of bodywork on the car, dropped that rear wing down and behind, a design element that a number of the current Le Mans hypercar manufacturers are looking at. Cadillac came here with their Evo early on in the year in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in here, having dropped the V-Series R's rear aerofoil right down and pushed it out the back. And I do see so much of this era, this late 80s, certainly early 90s, design nomenclature, if you like, or design philosophy in the new LMHs, of people are getting to grips with that. The lift-drag ratio in the current LMH regulations is not actually that hard to hit, I am told by people with considerably larger brains than I. But it's about giving the car the widest setup window, because they work on such different circuits and on such different operating parameters. And so the design vernacular has had to change. And it does seem as though that they've looked backwards to go forwards.
I seem to remember that after this car, they came back to Le Mans again with a regular piston engine. Ooh, Bruce might be the man for that. Do you remember, Bruce? I thought they had a sort of Judd engine in one the following year.
I'll look that up for you, because it sort of slipped my mind. I sometimes confuse what went before with what followed, but okay, so 1992, I shall reach into my bag of books, good Quentin Spurring books that tell you all about every car that competed at Le Mans across the decades. And then, of course, John Brooks did the most recent decade, 2000 to 2009. I'll await the rest. Look, I don't remember it, in all honesty, Andrew, so let's take a look. I'll get back to you. I will fall quiet for a moment.
Well, falling quiet is good with this, because we're listening to that mega quad engine again.
And don't forget, the year that they won, the Mazdas started 19th, 23rd and 30th. This 55 car started 19th. Although it qualified 12th, 17th and 24th, because the new 3.5 litre formula had come in and they were given the front of the grid. It was one of the few times that they didn't qualify purely on on the start.
Right. Andrew, your memory is very good indeed. In 1992, Mazda Speed defended its Le Mans title, but went to try to do it with 2 new FIA sports cars powered by V10 piston engines, one of which finished 4th in the hands of the same crew who won the previous year in that same livery, and the white version, God, now I see the photos, oh, wow, how have I forgotten that, was one that didn't make it through to the end of the race. But you're entirely right, and again, as I keep saying, the history of Le Mans keeps moving quite quickly. You just get something you think that's the definitive car, and it doesn't tend to be so for terribly long. But that year, it was one of the smallest entries we had at Le Mans. We only had 14 finishers out of about 30 starters.
Yeah.
But I can remember that, but I can't remember who was in the other team cars with this. Was David Kennedy must have been one of them?
No, oh, hold on a second. But
who were they?
The other crew in the white car was Maurizio Sandro Sala.
I'm talking about the year they won.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, 1991. Okay, I will tell you.
Maurizio Sandro Sala, Stefan Johansson, David Kennedy, and
the third car.
Where was the third car?
We got one with Pierre Dudonné in 1991 in 8th place overall. Right. Yujiro Terada and Takashi Yorino.
Dudonné was very much part of this.
Entirely.
Massive influence.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as we mentioned yesterday, but worthwhile for those new viewers, a huge influence at WRT.
Yes.
Vincent Franssen, Pierre Dudonné. And I do honestly think that the success in a relatively short period of time, barely 10 years, that WRT has been running as an entity in the form it is now, and the success that they have had. They've just taken, of course, a win in the World Endurance Championship at the Spa race before Le Mans. They could, should, might have won Le Mans this year with the BMWs, but Pierre Dudonné, massive influence there. And I think it's people like Vincent Franssen, Pierre Dudonné, who have raced, who understand racing, being involved. And of course, Jack Hicks being a part of this program along with Pierre, they were the ones who were lobbying the ACO to get the fuel allowance to make that car competitive. So brilliant to see that car out on the anniversary of its 1991 win 35 years ago. I wasn't here 35 years ago because I was in the midst of having a terrible bout of adult chicken pox.
Ooh,
so I couldn't, it was awful. I was at home on my own and very, very poorly with that. Got it very, very badly. Don't even want to talk about it and remember actually because, oh no, bad memories. But fantastic to see that car back here after 35 years and honouring its still the only non-piston engined win, the Mazda 787B, off to the States, doing a bit of a 35th anniversary tour than this year. We're at Le Mans. It's the Le Mans Classic Legend, the first of a new brand of Le Mans Classic here in 2026. It's heritage next year. Make your plans. The cars from 1923 up to the late 60s, early 70s in the first 5 plateaus that we've seen before, plus some invitational classes, I'm absolutely certain, and we'll keep you informed of those throughout the rest of the Le Mans Classic season, which has yet to visit Paul Ricard to the circuit Estoril in Portugal, and we'll finish off at Imola in Italy at the back end of the year. Now, yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, we started our odyssey through Le Mans history, a run through time with the newest cars that we'll see. It is an invitational class at the moment. I stress that, for the new GT3 Revival Series, and that is how we will finish our races today that we are televising for you. Thank you, by the way, for all the lovely comments that you have been sending in at RSL_studio. Lovely to know that you are enjoying what's going on and the variety of cars and the new cars that have been represented here. A very different look and feel. And that Mazda, such a favourite around the paddocks here. So this is a second race for the GT3 Revival. They're not doing the aggregate here.
No, this is a standalone race, except that they are using the order from the first race as starting for this. These are the cars, the early GT3 cars from 2006 to 2013. But in those 5 years, GT3 cars came on a long way. Now they've come on much further since. But, you know, I think Audi's certainly were into their second iteration of the R8 LMS, got up to what they call the Ultra. We got some very great Aston Martin's Vantages in this. We got Lamborghini Gallardos. Just wondering if there's anybody near the back of the field. There's one Lamborghini I expect to see racing yesterday that didn't start. Craig Wilkins' car.
No, he did start, but he pulled off.
It didn't practice.
Yeah. So what we've got, Andrew, we talk about the first iteration of now that GT3 is historic. It's basically 2006, the inaugural year, to 2013. Almost no car in this field is any earlier than 2011, because even in that short time there was a massive move forward. It would be lovely to see some of those early cars, if only to reflect just how much things changed. But with GT3, it's basically a road car made to go racing. It wasn't a racing car, a bit like the Maserati MC12 that was sort of shoehorned into GT racing somehow. But it's a formula that worked, founded by Stefan Rattel. It really has been a growth story. It continues to grow. It's the global formula, and there's still a lot to come. But let's just enjoy historic GT3.
Hello everybody, welcome along to Le Mans Classic Legend 2026. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones, Andrew Marriott in the Global Broadcast Centre. Beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon as we're coming to the end of our live broadcast. We've been entertained royally by four new grids of cars that we've never seen at a Le Mans Classic before, plus a couple of brilliantly exciting invitational classes. We had the HSR NASCARs throughout the weekend, presented by Goodyear, and now we end our GT and endurance racing odyssey here at the Le Mans Classic with the GT3 Revival. Second of two races. We started here on Saturday morning. The cars will line up for their 50-minute race the way they finished yesterday. There's a number of different classes, as in many things GT3. The classes reflect not necessarily the cars, but the drivers. There's a couple of differentiations in the ages of the cars, but it's generally speaking AMs and Pro-Ams in the two different ages of the cars. From the start of GT3 in the mid-2000s, depending if you get your Evos right, you could have something as new as only 10 years ago, 2016, 2013, and depending on where your Evo takes you to. As you might imagine, this has been a very popular grid that we've had. We have got 34 cars due to come out and join us. Bruce Jones, this was an absolute barnstormer for the opening laps. We do have a mandatory pit stop somewhere in the middle. We're on the formation lap now. Yesterday morning seems a very long time away, but lives long in my memory, those opening laps.
Well, it was a cracking race. It was every much as this is an accolade, by the way, every much as good as contemporary GT3 racing, because it's really, really close. But the beauty of GT3 racing is when you look at the lead group, I think at the end of the race, we had 8 different manufacturers in the top 9 positions, which is the essence of what GT3 racing is all about. A lot of manufacturers were almost dragged kicking and screaming into it. That's Porsche, by the way. And but then they grew to love it. But it's a formula that this is a category that sort of, you get the cycle of when somebody's got the next generation of car, they may take a year to get good, then they will be de facto the cars at the front. But just think, when you have a group of cars, if you put a road-going Ferrari, let's go into period, sort of a 458 out on the street, and you put a Bentley Continental, they're just slightly after this period, side by side, you wouldn't think they could go racing again. However, with the balance of performance, effectively saying each manufacturer, this is the time your car should be adjusted to achieve. They will achieve their performance around a lap in different ways. Of course, what we saw yesterday, the Mercedes SLS GT3, the car that's running second in this group, warming its tyres in silver, that was mighty on the straights, but you got to the Ferrari it's racing against, and that was much quicker around the corners. But the whole point of this, look, as the cars come down, BMW, Ferrari, Ford with the Maytech, Porsche, Lamborghini coming up in the background. It was the mix of cars, the mix of nationalities. It's a global formula, and it's only right it's become a GT3 category that could be celebrated in historic circles, and the take-up has been enormous. And if you had one of these cars tucked away in your garage a couple of years ago, you'd be an awful lot wealthier now if you chose to sell it. Prices doubled overnight.
Yes, indeed. Now, on pole position yesterday was Jerome Polican, team owner and long-time Le Mans competitor, but his owner was not quite as quick as him, so he will start fifth. So we've got Jonathan Mitchell, British drivers, won some of these revival these revival races in the GT3 series in the past in Britain with the Aston Martin that's come from America, the ex-Racers Group car. It was driven by John Davidson in period, the Australian, and we got Ben Rickey, who was one of the surprises yesterday, went very quick in his Ferrari. It should be a cracking race. There's lots of action as they're now heading towards the Porsche curves and getting ready for the start of this one. And quite a few other British drivers also in the race.
Well, one of the most famous cars is the one that's going to be starting fourth. It's the Black Bull liveried Curiacos BMW Z4 that won the British title back in period. Peter Mulsdale will be starting that. And just to reiterate what you're saying about Jerome Polican, he took pole. He will be the start driver in the car that's starting fifth on the grid. Then he'll hand over to Jean-Luc Beaubely. Yesterday it was the other way around, but just look out for that one coming forward. It's the second of the red Ferraris, but the first one is Benjamin Ricci, who basically all of his racing career has been in GT3s, literally from the moment he started. And so he's very, very conversant. But if the racing is even half as good as it was in the first half of yesterday's race, we're in for a real, real treat.
Race control asking the cars to form up in their 2x2 formations. It's a rolling start, of course. Amazing to think how far this category has come and how it has developed, and it with GT4 coming along behind it, how we now have, some people might say, too much GT3 racing around the world. If you're somebody like a factory driver, like...
if you're a Mauro Engel,
I was just about to say
Mercedes Engel. Man through and through, he would probably be on the world standard in terms of gathering air miles.
Nearly 40 race weekends he did last season. Race weekends alone, which is incredible.
John, what we haven't said is the founder of it is taking part in this race.
Stefan Rattel.
Yep, I'm not sure where he started. Yeah, he's starting 18th.
Racer. Is he the Venturi racer who's done the best for himself?
Yes, I think by some considerable margin. And he still tends, during the course of the season, to compete in the GT2 European Series that supports some of the GT World Challenge events. But busy man, always not one other idea in his head. You sit him down, he's always got about 5 ideas bubbling about what to do next, where to go next, how to do it. But right now, he'll be looking at this from his position 18th on the grid and doing what he loves most of all, racing.
18th overall, but second in his class in his Aston Martin DBRS 9.
So from Silverstone all those years ago when I was standing... Did you do the comms for Sil?
No, not me.
I was standing doing commentary for Nissan and Nismo at the original race, which didn't have quite as many cars in, but it was already a success even before the original green lights went on. And now we've got 4 or 5 cars across the track as we relive the early days of GT3, the first 10 years or so of GT3 represented on the track at Le Mans, a race that they almost never got to. Now, of course, part of the World Endurance Championship as well, the de facto top GT category globally, and providing a ladder and an opportunity for drivers all around the world to gauge their performances many different tyre manufacturers, many different series, but one set of regulations. Nice, clean start, Bruce.
Yesterday we had a spinner in about 12th position. Pretty much everyone avoided him. Today, absolutely clear. Now, Jonathan Mitchell in that pale blue Aston Martin is right on the tail of the SLS Mercedes of Heiko Neumann, and yesterday's race winner Ben Ritchie back into 3rd place, but looks so in the drag. Expect to move into the 2nd chicane from Jonathan Mitchell. When we see the cars from the other angle, I expect that Aston Martin at least to be making a bid.
Peter Molesdale was going for the position on Eric de Bard as well. He's in the BMW Z4. Peter is in the Barwell Motorsport BMW M4. The problem at the Daytona chicane.
Well, that was Eric de Bard getting a little bit ambitious, so he's probably gained a position and immediately lost it again. But in front, it's still Heiko Neumann in that silver Mercedes. Can't quite see Jonathan Mitchell's Aston Martin, probably because it's right in behind. I can see Ben Ritchie in what I think is 3rd place. Yes, the Aston Martin, you can just see its flank. Here comes the move, surely. Not yet. And in the background, the BMW Peter Molesdale covering off Jerome Polico. I expect Jerome in that red Ferrari to make a move over, under, round the outside. Could be any of those.
Fantastic racing early on. And if you're wondering why the car in 4th position, we're calling it the Ford GT Maytech, that was because Ford, in common with a few manufacturers, did jump on board with this championship and this set of regulations. Corvette were the same. We had Callaway building their cars for them, and they came later on, as did Corvette eventually. But the major manufacturers, I suppose you'd say Audi, BMW, the 3 German manufacturers, and AMG, they were on board with it straight away.
They were, and
Audi have to have been the ones who've sold the most cars.
Oh yeah, I think they've built 1,000 GT3 cars, and that's just a staggering number. They're scattered all around the world, but I tell you what, oh no, maybe it was 1,000 GT3 cars in all have been built, but what we're seeing again is what we saw yesterday. Heiko Neumann in that Mercedes, so much punch out of the chicanes. Jonathan Mitchell in the Aston Martin will be faster around the sweeping corners, but primacy in the hands. Of course, when you've got the Mulsanne straight, if you've got grunt, you could pull away. Even if Jonathan Mitchell makes a better exit from those chicanes, he hasn't been able to do anything. Into Arnage we go. He'll be plotting his move. Don't forget, a lot of these racers race other things. He's regularly racing and winning in the Jaguar E-Type. This could not be more different.
Imagine if I could have persuaded Audi in 2005, just before this all kicked off, that I supplied them their door mirrors. Honestly,
that's enough.
Absolutely fantastic.
Talk to people in historic racing. Often they can afford to do it because they make something small but sell in enormous numbers.
Exactly. There you go. Mercedes, Aston, Ferrari, Ford, Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini, Porsche in the top 8, 7 different manufacturers, and this has been one of the great selling points, the great USP of GT3 racing is that cars with different character, different philosophy, different sizes, different shapes have all been able to race against each other, and that, whether you like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, viewer and listener, is down to BOP. You might hate it, but without it, we would not have had the variety that we have right now. And it's a simple fact that it has worked, it continues to work, and without it, we would not have the manufacturers. A little bit of a mistake by the Ford, spud up the Pirelli tyres.
Yeah, Eric de Bard, and then waiting to pounce. Jerome Polico on that red Ferrari. He's doing exactly what he expected to do. Peter Molesdale hanging in behind. I've never been someone who disliked BOP. I would if you had it for, say, Formula One. I don't for this, because it's made the fields what they are. It's given the variety that the fans want when they're in the grandstands. Otherwise, you tend to have, if there was no BOP, you'd have, oh dear, well, that's one Audi fewer in the race, unfortunately.
Has it lost a door mirror? No.
Daniel Debrouwer, Philippe Gash. Philippe went very well in that yesterday, but unfortunately today, sitting sideways, going nowhere. That's not where they want to be.
But the Ford Maytech, of course, did compete in the 2010 Le Mans race, the Swiss-based team that built the car.
As a GT1 car, yeah.
Yes, it did.
With the Robinson family outing. Husband and wife team. Lovely set of people. Now, what happened to the Audi? Oh, there was a Ferrari in close proximity, but I don't think you can convict from that evidence.
Yeah, that was the DHL livery Ferrari that's looking very crisp. And oh dear, another Audi facing the wrong direction at a second corner. That's up under the Goodyear bridge, having not quite made it there. So
and there's something on the track beyond there as well, because the yellow and red flag, often called the fluid flag, not quite true. It means there's something on the track surface that shouldn't be there. Could be debris, could be fluids, of course.
I think that might be the Jean-Louis Rion car, because we've got 2 Audis listed in the last couple of positions. The Lamborghini Gallardo of Keith Freezer hasn't made it any further than a lap, so that's out of the race as well.
May yet get a slow zone then in that first zone with the Ferrari in the gravel. It is a 4-minute lap, so we might be able to see the snatch tractor come out and get rid of those cars. Might even be able to be done from behind the barrier for the one that's just through the Dunlop chicane and under the Goodyear bridge. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Mercedes, Aston, Ferrari, Ford, BMW, then the Lamborghini Gallardo, and then a second of the Aston Martins, Barwell and Britek. Now that's Dr. Afshin Fatemi in the Aston Martin, chasing the Lamborghini. We have a bollard.
Bollard, as they
Bollard,
say.
warning.
So who was the one that struck the bollard? Well, they're there for a reason, and not necessarily to be skittled over. Again, seeing people. That's the second time. Oh, well, there we are. 556. That's classic and speed entry. No, I beg your pardon. It's not.
Alain France.
It's the one before. Pierre Alain France. They had a problematic race yesterday. Quick in between the bad bits, but unfortunately there was a bad bit that didn't really help them.
That's a father and son outfit, that. And go very well in French GT and similar races. Just going back to that GT1 Ford, the lineup in 2010 for Le Mans was Natasha Gachang, Cindy Elliman and Raha Frey, who of course is still racing to this day.
Yeah.
And the following year, Romain Grosjean drove the car.
Of course he did. That's right, he sort of stepped back down from Formula One.
Yes.
Just for those of you who want to join some dots, Natasha Gachang is cousin of Sebastian Buemi.
Yes.
And another little story, there is a sports car and a single-seater from Switzerland called the Chego, which was Claude Georges Gachenang. What do the A's stand for? It's Aigle is the town in Switzerland where those cars came from.
Big Swiss racing families.
And who's driving the Maytech with Eric Debar? Is he on his own?
Or is he on his own?
Car number 20, it is driven with Philippe Gioc.
And Rahel Frey, who you've just mentioned.
Here comes the move.
Wait, I'll go for that for a moment. Down into the Ford chicane.
Going to work.
We've got Aston Martin, once a partner for... Oh, hang on.
Oh,
no.
No, it's the yellow flag.
Slow zone. Give it back. Slow zone. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I wonder why he suddenly managed to gain half a car length in the blink of an eye. That's why, and in fact, that's cost him. Look at the gap between him and the race-leading car. Double waved yellows on the start-finish line and tucked in behind Benjamin Ricci as well. Which
will give me a chance to tell the Rahel Frey story. Rahel Frey, now GT Performance Director for WRT. And in her first race with that job in the World Endurance Championship, which would have been at Imola, the BMW M4 GT3 took the win.
She later became an Audi factory driver and did the DTM for a while.
Drastically unappreciated as a driver, Rahel. Lovely person. Had a chat with her walking into Imola at the start of the season. And she moves quick even when she's just on her feet, never mind when she's in a car. Excellent driver. Really tidy, precise driver. Aggressive when she needs to be. Very sympathetic. Talk to the engineers. Very sympathetic mechanically to the cars, which doesn't always happen nowadays. We tend to think the car's been ultra reliable in any situation.
But also her role with Iron Dame, she was very much the sensible hand that sort of smoothed the curves, if you will, took the sharp edges off and really made that combination work well.
I said to her, so you're throwing yourself into this now, no more driving? And she went, no, I've got to concentrate on this. I went, well, when I win Euro Millions, who am I going to get to drive the GT3 with me? You were on my list. She went,
No, she went, with you?
I might come back for that. Let's go down to the pit lane. Bruno Vandestick is the voice of Le Mans here on the PA system, and he'll be bringing us various reports from the pit lane. Let's head to him now. Well, just wait for a moment for Bruno to jump in.
We've all done it.
Yeah,
he switched the mic on.
We'll get there in a moment's time. Gives us the opportunity to continue to watch the racing, and that Maytech Ford then in a 5th position, but leading the AM1 category. The good news is that Bruno is now waiting for us.
C'est complètement le cas. Welcome in the pit lane with the famous Michel Nouri, and Anne-Sophie Nouri is driving the car at the moment. Elle est pas mal d'ailleurs, Anne-Sophie, parce que la fille de Michel était aux alentours de la 14e position. Michel, vous n'allez pas piloter aujourd'hui, mais vous êtes un papa très fier, amoureux du Mans aussi.
Ben écoutez, le rêve de Anne-Sophie se réalise. Je ne roule pas parce que je suis quand même un peu fatigué. Hier, j'ai eu un incident mécanique. Donc, je ne vais pas dire que je n'ai pas trop reconnu, mais c'est normal. Mais à la rigueur, là, elle est en train de réaliser son rêve parce qu'elle est en train de doubler à la régulière et je la vois faire des chronos et remonter. Et je lui ai donné le chrono. Alors, je lui ai dit, il faut que tu fasses au moins 4,18, 4,15, mais elle va y arriver.
Est-ce qu'un jour, votre fille prendra le départ des 24 heures du Mans?
Ah, je pense, oui, j'espère. Puis alors après, il y a le petit-fils qui est plus loin, mais j'espère qu'on verra l'année prochaine. Tant que je suis aussi vaillant, je ferai tout pour qu'on réalise les rêves que moi j'ai eus de faire les 24 heures.
Absolument. Yeah. Anne-Sophie Nouri is having a dream comes true today on the Le Mans racetrack. She's driving perfectly. I give her some instruction about the attitude and of course the pace on the track, and I'm sure that everything is going to be very well on this Le Mans circuit. And to the question, do you believe that one day Anne-Sophie will start the Le Mans race? You said yes, that's one of my dream, and I think it will be possible. But the son of Anne-Nouri would like to race Le Mans too, so it's a question of family affair and love story about the Nouri family and of course the Le Mans story.
3 generations then already interested in motor racing. Anne-Sophie Nouri in behind the wheel of the number 27 Nouri competition 997 GT3R Porsche, sitting second in Pro Am 2 at the moment. It's a problem for an Aston Martin. That is the.
It's the XR Motorsport car. I think that's the one
yeah.
Janos Santa is driving, but not going at the pace it was planned to do.
Is it?
No, maybe it's not actually.
Ah.
This is metallic green as well, Janos' car, but I'm trying to work out who else it might be. But anyhow, oh no, I tell you what, it's Pascaluto Franz Wunderlich, car number 62. That's now
there you go.
Slowly.
There you go.
That's a good thing. So many cars in the field, it takes a while to scroll up and down your charts to find them all. What we can tell you for sure is that Heiko Neumann is still leading from Jonathan Mitchell. The Mercedes SLS has got 3 seconds clear. Further back down the order, well, it's as it was in period. Porsche versus BMW, and that BMW is going increasingly well.
BMW going through in the...
That's Marcus von Euenhausen. And that's in fact the scrap that Michel Nouri is in. You've got Marcus and Nouri, they've been swapping positions. And Anne-Sophie is in the orange and white, silver and black striped car in the background of the shot. But right now, that BMW settling down, Marcus von Neuenhausen just moved into 15th place.
It's the Porsche Motorsport anniversary edition. They did a whole set of clothing like that as well. Just behind them.
Well, just seeing a sight of Stefan Rattel. He's in the Lukoil sponsored Aston Martin just out of the background of the shot. There is the middle of the shot now. It's red, white and blue. And he's having a good old scrap, which he'll understand. He'll be appraising going, has that car in front of me got the right balance of performance?
Do you think? Yeah, that is Christian Philippon for Espace Racing in the SLS. It's the number 50 car. They're not in the same class. Christian's in AM2, Stefan Rattel is in AM1, which he now leads from the car that's right behind him, the Schumacher Imsa Porsche of Michael Etiquati, who is just a little bit further back in the Porsche.
Yeah, AM1 is for the older cars. I mean, we're talking about the space of about a year. That's 2011. Almost every other car in the field is 2012 or 2013, or even some from 2014. So yeah, he's got a built-in excuse there, a built-in reason not to be at the very front of the field, but going very nicely. And I just have to keep saying it again and again. The evolution, the way that these cars and the teams running them understood their tyres better through the course of the years, it really moved forward. But it took a while for Evo models to come in, and some categories, you know, later have had Evo 2 models. They've kept on evolving their car for GT3.
Why would you bother evolving a car in, and I'm asking this because this is what people ask, so why would you bother evolving a car and spending money for an upgrade kit on a car when it's a BOP championship, because all cars should be BOP?
Right.
And there is an answer to that.
There is an answer for that.
And it's a sensible question, in fairness.
No, in all honesty, of course it is. But, I mean, the natural thing is people want to go faster, but it's about making the cars more drivable, which absolutely was the key. When Mercedes moved from the SLS, one of which is leading the race, the team motorpark car for Heiko Neumann, to the model that followed, the regular AMG car, they wanted it more drivable for the gentleman driver, the owner driver, because we all know you can put a pro in and they can hang it out anywhere and really wring its neck. But if you had a car that slightly scared the owner driver and didn't enable them to get near the pace, they wouldn't want to do it. And the success of this formula has been getting people to come and play in these cars and spread the net as wide as you possibly can.
Interestingly, the pole for GT3 this year at Le Mans was 3:52.
Yep.
There's evolution for you. These guys are doing 4:06. Well, they were pro drivers, so take 2 or 3 seconds off, I suppose, with a pro driver. Nevertheless, they've made a lot of progress on speed.
And the interesting thing about the evolutions in GT3 going through to make the cars more easier to drive consistently, and also to set the cars up, have a bigger setup window, is that thinking has transferred over to pretty much every other endurance racing category that have evolutions. Everybody starts going, oh, we want to make it go faster. Oh, we want to make it go faster. And then they find out that they get turned back down, the balance of performance. You get another 20 kilos here. You get a ride height adjustment. And then the car's not in its most efficient area. So even in Le Mans Hypercar now, the evolutions that are coming along are to open up the setup window. What has been done for BMW, for Cadillac, in their prototype categories is all about, they don't have gentleman drivers to think about, but they have got a setup window that they want to get the optimum performance out, whether they're racing at Spa, the Nürburgring, Spa, Le Mans, Sebring, Watkins Glen, distinctively different circuits in distinctively different series. And in GT3, the added complication you've got as a manufacturer is that you'll be running Pirelli tyres here, you'll be running Michelin tyres in IMSA, Hankook tyres in DTM, and that you could be running all round the world on different rubber. And it does make a difference to how you work those tyres. So you want to build up in as much adjustability as you can. Two German marks going head-to-head here.
Incredible,
novel.
Yeah, incredible livery on that Philipsen car.
Yeah.
Christian Philipsen.
Philip
You get a good look at it. It's got a complete mural on the side of it.
Yeah,
that's something that's changed in my time in racing. They used to just spray racing cars. Now you've got all these wraps.
Stickers on.
Yeah, put an odd sticker on, yeah.
Yeah.
Although the livery of this XTRG car is very conventional, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very crisp. It's really rather lovely. You don't get many cars in that middle shade of blue. It's not making it fast, but it is making it faster than the car in front, the livery is. And of course, that's Jonathan Mitchell doing the job for the Scott Sport team. He's close to just under a second. Oh dear, we got one of the early numbered Audis looping around, and that won't be the first, won't be the last.
That's
in fact, it wasn't the first.
The
Spark
Motorsport car. Yeah.
All on his own. And there we are, facing the wrong way. If you've ever seen Spark models, you don't want to see them. They're too good. You just have to keep buying.
Yes,
dangerous.
Take them away from me. They just had a significant price increase, actually. A lot of people were jumping in at Le Mans at the 24 hours and grabbing them before they went up in price. I remember that car racing in period. I've read somewhere the other day when you were talking there, Andrew, about RAP, of a team, and of all the press releases I see, I now can't remember what series it was, but the whole livery, including all of the mandatory stickers for the series, was printed onto the wrap, and then it was wrapped, so there was absolutely no edges whatsoever.
But you see that in race driver suits these days. Similar thing, where the badge they're not sewn on badges, not like James Hunt's famous badge.
Yeah.
He bought from Woolworths. He really did.
Right, Jonathan Mitchell is really starting to move the Aston Martin around, looking at going out of Arnage. He's getting very twitchy in his chase of Heiko Neumann, but he knows every time he gets to a straight line, there's a marginal advantage for that Mercedes SLS. And he's got to do all his work in the corners, like the Porsche curve somewhere. There's always fearsome. This is the point on the track where he's trying to close in. He'll get towards the forward chicane. He'll be right on the tail. Remember, last time around, he came up to have a look down the inside, went up and suddenly saw the doubled wave yellows, had to give the place back and drop back into second place. But again, he closes up at this point.
I think he is slightly better. That car's slightly better on the braking performance of the car, whether that's because he's looking after his front tyres, whether it's just the general character of the car. He put the fastest lap of the race in last time around with a 4:01.2. He's just backed that up with a 4:01.3 against a 4:02.5 from Heiko Neumann in the Motor Park car ahead of him. I not to labour this point about BOP, but I think it's an important thing to talk about when we're talking about GT3, which GT3 kind of has made BOP acceptable because people, I think, can see why it works and how it works. The idea is not to make all cars perform exactly the same way at exactly the same point on every corner. There will still be inherent advantages of some cars over the other, and as some drivers over the other. You do not want a BOP good teams and good drivers, and Mitchell's got the better run there out of Tertre Rouge in the gap in the air that's been made by Neumann as the that is the car that we were looking at earlier on.
It's the Nuri car. I think
car.
It's gone for a little rotation. Yeah, that's suddenly fallen, considerably down the order for Anne-Sophie Nuri. So disappointment for her father.
Yeah, that was out of AM2, and the Aston hadn't quite got enough run to get out of the slipstream. Pit stop starting, bottom end of the top 10. The Barwell BMW, Peter Mosdale has come in. Dr. Afshin Fatemi for Britec and the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Now, these are standard car stops, side by side for the lead. But again, the Mercedes-Benz, the AMG, manages just to pull away. Slightly, maybe slightly more top-end speed. The VMAX just seems to be a little bit quicker, but the real advantage is out of the corners, the torque. Then the Aston gets in to the slipstream, pulls it back, but there seems to be just enough, Bruce, grunt from that big Mercedes V12 to pull it away at the crucial points of the track.
Yeah, quite frankly, I think Jonathan Mitchell has emptied his box of tricks, and now he's just waiting to see when they get onto the tail of traffic, but it would be a while yet, and then he might be able to pass. But hold on, there's a pit stop to come as well.
Well, I was going to say, is it the pit stop? So is it now? Is he getting in his ear now? You do what he doesn't. So is Jonathan driving by himself?
Yes, he is.
Right, so he knows the car. So the opportunity is, if that car goes in, has he got enough time to do one more lap? Yes, he has. Then he's got to really make the best of where that car's advantage and pull 2 or 3 seconds. If he can do that, there's an opportunity to switch in the pit. If the car doesn't come in front of him, does he pit instead? And that is the dilemma that you have right now.
Well, he's got a nearly 8-second advantage over the car in third place. So.
The other thing, of course, is he's got to get the pit stop absolutely right. The vector is 1:30. He's got to get as close as that till he can. Now, the team controls the minute that he's stopped because they can do that on the stopwatch. But Jonathan Mitchell has got to come in and go out in that 30 seconds, and he's got to get that spot on. Go out too soon, by maybe even a second, you get a penalty.
Correct.
Go out too slowly, and you've dropped 5 seconds, and you've dropped right back. Or you could jump him with a spot-on pit stop on the vector. He could jump the Mercedes, and that Scott Sport team, they're very experienced.
Better a second long than half a second short.
Yep.
You never want to cut it too fine when there's a win on the line. 25.5 minutes still to go. The leading cars. And he's done exactly what we were seeing. He waited to see if the AMG was going to go in there, the SLS, and waited till very, very late to cut across the pit lane. But he was all right. Now, what can Heiko Neumann do with nobody behind him? Now, he's got to put in the lap of his life here down in the pit lane and try and get some kind of gap over this blue car, number 007, that's coming in for its pit stop now. Got to hit his marks. There's no tyres to do. There's no fuel to go in. Start the stopwatch. take the tyre pressures, maybe make a little bit of an adjustment. It's 49 Celsius on the track at the moment, 30 in the air. Oh no, there is going to be there's a driver change. Oh, do you have to get out and get back in? Okay, that's fine. That's my problem. Let's go down and speak to Stefan Rattel.
Sir Stefan Rattel, if I can say that the father of the GT3, you've just finished your stint with the number 6 Aston Martin. Very simply, how was it?
Fabulous. You know, I haven't been here. I've been only racing on the big circuit twice in my life. Le Mans 94 on the Venturi, and I did the first Le Mans Classic in 2002, and I don't think I ever came back. And to be on the big track, it's just pure addiction. I mean, it's dangerous, so it's so addictive, it's fantastic.
Stefan, what do we celebrate this year? This is the 20th anniversary of the GT3 class, and I should say it's a global success.
Oh yes, now GT3s are racing all over the world, and even where I never thought they would race, like Le Mans, like IMSA, and even the DTM that have they're touring cars for GT3 cars. So yeah, it's really a global success.
Stéphane, on va parler un petit peu en français quand même aussi, si vous le permettez. Bravo déjà pour ce relais et bravo aussi pour le succès planétaire de la catégorie GT3.
Bah, tout ça, il y a un seul moteur dans ce que je fais depuis bientôt 35 ans, c'est la passion pour la course et la passion pour les GT. C'est tout ce qui m'a conduit et qui continuera à me conduire, j'espère, pour quelques décennies de plus.
Stefan, another question, the final one. Everything for you began here, I should say, at the end of June 1992 with the first race, the opening round of the Venturi Gentleman Drivers Trophy. It's a great memory.
Absolutely. I mean, the Venturi Trophy that started my motorsport career was built here in Changé. So naturally, the first ever race we did was at Le Mans in 92. And it was after the most difficult edition of the 24 hours with, I think, only 27 cars at the start. And the people of SEO, I had, I think, more than 50 Venturis, and they looked at them and said, wow. Then I said, you want a big grid? Take us, take GT. So I'm happy somehow that I contributed to the return of GT at Le Mans. And in 93, I was there with 7 Venturis, 7. And so, yeah, it's been a long story, and I've been very close. We also launched in partnership the Le Mans Endurance Series. So, I mean, it's been a long story with SEO, and now we promote Asian Le Mans together and the GT3 Revival via Peter Otto. So it's a long love story. It has not always been easy, but at the end, it's a love story.
On va le dire en français, en version synthétisée, mais je disais juste, une semaine après les pluvieuses 24 heures du Mans en 92, les 28 voitures au départ, cette ligne droite des stands remplie de Venturi Trophy, c'était vous. Votre histoire a commencé ici.
Tout à fait, a changé à côté d'ici, où la Venturi a été créée. La première course était ici, et ça, c'est vraiment ici que tout a commencé et qu'on a vraiment contribué au retour des GT au Mans et qui sont maintenant une partie intégrale, non seulement des 24 heures du Mans, mais aussi du championnat du monde d'endurance.
Mesdames et messieurs, Sir Stefan Rattel, bravo.
Come back to what Stefan was talking about at the moment, because we've got the leader coming into the pits. This is the defining point of the race, with the first 2 cars pitting on alternate laps. The 007 Aston Martin is back out with Jonathan Mitchell having jumped out, ran round the car, boiled himself an egg. No, he doesn't have to do that. He just had to unbuckle himself and get back in again. So Heiko Neumann now has to do that exact same thing. 4:11.3 his last lap. And what did the other car do? Right, he's in now, and a little bit of changing of the tyre pressures. Right, well, it was a 4:09 for Jonathan Mitchell into the pits last time, so let's keep an eye on that. He's now out on his next lap in the Scott Speed car, and Heiko's not actually crossed the line yet, so we can't quite work out who's got the better out and in lap as yet. But the Aston Martin already out of Arnage and heading down towards the Porsche curves. I learned something there, ladies and gentlemen, and we all looked at each other when Stefan was talking to Bruno there, because we for many years have stayed over in Changé. I did not know that's where the Venturi sports cars for the Cup were built.
Nor did I. The things you learn. I
need to find out now where that building is. I mean, we need to do something about that. The other thing that I think is funny is, first of all, how much Stefan was smiling having got out of the car. He was clearly having a ball. The second thing is, he said, I never thought you'd see them at the GT3s at Le Mans. He never wanted GT3s at Le Mans. He wanted them to be something different. He absolutely didn't want GT3s at Le Mans until the ACO saw it. He wanted to call them GT3X or GTX or something else, and have the manufacturers build specific body kits to make them different from the standard GT3 cars. Right, here's the race, right here.
Here's the Aston.
Going to go through. I reckon the Aston's going through.
He's going through.
Of the outlap from Jonathan Mitchell. He does go through.
Just what Heiko Neumann didn't want to see. He might have sensed that could be the case, but that was a really, really good lap from Jonathan Mitchell there. Into the lead he goes. And now we'll see the roles reversed.
But also a better pit stop.
Yes, entirely so.
Saved to 3 or 4 seconds by getting it spot on.
2.6 seconds, the gap at the moment. Let's hope that they did get through. The pit window has now closed, and that's bad news for Jeff Eastringhausen because he came in just after that happened, 10 seconds after the pits closed. Now, whilst the leaders sort themselves out and the AMG gets up to speed, let's go down to the pit lane and Jerome Policon, who is with Bruno.
The 87 Ferrari with Jérôme Policon, now driven by Jean-Luc Boblic. Well, Jérôme, how was your stint?
The stint itself was okay, but I have a very poor spar because both cars in front of me swapped their position. So the BMW didn't go on throttle, and I have to wait behind. And as a first owner, I was 7 or 8, and the time I overtook the other car, I was 4th, but impossible to catch the leading car. They were maybe 6 or 7 seconds behind. They were very quick. So I tried to close a bit the gap, which I managed in the last 2 laps, but still first in Pro-Am. So I hope Jean-Luc will stay in front.
It's good to see you back at Le Mans. I can feel frustration at the moment about you, but I imagine it's always pleasant to be back at Le Mans 3 weeks after the team manager that you are with Lexus and now driving this weekend a Ferrari.
Yeah, it was a Christmas gift from Jean-Luc Boblic because unfortunately Jim Plow was busy in GT Open at Hungaroring. And he asked me to share the car with him, which I did it with a big smile, and so it's always a sensation you have, especially at Indianapolis. So you can feel that you can push every lap, and you're still slow. So, but there is still a work to do, but to be on pole position for like I did 3 years ago with Rossi, that means I have a great history with this track.
Absolument. Allez, une synthèse en français avec vous, Jérôme. Bon, j'ai senti un petit peu de colère, pour ne pas dire de frustration, mais en même temps, on peut l'imaginer, du bonheur. Le team manager que vous étiez il y a 3 semaines, de retour, donc 3 semaines après, avec l'habit de lumière, la combinaison de pilote.
Oui, une petite frustration parce que au départ, les 2 voitures qui étaient devant nous ont inversé leur place. Et malheureusement, la BMW n'est pas partie au green. Et à la sortie du Dunlop, j'étais déjà 7 ou 8. Et le temps que je revienne 4, les premiers s'étaient envolés. Bon, ils allaient vraiment vite, mais ça aurait été plus sympa qu'on reste au contact et qu'on fasse une course à 4. Mais j'ai pris un énorme plaisir. C'était super. Il y a eu quasiment aucun full course yellow, aucune caution. So, on a pu rouler. Et, bon, il en manque encore un peu, mais je me suis un peu dérouillé. Surtout dans Indianapolis, tous les tours, j'en mettais un peu plus. Et voilà, si je reviens dans 10 ans, j'irai un peu plus vite.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the king of the GT3 class, Jérôme Policon.
Whilst that was going on, we had one of the Lamborghinis giving it a spin. Was that Marcus Anderson?
Yeah, I believe it was.
I thought it was, yeah, just before the chicane. We've also had a little incident between 3 cars, including Ferrari number 556, which is the leader in the invitation class, Pierre-Alain France, also involved in that. Daniel Debuer in the Santelot Racing Audi, and the 3rd car
That was the Anne-Sophie Nouri car. Remember, that suddenly dropped about 10 positions, so I guess that could have been the victim in all that. What we're seeing on screen right now is the BMW making its moves all over the tail of Jean-Luc Beaubely. This is the car that Jérôme Policon has just got out of, John. And you know what? You might have a driver in his late 50s who generally runs teams at the World Endurance Championship, but you could just tell Jérôme was so frustrated being held back. He wanted to go from 5th up to try and challenge the leaders. By the time he'd fallen back and come forward, they'd gone over the hill.
That was a separate incident, actually, because this was at Marshall's Post 11, which is the early part of the race, and it was Janos Santa in the Aston Martin, the GFS racing car was the 3rd car. And we've also got a pit stop under investigation, which I think is the car that I mentioned, wasn't it, the number 58?
It's Ringhausen,
yeah, which was a little bit late coming into the pit lane. Jonathan Mitchell by 3.6 seconds now, and then 15.5 back from Neumann to Ricci. An historic and race car Ferrari, Aston, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, Aston, Ford, Porsche, Ferrari for your top 10. Nice to see the Michelotto name back in the top 10 as well. So whilst this is carrying on, we'll keep an eye on the leaders. Head back down to the pit lane and Bruno.
Éric Debar, on peut vous le dire, on le trouve ici dans le fameux couloir de panotage, il a le sourire. Cher Éric, ça fait très plaisir de vous retrouver, et ça fait plaisir de vous retrouver avec ce que j'appellerais le badge Ford. Piloter une Ford GT40, enfin une Ford GT Matec, c'est comment?
Mais c'est énorme, piloter une Ford au Mans, ça fait 30 ans que je fais du sport auto, je n'avais jamais fait le grand circuit. Mais je me dis, excusez-moi de l'expression, mais quel con, j'aurais dû venir plus tôt. Mais bon, c'est un plaisir de venir, on s'est marré, on se marre avec bien sûr une Ford. Puis l'ambiance est top ici. On retrouve tous les copains, Jérôme Polican, Jean-Luc Bourdelic, la famille Ricci. C'est vraiment un plaisir de rouler ici et puis on roule encore, quoi.
Vous vous êtes fixé un objectif en termes de résultats, ou est-ce que pour vous, terminer, c'est une forme de victoire?
Mais non, avant tout, je dirais, la première obligation, c'est de se faire plaisir. Et après, on sait très bien qu'avec le plaisir, on gagne des courses.
En tout cas, c'est une voiture géniale. Puis en plus, Ford revient en 24 heures du Mans en plus.
En plus, c'est vrai, donc c'est la belle histoire. Merci.
Eh ben, génial. Voilà, Éric Debar. Éric said, it's of course exciting to be here, and I should have come back here earlier to race on the great Le Mans racetrack, but this car is absolutely fabulous. And I say to Eric, it's great to drive this car to the extent that Ford will be back at Le Mans next year, and he said, yes, it's absolutely magic. Éric Debar.
Alfred Moser for Seiler Racing, having a quick rotation for the Callaway Corvette Z06R, and again the Daytona chicane catching out one of our drivers, but he spun to the outside, out of the way. Leader is still continuing to lead, should I say, by 3 seconds, Jonathan Mitchell.
Yeah, he's just tipping away at him a bit, taking the odd 0.2, 0.3 of a second in the sector times. Neumann is over Mitchell, so the Finn pressing on hard now in that Mercedes. We could have a bit of a grandstand finish, I think, John. But, well, maybe Mitchell's got it in hand. I don't know.
I think he has, but I think the question that's going through my mind at the moment is how are their tyres? Having seen Tony Seiler go for a loop, because track temperature, well, it fleetingly went up to 52 degrees. It's sitting at 50 degrees now. So these tyres are going to be going, what are you doing to me, as they're being pushed deeper and deeper into the corners. And I think that's something both Jonathan Mitchell and Heiko Neumann will be very, very aware of. Peter Mulsdale, flashing his headlights, is going very nicely in 4th place overall in his BMW, but he's got a mountain to climb. We've got 10.5 minutes remaining. He's 17, 18 seconds down. He's jumped the second of the Storican race cars. Now Jean-Luc Beaubelic is at the wheel of that, and having seen them make the moves on the track, into a slow zone out of the final corner. Frustrating for the drivers, but it's there for a reason.
Yeah, and it's because the number 911 Porsche, the Christian Kuhn Speed Motorsport Management 997 GT3R, is in the gravel at the run-up towards Dunlop and the Goodyear Bridge. So this is going to take away an overtaking opportunity into the first braking area, effectively, which is the Dunlop chicane. As they come up the hill, the motorcycle pit lane over to their right, pit lane exit to their right.
The gap at the front, John's under 3 seconds now.
Yeah.
So
4:02.5 last time around. Heiko Neumann, that's his fastest lap of the race. And they're going to hit some traffic as well. By the way, one of the cars we've been following because of the interview with her dad, the Porsche, speeding in a slow zone for that car, the number 27, and that car will have to come through the pit. In fact, Anne-Sophie Nori has just done that, so she's back out and on the circuit. Important lesson. Now, the leaders are on the middle section, Bruce, of the Mulsanne Straight. 32 in the air. Again, we're up to 50 Celsius. The heat haze making the long shot look a bit like an impressionist painting as they're coming towards us.
Yeah, it does in many ways. I nipped out just ahead of this race, and I tell you one thing that's much better than yesterday. The humidity yesterday was about 60% for a while. Today it's 27%, so it's a far more comfortable environment for all of these drivers. But right now, Jonathan Mitchell's got 10 minutes or so to go. He's sitting on that buffer of 2.5, 3 seconds, but he is aware down the straights that Mercedes seems to have an advantage. Once he's got to Mulsanne corner, he then gains a bit of ground, so he should have enough in hand. However, we always have to look, what is the traffic situation up ahead? Because there's suddenly a 2-second lead could be taken away in the blink of an eye if someone in front does something untoward.
Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
yeah, we often see Jonathan racing in the Peter Auto Series in a Jaguar E-Type. He's quick in that, but sometimes he'll lose out a bit on power over the Cobras, but he's a winner in Peter Auto.
Something that I've been meaning to mention since yesterday, and it's only just come back to me right now looking at the front of that Aston Martin. We've been sitting here 2 days watching cars going around one of the fastest circuits they'll ever race on. And so the teams have made them as slippery as possible. And I've noticed quite a lot of cars with either plates or tape over some of the ducting around the front, over the top of the wheels, for brake temps, and also just to basically make the airflow over it. And I wonder if some of the issues that we've seen over the last couple of days have been because there hasn't been enough airflow. Now, this is not, in fairness, over the front of the Aston, you can see it quite clearly. Underneath the headlights, the sponsor name is slightly obliterated because of the black tape that's on there. That's a brake duct more than anything else, and this is not a heavy braking circuit. But we noticed yesterday some of the prototypes had it over the grills, had it even over the top of, partially over the top of some of the louvres on top of the wheel arches, just trying to make the car a bit slippery. But very noticeable on the front of that Aston Martin. And Sophie's had a spin on her outlap from the drive-through.
She's sitting there waiting, can't see any lights on that car at all. Right, we must ignore her now as another lap's going to go on the board. This will be 10 laps completed, and therefore probably 2 laps to go. This and 1 further lap. The gap between first and second got to under 2 seconds by a whisker. It's out to 2.6 seconds, but that's going to ebb and flow for sure.
Now, this started as a 50-minute race, 50-minute race. It could potentially go somewhere near 53, 54 minutes, depending on when they cross the line. This is looking at the moment like a 12-lap race, which is almost exactly going to be 100 miles.
Well, there's 6 minutes to go. It's going to take him probably 3 minutes to get, 3.5 minutes to get back to the pits.
Yeah.
So it'll be definitely.
Yeah. So it's going to be.
He's got a lap and 3/4 left, basically.
Another. It's the Spark Audi again on the other side of the road at Dunlop under the Goodyear Bridge.
Well done. Got it out of the gravel there. That could have led to a problem for the chasing Heiko Neumann by removing a possible overtaking place when they get onto the final lap. One little scrap I think is fantastic. It's the battle for Anzac honours. It's 10th and 11th place. Australian driver David Harrison in a Lion Speed Porsche being chased by Scott O'Donnell, the effusive Kiwi who comes up and does 2 or 3 months of racing in Europe. Used to be with Super Touring, but he's really latched onto GT3. So to get in the top 10 here at Le Mans will be fantastic. Unfortunately, that looks like it's Anne-Sophie Nuri's car still going rather slowly as it works its way back.
Yeah, those two battling in identical 997 GT3Rs. And just ahead, about 10 seconds up the road, 11 seconds up the road, is Lee Maxted Page in a similar car. And they are all in AM2, 6th, 7th, and 8th in that battle. Leaders now, as close as they have been for 2 or 3 laps. It's getting down to 2 seconds, Andrew.
Yeah, it certainly is. And just talking about the British drivers, notice that Will Nuttall is 2nd in that Pro-Am 2 category. Will, we're used to seeing him doing really well in sort of 1959 Cooper Formula 1 cars. Won a lot of races in those. This is a very different machine indeed, but he's going well in the Ferrari 458, I should say.
007 then round the Mulsanne corner for the what we believe will be the penultimate time. Late pit stop for the BMW Z4 GT3. That's an unscheduled stop for Christoph van Oyenhausen. 3rd in the Pro-Am 2 category. So that is not part of the script. Now, will traffic play a part on this run to the checkered flag? That's the question. The leaders have got a decent gap ahead of them. There's a couple of cars and then a very, very long gap indeed. So if that Aston 007 of Jonathan Mitchell can clean up the car that he's catching at the moment, then he's got a decent run, I think, for the last lap.
Car just saw going out of the bottom. Well, let's take a look at the car in 6th place overall. Philippe Giochi took over from Eric Debar. We heard Eric being interviewed on the pit wall, but they are 6th and 7th. But then Jean-Luc Beaubelique has just fallen behind him. That was the car that was run by Jérôme Policon. That's lost to both those cars. The Aston Martin going out of the shot at the top. That's Dr. Afshin Fatemi. But Beaubelique in that Ferrari is the Pro-Am class leader. So all Am crews up ahead of him. He's in 7th, but he's got that margin that Andrew pointed out is about half a minute over Will Nuttall. Will be closing in, but I'm afraid the time has run out. Into the final 3 minutes we go.
Yeah, and the Ford GT is a class leader. That's the AM1 class leader as well, the Maytech car. The top 5 are all in AM2 and therefore are in those positions. The only other class leader is in the invitational class, obviously, but that's a single.
Waved yellows, double waved yellows for white, and they're clean. There's debris on the circuit at the exit of Arnage. Can't see what dropped the debris. Was it the Spark Audi rejoining? That's keeping out of the way as the cars in 5th, 6th and 7th flash
you're
by.
right. And he's got a right rear puncture, that Audi. Oh, no.
That was the okay, that's why the BMW came in to make its pit stop, the Van Oyenhausen car. And how many cars have been within the width of nothing at all between grazing the barriers on the exit of Arnage? And that was the smallest of grazes, but debris, and that can lead to problems to any single person that follows. Could it hit either of the first 2 cars in their lead back? 1.4 seconds now, the gap coming down between the Aston Martin in the lead of the race and the chasing Heiko Neumann.
Yeah, that's the remnants of a BMW left rear wheel arch that's left on the track now. Well, now we are on to the final lap. Under 8 miles to go now. And it's as close as it has been. 1.5 seconds between the top 2. And this is where the race will be won or lost. Green lights after the Daytona chicane.
Well, unfortunately, Christoph has just left the car. Marcus, apparently you've lost parts of bodywork on the car.
Yeah, it's okay. We have a lot of spare parts, so it's fine. And if we attack, I think we were the last one to start. I got up to 19, and he would have got in the top 10, I guess. It's nice to be the quickest Z4. And the car is lovely, and the whole environment, it couldn't be better.
But it's a shame to stop the race before the checkered flag, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it happens. You know, when you go quick, when you battle in the front, it's a bit easier because there you're more or less on the same level. When you really come on from behind and try to get for the whole field, it's just difficult. But it's fun. Encore beaucoup de merci à tout le monde là.
Merci à vous en tout cas aussi pour ce petit mot. Et effectivement, on peut le regarder à l'arrière de la voiture. L'objectif, ou plutôt la raison pour laquelle la voiture s'est arrêtée, c'est effectivement tous ces éléments de carrosserie perdus au niveau de la roue arrière gauche et des petits débris de ce genre.
Less than half a lap to go now in the second race of the weekend for the GT Revival, one of our additional support races here at the first running of Le Mans Classic Legend 2026. Grandstand finish coming spot on a second between Mitchell and Neumann, and it's Aston Martin versus Mercedes AMG, the SLS, coming quickly. Two front-engine V12 cars battling it out down to Arnage for the final time. We know that there's some yellow flags waving there because of the debris. Needs to stay away from that and does. Had to slightly pinch the corner. That was a danger moment for Jonathan Mitchell there, Bruce.
He wouldn't have known it was there because that happened after he went past last time around, and I was just so worried about this group. But Heiko Neumann, again, loads of punch from that silver Mercedes. But surely this is the part of the track, the final third, the final quarter of the lap where the Aston Martin is so good through the sweeping bends. But Heiko Neumann, he races these cars all the time, the past 5 or 6 years, mainly International GT Open, but he's been getting better and better, but he's holding down. But I think Scott Sport now, again, the advantage has gone out because quite simply Jonathan Mitchell, magnificent through the sweepers in his Aston Martin. Has he done enough? Well, we're going to find out in the next 30 seconds.
Well, it's under a second now, and for a moment Neumann may have had the advantage, but through the twisties, a half a second gained back by the leading Aston Martin into the Ford chicane for the final time. Plenty of curb taken by the leader. Now he's got to be careful. Worn tyres, hot tarmac, got to just apply the throttle steadily, and he did exactly that. The car never got out of shape. Second race of the weekend, Scott Sport win it. Jonathan Mitchell brings the Aston Martin V12 Vantage to the line, and the British mark wins, holds off the three-pointed star, and it will be the Italian Ferrari in third position, with Benjamin Ricci coming through for Storick and Race Cars.
You said Scott Sport wins. It was a team victory. They did it in the pits. They jumped him in the pits. They made a better pit stop by less than the guy won by.
Okay, Jonathan Mitchell buys the drinks in the Scott Sport camp tonight, but yesterday's winner is today's third place, some 30-something seconds further back. We're still waiting for Benjamin Ricci to come into sight. The cars we're seeing, there is Ricci just crossing the line. Storick and Race Cars at the opening round of this series at Paul Ricard. Double victory for Storick and Race Cars. The tide is turning, the stage is shifting. Here comes Dr. Afshin Fasemi, or Spider-Man 2, according to the livery, but coming through to fourth place. Peter Mulsdale, really strong run for him in Barwell Motorsport. He'll come through to take that fourth place spot. And Barwell, you know, contemporary race team, end of last year, Mark Lemmer said, you know what, I really think I want to start shifting with GT3 into historic motorsport and bringing all their skill, top result. Here comes Afshin Fasemi to take fifth place for Brightech Motorsport with his Aston Martin. And then Philippe Gilles tucked in behind in that Ford. So let's go through the makes. Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, Aston Martin, Ford. 5 different makes in the top 6 positions.
And that Maytech wins the Pro Am 2 category. Further down the field, we're waiting for the winners in the other categories. Jean-Luc Burbelik's gone through, actually, for the Ferrari. That's the Pro Am 2 victory that his teammate was so hoping for. So those are the winners. They've all gone through now. Just waiting for the top 10. Lee Maxton Page should be next through. And in the Porsche, the best of the Porsches in that AM2 category, 1, 2, 3, 4 Porsche 997 GT3Rs, all in line astern, with David Harrison from Lion Speed, Scott O'Donnell from Marketing South, and the Schumacher IMSA, and Michel Eticati, all in the Porsches. Still waiting for Lee. Where is he? Is that him there? Yes, it is. Goes across the line. Immediately pulls over to the right-hand side. That's going to be tight between the next two. Scott O'Donnell goes through.
Yeah, that was the battle, Kiwi on Australian.
2/10 of a second at the end, by the way.
Yeah, no, who's chipping away, gaining about 1/3 of a second a lap. They'd have enjoyed that scrap. They'd have loved racing at Le Mans, and that's a message every single driver out there will tell you today. It's something very special. I don't think drivers ever understand how special Le Mans is. It's got the reputation, but when they get out there on the circuit, and as Veris has said, when you're sitting on the Mulsanne straight with your car flat shut, then it's another level.
Just driving out of the pit lane, if you ever get the chance to do any laps, and we've seen car clubs here, supercar laps, driving out of the pit lane through that first chicane and under that famous bridge, and it actually doesn't matter what's written on it, just under that famous bridge. When I did it, it was still Dunlop. It'll be Goodyear that will be setting the history from now on. That's when you know you're at the Circuit de la Sarthe. You can't see anything behind it because you're coming up. It's a steep run up to it, and at that point you know that you're doing something very, very special.
John, for me, a wonderful high-velocity weekend, which I think the NASCARs were my favourites, to be honest. We've both been in America a lot. It was almost like being back in the States, wasn't it? So all I can say to round out from me, you've got to come and book for next year.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Pierre-Alain France there in the 556 458 Italia GTD, not a diesel, by the way. That car coming home at 16th and wins the Invitational Class of 1. He says checking. Yes, it was.
It was 1.
Yeah. And a lap of honour for the 007, not coming straight back into the pit lane from the opposite end. Jonathan Mitchell gets to come round on the very last lap of the race. Heiko Neumann put in the fastest lap of the race, a 4 minute 01.011, and Jonathan's best time, a 4 minute 01.067. That's how closely matched they were, Bruce. So Andrew's comment there, the in-lap and the out-lap, as well as the pit stop from the Scott Sport guys, is what turned it round. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. GT3 Revival, 20 years of the GT3 formula. It's a hit. So our second race of the weekend for GT Revival, Aston, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, Aston, Ford, Maytech with the Ferraris in 7th and 8th, and then Porsche's making up the top 10. Congratulations to Scott Sport and Jonathan Mitchell, but you've got to say thank you to Heike Neumann and the Team Motor Park team. What a race that was. 1.3 seconds. Decided on the in, the out, and the pit stop. And when you've got a timed pit stop, as Andrew Marriott rightly pointed out, it is absolutely imperative to get through that as close to the time as possible. The Storican race cars, Ferrari won Pro-Am at 2 category, and in Am1 it was the Barwell Aston Martin, the number 6 car down in 19th place, that takes the top step of the podium. I think it's fair to say that everybody, well, nearly everybody, had a great day. There was some learning going on, yes, but anytime you get to drive a out-and-out race car on the 8.5 miles, 13.6 kilometres of the Le Mans 24 hours, you know you're having a good day. Brilliant stuff from everybody. My thanks to Andrew and Bruce alongside me in the booth, to Solen and the rest of the Peter Auto team, and of course our technical team who have worked so hard in very, very hot conditions. To Mel and the rest of the Stop and Go team, it's been an absolute pleasure. Book your trip now for next year when we'll have Le Mans Classic. It will be Classic Heritage, tracing the history of Le Mans from the first race in 2023. Same weekend, first weekend of July, but join us for the Le Mans Classic Legend Series for the rest of the season. See you then.